We are self-directed IRA industry professional trained. Um, we also pride ourselves on our customer service. We are all Ritz-Carlton trained in customer service, and we pride ourselves on our customer service. Little disclaimer here, the information I provide is for educational only. We are not fiduciaries nor advisors, so I'm not allowed to give you advice on whether an investment is a good idea or a bad idea. With any investment comes risk. But what I do is educate you on what you can and cannot do inside of a self-directed IRA. So any investment that you bring to me, I will let you know if it's something that can be held in a self-directed IRA, or if there is an IRS issue or anything to that matter. Jamie is owner of our company. We are a women-run company. She is a Forbes member. She's also a real estate investor herself. And like I said, this is our 20th year in business, and we hope to go 20 more. So what is a self-directed IRA? A self-directed IRA is different from your regular IRA in that your regular IRA with your Fidelities or your TD Ameritrades or your Vanguards of the world hold publicly traded stocks, bonds, mutual funds. In a self-directed IRA, we hold alternative assets. So anything that's not publicly traded. So what is not publicly traded? Investment properties, crypto, precious metals. You can use your IRA to lend money. You can do syndications, joint ventures, partnerships. So there is so many different things out there that you can do. And it's called self-directed because you go out there and you find the investment. We don't have a portfolio to choose from. It's not like your regular IRA where you have to pick something from a portfolio that Morgan Stanley has or one of those companies. It's a great idea for somebody who wants to control their own investment ideas and hopefully make some kind of return on investment. So the only things that cannot be held in a self-directed IRA is life insurance, collectibles such as art, cars, baseball cards, things to that nature. And because our charter is held in South Dakota, we cannot hold cannabis at this time. So nothing cannabis related. So why choose a self-directed IRA? Tax advantages. Depending on what type of account you have, whether it's a tax advantage account or a tax-free account, you're using your retirement money and you're getting the tax advantages of using your retirement money instead of cash. And the returns would all go back because it is in the name of your IRA. The investment is in the name of your IRA and the IRS sees it as an investment, and that's what keeps it tax advantaged for you. So for the purpose of this conversation, we'll talk about real estate, investment properties, syndications, joint ventures, REITs, anything that it can be considered a real estate investment can be held in a self-directed IRA. Okay, so there's some things here that, whether it's fix and flips, buy and holds, there's so many different ideas out there or things that you can do using a self-directed IRA to invest in real estate. So types of plans that can be self-directed. Two ways that you can use a self-directed IRA, or that you can put money into a self-directed IRA, is through other IRAs, like I said, the Morgan Stanleys of the world, Vanguards. You're using your regular IRA. You can use the money from that to move over to a self-directed IRA with us. These are the types that you can use, whether it's a traditional, a Roth, a SEP. We don't have too many simple plans, but we do have some for small businesses. SEP IRAs, you can use a solo plan. If you're doing a 401k, it has to be a 401k that you no longer are active with the company. You would check with the custodian of that plan to see if they allow for a second custodian. If they do, that's great. But most active 401ks plans, pretty much will not work. So you're looking for an old 401k or any type of IRA, even SEPs, solos, covered L's you can do for kids, HSAs, if you qualify. These are all plans that can be used for investing in self-directed IRAs. So the different ways you can fund a self-directed IRA. Depending on your investment, you can do contributions. IRA contributions for a SEP, for a traditional Roth, or 7,000 if you're under 50, 8,000 if you're over 50. And then your SEP, your self-employed plans, your SEP and solo plans, your contributions are much higher. But again, it depends on what type of investment you're looking to do, because you want to make sure you have enough in your IRA, self-directed IRA, for the investment. Okay, because the only two ways you can fund one is either through retirement money or through contributions. Okay, you could do transfers. So if you have a traditional or a Roth with, like I said, Vanguard or one of them, you can transfer. You can open up a traditional or Roth with us. So a transfer is two like accounts. If you have a traditional, you can open up a traditional with us. All the tax implications work the same way as it works with your regular retirement plans. Okay, so you could do Roth to Roth, traditional to traditional, SEP. So those are the different ways to do a transfer. They're some, in most cases, quicker than doing a rollover, but a rollover is what you can do with a 401k. Whether it's a direct rollover or indirect rollover, you can move money from your old 401k over to us to fund your self-directed IRA. A conversion is when you go from a tax deferred account, which is like a traditional, to a Roth. Okay, so you're going from a tax deferred event to a taxable event. So you can do conversions if you'd like. You could also, if you want to get creative, you could do a backdoor Roth. And if you're interested in that, we could always talk about that at another time. But these are different ways that you can fund your self-directed IRA. So here are the different possible investments that you can do. Again, for this conversation, we're talking about real estate, but know that you can do mortgage notes, tax liens. You can do private placements. You can do private equity. People like to use their self-directed IRAs to lend money to other people, which is you can do. There are certain guidelines which we'll go over a little later on who you can and cannot lend money to. You can do precious metals. You can do crypto. So these are all different types of possible investments out there. And again, this is just a small fraction of what you can do. And then again, there's these things that you cannot do: life insurance, collectibles, and cannabis at this particular time. Disqualified people. So the IRS has some guidelines on who you can and cannot deal with or do any kind of investments with. You are disqualified from yourself. So you cannot use your IRA to lend money to yourself. You can't use your IRA to buy a house for you to live in. You can't lend money to your family members. So mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, your kids are all disqualified from you. And again, you're disqualified from yourself. Just a list. And again, these are all things when you call me, I go over, you tell me who you're doing your investment with, or, who you're purchasing the property with, or what you're looking to do. And I'll just go over whether they are disqualified from you or not. Now, even though these people are disqualified from you, you can partner with them on a deal. Okay. So you can partner with yourself. So if you're looking to buy an investment property and you don't have enough in your IRA, you can partner with yourself. You can use cash and your IRA. Now, if you are looking to partner with a disqualified person, you have to keep the percentages of your deal the same way all the way through the deal. So whether it's 50-50, 70-30, 80-20, however your percentages are on your deal, it has to stay the same way all the way through your deal. So, when you do and it has to be done simultaneously. So when you're looking to do your deal, you put your money in to pay based on your percentages. If at any time you need to come up with more money based on your percentages, that's how much of your IRA will come from you, or from your cash, or from your IRA and someone else's IRA. So it's all based on your percentages. So even though these are disqualified people from you, you can partner with them. Okay. And again, if you have questions on this, we can go over it when you call me, and I'll go over how the deal works. And if you have any questions about working with a disqualified person. Prohibitive transactions in real estate. Again, real estate investments are for investment purposes only. You cannot use personal funds to cover expenses if the property is owned by the IRA. So everything runs through the IRA. Your IRA owns the property, or your investment, you do not. Okay. So if you're looking to do a real estate investment, everything has to be contracted out. Your IRA pays for everything. The property is in your name, not in your own name. So you can't use outside money unless you're partnered with outside money. Okay. So you can't, if you have an investment property and you need to cut a check to a contractor, you can't use your bank. You can't use your personal checking account. Okay. It has to come from the IRA itself, or, if you're looking to do an LLC, which we'll get into, the LLC will make the payments. Okay. So you can't do any work on the property yourself. Everything has to be contracted out, which no sweat equity. No family members or disqualified people can live on the property itself. You cannot live on the property. This is an investment property. Okay. You cannot buy, sell, lend, or exchange property to a disqualified person. Okay. So again, these are all things I go over with you when you have a conversation with me. If you're looking to do a real estate investment, or whatever type of investment you are looking to do, we'll go over everything, make sure that there are no IRS issues or guidelines that might come into play here. So here are the different types of real estate strategies that you can do. Buy and hold you can do. It's great for a long-term investment idea to get a return on your investment. For the people who are looking to do a quick turnaround, fix and flips, you can do. However, with a fix and flip, you have to be careful, because the IRS allows you to do no more than 2 or 3 a year, because they look at it. If you do more than that, they won't look at it as an investment. They will look at it as a business. So you do not want that to happen. I mean, again, if it does, UBIT will kick in, and based on the UBIT, it could be worth it with the amount of the investment, to pay the taxes on it may outweigh the gains of your return. But again, no more than 2 or 3 a year, or you may have a UBIT issue. IRA checkbook LLC. You do not need to have an LLC to do real estate investing. Okay. Some people like to have it. You do not need to have it. But if you want checkbook control, to be able to write a check to a contractor right on the spot, or if you go out to an auction and you need to have that check right then and there, then IRA checkbook LLC is the way to go. This has to be done by a specialized attorney if you're using a self-directed IRA. Okay. You can't just do LegalZoom or any type of LLC. It has to be set up by a specialized attorney called an ERISA attorney. That's ERISA. They specialize in setting up LLCs for retirement plans. We have some on our website that our clients have used in the past. You don't necessarily need to use one of ours, but it has to be set up by a specialized attorney. Okay. And again, you can do REITs, syndications, joint ventures, and other different types of real estate strategies that you can come up with. Okay. Then again, we can go over all this when you call me, and I'll explain it to you in more detail. So here's just an example. Not only can you do domestic investing? You can also do international. So if you go on vacation somewhere and you see something for sale and you want to use it for an investment property, some people in this example here, this gentleman, or I forget if it was a lady or a gentleman, I'm sorry, they purchased this penthouse using their IRA and they rented it out. So you can do international investing. And, again, the return on the investment goes back into your IRA, and that's what keeps it tax advantaged. So domestic, international, if you have any questions about it, I'll go over how you can do it and some of the steps that needs to be taken if you're going to do international investing. And again, you can do some private REITs, you can do syndications. Again, some people who like to be very passive like to get into a syndication. They don't have to worry about the lawn being cut or the roof caving in, or having to deal with renters. They just want to get in on a commercial project and get some kind of return. And it's a great way to start building wealth with inside of syndication. So there are different ways to do it. And again, whether you want to be very passive or more hands-on, there are different ways of doing it in a real estate using a self-directed IRA. So how it works: you would contact your custodian of your plan and you would liquidate the amount you need for your investment. So you would call Morgan Stanley and say, I'm looking to invest in a property using a self-directed IRA. I need 150,000. You would tell them they would sell off the stocks, bonds, and mutual funds and leave it in your IRA as cash. Okay. A self-directed IRA doesn't handle publicly traded stock, bonds, or mutual funds. So it would have to be in a cash position in your IRA to be able to move it over to us. Okay. Once it's in a cash position, then it's going to be ready to be rolled over to us or transferred to us, wired, however you want it sent, but it has to be in a cash position. Okay. Any investment you're looking to do, you want to make sure you have enough in there for it. Okay. So if that property is 150, until you're making some kind of return on that investment, you want to make sure you have a little more in there for any unforeseen issues, like the pipes burst or the roof caves in or anything like that. That money has to come from the LLC or the IRA. So you want to make sure you have enough in there for your entire investment. Okay. So this setup time, opening an account only takes about 1 to 2 days. Okay. Send you the application, you fill out the application, you get your account open, you have your account name, your account number. Now your account is open and set, ready to go to start funding your account. Now, the longest part of this process and the part we have no control over is the funding. Moving money from one custodian to another can take some time. So it all depends on your custodian, how soon they want to send the money over to us. By law, they can take up to 30 days. Most of them are very good at it, usually take 5 to 10 business days. But you want to make sure that you keep this in mind. If you're looking to do an investment, that you have enough time to do it, because you want to make sure it gets funded and the funds are there for you to make your investment for you. So again, this is up to part we have no control over. So if you're looking at a property a couple of months out, you might want to start getting work on this. Okay. If it's something you're going to look to do in 2 weeks from now, it's very difficult because again, we have no control over that funding. The last part is we do compliance on every investment. So whatever the investment is, we make sure that the investment is not in your name, it's in the name of the IRA. The necessary documents that we need for, depending on what it is, whether it's a private placement or a subscription agreement, an LLC, we need the operating agreement. And our transactions team will work with you to get all the necessary documents to get your account funded and the necessary documents for your investment. I handle the opening of the account. Once your account is open, then I transition you to our transactions team. You will have a dedicated person working with you to help you with getting all the necessary documents. So it's a very smooth transition, and it's it runs very smoothly, and you're not going to be dealing with a whole bunch of different people. Okay, so that's pretty much how the whole process works. And again, you just make sure you have enough time for your investment. If you have any questions, here's my contact information. I'll put my email address in the chat, and my phone number, or you can reach out to Linda, or reach out to me. We'll go over everything you need to know. And thank you very much for your time, guys. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. Okay. And that's pretty much it.
Well, wonderful, Jack. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing all this wonderful insight. Now, we do have plenty of time, so we would like to request some questions.
Sure.
Um, if anybody would like to ask some questions, feel free. We have plenty of time to do so. Jack, what is the first step for people to get started?
First up, to get started, call me. Call me if you have any questions about your whether an investment can be held or not. Like I said, I'm the business development specialist. So if you have any questions, I'm here to help you. Okay. It's not pressure. Okay. I just want to make sure you understand the process, how it works. I mean, this is your retirement money. Okay. And I'm not a fiduciary nor advisor, so I can't give you advice. All I can tell you is how, if you can do it in a self-directed IRA, and because it's called self-directed IRA, you do your homework. Make sure that your investment is what you want to do, and that you've done your homework and know that any investment is a risk. So my process, my job in this whole thing is just to say, yes, you can do it, and make sure that the guidelines are, I explain to you how you do it, how it can be done, and work you through the whole process. So very smoothly, and you're not scared of all the different IRS guidelines there are. And I know it sounds like the IRS has all these guidelines, but truthfully, 85% of what of our clients are real estate investors. They do lending. Some people do crypto, some people do precious metals. But again, it's not as scary as it sounds.
And what are you seeing? What type of investments are you seeing currently right now that seem to be really popular, Jack?
The most a lot of people right now, because of the economy and things, real estate is all over the place. There's some months where it's really booming, and some where they'd rather be more passive and just do a syndication. So syndications are very popular. Um, Using your IRA to lend money. There are people out there who need money. So as long as you're not lending it to your mom, dad, grandmother, grandfather, or your kids, you can do promissory notes. You can do a note to just about anybody. So the people who are not disqualified from you are your brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles, and cousins, which is kind of strange. So you can lend money to your brothers and sisters and your aunts, uncles, and cousins, but you can't lend money to your mom, dad, grandmother, grandfather, which I don't understand. So the rules out there are kind of strange, but that's where my job is to help you out, to help you understand how it works, and to make you feel comfortable knowing that you're going about it the right way. So lending's popular, real estate, crypto's all over the place. So crypto's its own animal. So, and again, people come to me with all different types of ideas of what they think they can do. And if I don't know the answer, my compliance team will definitely look into the investment and tell us whether yes, it can be done or not.
Wonderful. And give us an indication or an idea of where most of your investors are coming from. Are a lot of your investors in the East Coast, or do you have investors all over the country, all over the world?
Yep. Even though we're based in Roseland, New Jersey, it doesn't mean that we can't be a custodian anywhere. Okay. Like I said, you can do this domestically or internationally. Where your custodian is located is not important. Okay. It's that you trust the custodian you're working with. Can you get them on the phone? Can you talk to them? How are their fees? And how is their customer service? And that's what we pride ourselves on. I mean, there are a lot of custodians out there. A lot of them, are bigger than our company. We are a small niche outfit, um, and we have pride ourselves on our customer service and our fee schedule to stay in line with everyone else. So that's pretty much what it comes down to: is do you feel comfortable with the custodian you're working with? So it doesn't matter where they're located.
Mhm.
But yes, we have them all over.
Wonderful. And let me see. I believe we do have a question here. We do have a question, Jack. Phil would like to know, how is crypto being handled through a self-directed IRA? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yes. Um, Now, I'm not a professional at crypto. I don't know anything about crypto. And the good thing about it is I don't need to be good at it. Okay. All I can do is tell you, yes, you can hold it. Okay. Um, with our company, you would need to set up an IRA LLC. Okay. With a specialized attorney. Once your account is set up, you have the LLC set up, you will have the checkbook control. You will also have your wallet connected to your LLC, and then you could go off and buy from any platform you want. So that's pretty much how crypto works. So the crypto investors are the ones, you know, they're they're the savvy ones. I just say, yes, you can do it. This is how you can do it. So as long as you keep your wallet separated from your regular crypto investments, and
Hi, Jack. Can you refresh? Oh, there you go. It froze a little bit, but you're fine. Go right ahead.
um, I don't know where we left off. But yes, the LLC can be set up for self-directed IRAs, and then your wallet is connected to it. And we want to keep sure that you make sure you keep your regular crypto investments separated from your IRA investments in crypto. But yes, it can be done, and you can go on any platform and buy from crypto all you want.
Wonderful, Jack. Now, Stephanie would like to know, Jack, did you say if I have a self-directed IRA that I can partner with myself?
That's correct. Yes, if you're looking to do an investment and let's say you have an IRA, but you don't have enough money, okay? You could partner with yourself with your cash. You could partner with someone else, whether they have an IRA or cash. But yes, you can partner on the deal. However, if you're going to partner with yourself, it has to be done simultaneously. So if you're looking to do a real estate investment, you have to do it simultaneously. And that's how it can be done. But yes, you can partner with yourself even though you are disqualified.
Fantastic. Wonderful. Now, I asked people on the Zoom where they're from. We have some people from the East Coast. We have some people from the West Coast as well. Let
Mhm.
us know where you're from. Oh, wonderful, from Charlotte, North Carolina. Welcome. Let us know where you're from, folks. We would love to know where you're from. And Jack, can you talk a little bit about the IRA rules as far as how much money you can invest in your IRA on an annual basis? Because I know that does change with the
Yeah.
IRS regulations.
Yes.
Um, so where are we at right now? And we have Bronx, New York as well. Hello, New York. Welcome. So where are we at with the amount of money that we can
Yep.
invest in our IRA?
So the contributions for traditionals and Roths are 7,000 if you're 7,000 for anyone under 50, 8,000 if you're over 50 years old. That's for a traditional Roth. Okay. Some people can't do contributions because they make too much money in a Roth. So that's where the whole backdoor Roth idea comes in. But that can go over at a different time. For a solo K, it's $23,000 plus company match plus percentage of your compensation up to $69,000 a year.
Wow.
For a SEP, it's 25% of your compensation up to $69,000 a year. So as you can see, your self-employed people can contribute a lot more than regular IRA people. Okay. Now, one thing you want to keep in mind, if you have an active 401k plan, okay, or an active plan that you're contributing to and you want to open an IRA, okay, that 7,000 is between two plans. It doesn't mean that you can do 7,000 per plan. So if you're contributing $3,000 to your 401k and you want to open a traditional to do, I don't know, something small like crypto, well, if you're contributing 3,000 to your 401k, you can only contribute 4,000 to your traditional. Okay. So keep that in mind if you're doing contributions. If you're moving money from an IRA to an IRA or a SEP plan, you can move over as much as you want. That's why you need the amount for your investment and then enough to cover it until you start making some kind of return on your investment. So there's also ESA plans for kids, educational, which is $2,000 you can contribute per child. Um, so that all goes for education. And then there's HSAs for your health care that you can do, but you have to be able to be qualified for an HSA depending on, you have to have really high premiums and things like that. So if ESA or HSA is something you're looking to talk about, I can go over that information with you if it's something that you're interested in doing. So um, again, qualified retirement plans or contributions are the way you can put more money into your to fund a self-directed IRA. So real estate's very popular. Again, it all depends on your threshold of pain or how much what you're looking to do. And then again, if you're accredited, sophisticated, you check with who the investor is. If you're looking to do a syndication, um, so it all depends on how much they need you to have. But you want to make sure you have enough in time for if you're looking to go into a syndication, that they give you enough time to be able to fund your account with us to get it to the syndicator. And then again, your return on your investments, whether it's crypto or whether it's syndications or your rent, the rent that you're collecting all goes back into your IRA, and that's what keeps it tax advantaged for you. So it's not going back to you; it's going back to your IRA. Unless in Stephanie's situation, if she's partnered with her cash, then half of it's going. However, her percentages are is how much of the cash she'll get back, and how much of it goes to her IRA, depending on if she's partnering with herself in an IRA and an LLC, or if she's partnering with herself outside of an LLC. I go over the different ways you can do it.
Wonderful. Now, Phil has another question again. He wanted to know, Jack, are you saying we can use a 529 education plan to invest in real estate? No, I don't think that's
Not a
what he's saying.
529. Yeah. 529s are different than ESAs. Um, some people think the 529 plan's better. All depends on, each plan has its own advantages and disadvantages. Um, I, I, I don't know much about 529s because we don't deal with them. But ESAs, I think you can't contribute to children after 18. Um, and I forget what the rules are on the 529. But if you have a 529 plan, I think you should. I think they say stick with the 529.
Wonderful. And Jack, can you talk a little bit about your fee structure or how
Sure.
that works?
Yeah, our fee structure has two options to it. Um, our first option is based on number of assets. Okay. Depending on how many assets you are, it's per asset based. Um, Option number two is based on the value. Now, when I have a discussion with you, I go over, you tell me how much you're looking to invest, and we look at the most cost effective plan for you, whether it's option one or option two. What I usually tell our clients is any investment you're doing, one investment over 30,000, option one is the most cost effective for you. It's $325 annually. Okay. That doesn't matter if it's one asset over 30,000, $325. That's it. Doesn't matter if you're investing $1 million or $31,000. Option one is 325. Application fee is a one-time fee of $25, and then a purchase of asset fee of 100 once your account is open and funded. So that's pretty much it. Then there's some wire fees here and there, but that's pretty much how option one to option work two is more value based. Option two comes into play if you're doing like multiple assets, like 3 or 4 or 5, because option one is 325 per asset. Option two is based on the value. So again, we look at the comparison between everything every year to see where it's more cost effective for you to be on our plan. And again, our transactions team works with everybody on this. So it works very well. And that's why we keep an eye on our clients. We make sure that they're getting the best bang for their buck. The one thing I did want to talk about, which I didn't bring up, for anybody who's looking, when it's coming to mortgages, leveraging property, okay, you cannot use any kind of special private lender, hard money lenders, okay. The only type of mortgage you can get or loan on a self-directed IRA is a non-recourse loan. Okay, very important. Okay, so if you don't have enough money and you're looking to mortgage, has to be a non-recourse loan. Again, we have non-recourse lenders on our website that our clients have used in the past. You don't necessarily have to use one on our website, but it must be a non-recourse lender. Now, why is it called non-recourse? The only recourse they have for if you decide that you stop paying, you don't want to do it anymore. The only thing they go after is the property itself. They don't go after. They cannot come after your IRA. They cannot come after you personally. Okay, they're taking a risk, so they want a lot more money down than your regular lenders, and their rates are pretty much higher than others. I don't know what they are. This is just what from I'm heard, but it is a non-recourse loan that has to be done. So no private lenders, no hard money lenders, no outside lenders, non-recourse lenders. That's it. Okay. And I have information on that. If anybody's interested in learning more about that. So our website, nextgenerationtrust.com. I have one pagers and white papers on pretty much every topic. If I don't have a topic on it, we've done a webinar on it. So please feel free to ask me any questions about anything. We'll go over it and see how it works.
Wonderful. Now, we did type in Jack's information on the chat. So his phone number is there, his email address, which is jackm@nextgenerationtrust.com. That's jackm@nextgenerationtrust.com. So let us know if we can answer any other questions, folks. We are here for you. We want to make sure that you're an educated and informed investor. And we want to give you ideas on how you can expand your portfolio, because we know that some people on this call, they may be wanting to retire from their corporate job and maybe do real estate full time. Others are more interested in building a portfolio of properties to leave a legacy to their children, grandchildren, loved ones. Some people are starting out, some people already have a portfolio of properties. We know that everyone is unique on this call and in this webinar, and we're here to help you. So whatever we can answer, let us know. We'd love to answer any other questions that you have. Now, Jack, is there anything that we may have missed that you would like to discuss further or just go
Yeah,
over a bit?
yeah. A couple things like you just mentioned. If you're close to retiring and have a full, active 401k, and you want to do an investment, but you can't do it right now because you have an active 401k, find out when you're going to retire, and then find out from your custodian how soon from that retirement time you can start using that money. They may have some kind of penalty if you use it too soon, or if you could start using it right away, that's great. So if you're looking to retire soon and you have an active 401k, but you're like, damn, I can't do anything right now because I still have an active plan. Again, check with your custodian. They're the ones who can tell you. I can't, unfortunately, I can't tell them what to do for you. They hold that. They're the ones who run they're the custodian of your plan. So they're in charge. Okay. Once you're out of that job, then it's all yours. They can't tell you what to do. But again, check with them to see what type of time after you retire that you start using that plan. The other plan that I didn't talk about that can be used is beneficiaries. Your mom, dad, somebody left you money in an IRA. You can use a beneficiary IRA. You can open a beneficiary IRA, and you can use your beneficiary plan to invest in a self-directed IRA also. Check with your accountant. There are special rules for beneficiary IRAs, how long you have to hold it, what you can do with it, depending on your relationship to the person who left you that money. Whether if you're a spouse, you could take over that beneficiary as if it was your own. Okay. If you're not a spouse of that person, then you would open up a beneficiary account depending on how much you are getting. Open up a beneficiary account. The money's moved over, and now you can do it and use it to do as you like. So beneficiaries accounts can be done too. So again, check with me if you have any questions on what kind of retirement plan you have, outsourced plan you have. There's nothing that I plan. There are certain plans I've never heard of before, but I definitely check into it, and I will find out if it's something that can be held, or you check with your custodian and see if they'll let you use your money. So again, this is, like Linda said, this is a great way to diversify your portfolio. Okay. The stocks, bonds, mutual fund, publicly traded things are all over the place. It's just another way to just generate more wealth. And like you said, legacy, leave it for your kids, leave it for other people. So it's not something that's, that difficult to do. I mean, you're already doing it in your IRA as stocks, bonds, and mutual funds. You just put in money in there and you hide it and don't look at it. Like you're told, mom and dad always tell you, don't look at it, just let it go. Well, this gives you the ability to control your self-directed IRA. You control your investment. Nobody's controlling it for you. Nobody's telling you what to do. Your fiduciary is making money off of you, and you want to make the money off of yourself. So you decide what you want to do, how you're going to invest it, and how you're going to make your return on your investment. So
Okay, here we go. Jack, I was always told that for high income earners, you should open up a traditional Roth. And for those that want to defer, excuse me, the taxes, then they should contribute to a Roth IRA. Can you talk a little bit about the differences between the traditional and the Roth IRA, which are, I think, the most popular IRAs, aren't they? Those two?
for people who aren't self-employed, yes, yeah. Um, Again, a traditional is a tax deferred account.
Okay.
So um, you know, depending on your situation, on a traditional, you get a tax write-off.
Yes.
Again,
Yes.
it's depending on, check with your accountant.
Mhm.
A Roth, you don't get the tax advantage of a write-off. Um, but a Roth account, as long as you hold a Roth for 5 years and you're over the age of 59 and a half, it's all tax-free money. So if you, and it doesn't start when you open a self-directed IRA with me. If you already have a Roth and you've held it for 5 years, once you're 59 and a half, you can take it out, no penalties. The traditional has a distribution age of 73, which you have to start taking distributions. Um, your accountant or your advisors tell you to start taking money out. So hopefully by the time, and if you're on a traditional, by the time you're 73, you're not making as much. So your tax bracket isn't what it is today. Okay. A Roth doesn't have a distribution age. So, after 59 and a half, you can take it out anytime you want. So again, the Roth starts from when you first open the Roth. And so each one has its advantages, each one has its disadvantages, but it's more of a question for their accountant or financial advisor, depending on their situation, how much they have right now. Again, like I said, if you're making too much money, a Roth, can't contribute to a Roth after a certain amount. I forget, it's like 140,000 per person or 140,000 for individuals, and I think double that. Don't hold me to that number, but that's where the whole backdoor Roth comes in, where if you can't make enough money, you can't contribute to a Roth, then you could contribute to a traditional. You open a traditional and then you convert it to a Roth, which can be done. It's called backdoor Roth. So they haven't caught up on it yet, but it can be done. So a lot of people like to do that around tax time. But again, I'm not a fiduciary nor advisor, so I can't tell you which option's better for you. But each one has its benefits. Same thing for a SEP and a solo plan. For a solo plan, you have to be able to qualify for it, depending on if you have employees or not. And a SEP is, for self-employed people, great ways to put you contribute even more if you're self-employed.
Yes, I use the traditional IRA myself to
Mhm.
lower my tax liability.
Sure.
So that's one of the reasons and one of the ways that I use a traditional IRA for my family is just to try and help us pay less taxes every year because the income that you
Mhm.
contribute to your traditional IRA is reduced from your total income and therefore reduces your tax liability. But check with your tax accountant where I'm not an accountant, I'm not a tax person. Just letting you know my personal experience and what my family and I have done in the past, which worked really well for us. So I would encourage you to check with your tax accountant for more information on that strategy. Now, Yasmin has a comment here. Yasmin says, I work 9 to 5 and just opened up my first IRA. Congratulations, Jasmine. May you please shed light on the best ETFs, index funds to max out a Roth IRA in your opinion?
Unfortunately, I can't give you advice on what's the best index. I can't. I'm not a fiduciary nor advisor, so that's a better question for your financial advisor or your accountant. Um, so it's not something um, I can give you any advice on. Um, yes, true. Congratulations on the Roth. Okay, because anything your anything you make in that Roth is all going to be tax free after 59 and a half. So you can touch it, you can do whatever you want with it after 59 and a half. So it is a great vehicle if you can afford it, if you can contribute to it. Um, but again, unfortunately, I can't give you advice on what to do or if it's what the best fund is. And it's an index fund, so it's eh, I can't tell you anything. So
I will say that index funds are a great way to invest. My neighbor, that's what he focused on. a former neighbor I had, he invested in exchange traded funds and he was really happy with that vehicle for him. I would encourage you to set up an appointment with a financial consultant that can help you choose the right ETF for you. They do have different sectors. They have a technology ETF, real estate ETF. So you can, choose something that is of interest to you. That's a great way of doing it, but check with your financial consultant and they can go over specific funds and give you the proper disclosures so that you can make an educated decision.
Yeah. Again, we don't have a portfolio to choose from. So whatever you're looking to invest in, you might want to check with I mean, do your own homework on it, see if it's the right index or a fund for you, or a fiduciary who can give you a better light on different funds. I'm not a master at any fund. I can't tell you whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. All I can do is say yes or no, that you can do it or you can't do it.
I will say that ETFs, exchange traded funds, are a great way to invest because you can make them automatic, where you can
Good.
automatically invest in those ETFs every month. And you know what, guys, when it comes to investing and you look at the overall long picture, having the discipline to invest on a regular basis is what's going to help make your goals come true. So having a habit of saving money, investing your money wisely, those are habits that will help you and your family become financially secure. So those are all positive habits to have.
Listen, every investment sounds like a great idea in the beginning. Everything sounds, oh, this sounds like a great idea until it tanks, and then you're like, oh boy, it's risk. Anything you do is a risk. So, um, you know, do your homework, take a shot, and if it works out for you, that's why you diversify your portfolio. You have other options. If some things don't work, you have something to cover you, so you don't end up with nothing. Yeah. So, uh, again, if anybody's interested in anything I went over, or if there's something I haven't went over, please feel free to reach out to me. Um, and if anybody's interested in alternative investing, please let me know.
Wonderful, Jack. It's been such a pleasure to have you with us. We
Pleasure's
really
all mine.
appreciate your time, your expertise, your insight. It's been a pleasure. Thank you
Thank you
so
for
much.
My pleasure, Linda. Thank you so much. Again, everybody, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for showing up. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me. Uh, I'm here to help you guys out with anything you need. Okay. Linda, again, thank you so much. And good luck with your 2 day event.
Thank you, Jack. We're off to a great start. So
uh,
thanks a lot.
my pleasure. Take care, everyone. Thank you so much.
See you soon. Well, great, folks. We're having such a great time. And oh my gosh, I just see that Mark Pantak, one of our longtime readers, is on the chat. Hi, Mark. It's such a pleasure to have you on. He wanted me to share that, um, you know, use multiple advisors to protect yourself, such as an attorney, a CPA, a great real estate agent. Verify your information. He also wanted me to mention that, go to your local real estate group, RIA group, and build relationships in person because there's no better way to vet people than to meet them face to face, shake their hands, and, learn from them live, just like we do with Jeremy Rubin. Hi, Jeremy. How are you?
Hey, Linda. Good morning. Good
Good
morning,
morning.
everyone. I'm doing great. Thank you. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's a pleasure to see you again. And
Likewise.
speaking of learning live in person, Jeremy has joined us for our live events from coast to coast. He's been with us speaking throughout California. He's also flown out and spoke at our New York event in Manhattan. He's been educating our readers for many, many years now, and we're delighted to have him. So I'm going to go ahead and let him take it away. Thank you so much for joining us, Jeremy.
Thank you. Thank you, Linda. Good morning, everybody. How's everyone doing? Hey, so I'm here for a good time, not a long time. So we're going to make this effective use of time here. We'll do some Q&A. If you have any questions, please do write them down. I'm going to be talking today a little bit about the latest flipping strategies for 2024. Who loves this market today? Who's in love with this market? I hear a lot of hate on this market, but I don't hear about that much love for this market. And I got to tell you, I got love for this current market that we're in. Why? Because people are buying, people are selling. And if you know the right strategies to work, you're going to be able to add value to sellers, help them solve their problems in a manner that doesn't break the piggy bank in the process. Okay, so what do I mean by that? Well, you can help people out by helping them sell their houses. You don't have to go all out and do a full-on fix and flip to make a good amount of money in doing so. So what I'd like to do here is get a little bit of information just so I can kind of tailor this to make it the most effective as possible. So if you are interested in fixing and flipping, please do drop a 1 in the chat. If you're interested in wholesaling or assigning or paperwork type deals, contract assignments, drop a 2. And if you're interested in rentals, drop a 3. So fix and flip 1, near and dear to my heart. Number 2, wholesaling, assignments, contract type deals. 3, rentals. And I left 1 out, but later on I'll let you know about it. And that's for those passive income earners who want that mailbox money too. So let me know. Okay, so we got some chat. If I could pull up the chat. Ooh, okay, cool. There we go. Let me arrange the screen here. 1, 2, 3. Great. Well, perfect. So we're going to tailor this to all 3 of those. All right. Great, great, great. Awesome. So first off, acquisitions. It starts around acquisitions. Okay. So you got to have, it comes down to this. This one thing right here. If you're not making offers, you're never going to get a deal. So you need to look at your business as what's happening before offers and what's happening after. So quickly you can identify, do you need to fix something on this side of the pipeline leading up to, whether that's reaching out to more agents, whether that's contacting more sellers, maybe it's putting more ads out there, something on this side that's broken, that's allowing you, that's stopping you from being able to make offers, or if it's on this side, which is what kind of offers are you making and what's the conversion there. So this is key. Doesn't matter if you're looking to wholesale, if you're looking to fix and flip, if you're looking to acquire a rental, boom, right there, offers number one. Okay, Lori's looking for fix and flip, Lori's looking for wholesales, assignment type things. Steve, Jen looking for fix and flip. We got Stephanie, and we've got everybody. Okay, cool, awesome. Got some good feedback. So here, I'm going to share with you my screen and take you through a special part of a presentation here. Cool. So here's what fixing and flipping strategies are looking like this year. So we are, many of you know my story. Some of you do, some of you don't. In short, if you saw the magazine, my fixing and flipping career started in 2000 15 really, and then I left my job 2016, and ever since have been a corporate dropout. And about 2 years into that, going on to 3 years, I realized I wanted to be able to help other people take that same leap, give them the tools they needed all in one place, the knowledge, the confidence, everything to go to break out from the corporate world. So I believe now, looking back, anybody can be involved in real estate and should be at some degree. I'm a big fan, but that's what's awesome about it, is that there's so many different ways to play the game. So I did my first fix and flip. Prior to that, I was doing some wholesale deals, and I was pretty ready, you could say, to leave the corporate world at the time that I did. So hoping that you today will be able to get some strategies, some tips, some tools, some ideas to be able to take with you to continue your real estate journey. So here's how we're winning. We just fast forwarded through through the story. That's how it was going then. I started solo. We've built a company since, Premier Real Estate Group. We're doing more deals than ever in coming into this 2024. So we've gone up against some of the most, I would say, challenges. I'm putting in quotes because people say, okay, fixing and flipping in California, that's a tough market in general, right? Well, I started here. It's the only thing I knew. It's my backyard. So here we are. Proved that one wrong. Next, okay, 2024, tough market. Oh, deals, can't get them, can't find them. Sellers, more competition. It's market saturated. Like excuses, excuses. What it comes down to, though, is you can't approach it the same way that you were, because in that case, it is true. So you have to adapt to the current market. That's real estate. There's not good markets. There's not bad markets. There is the market. It's like the ocean. It's going to do all kinds of different things when you're out there sailing. How you adapt to it, how you navigate it, is what is going to determine whether or not you're successful. So here's us, myself, the partners who run Premier Real Estate Group. So now we fix and flip homes all throughout California. And then we also help buyers and sellers throughout the states. So it's all started with a decision, right? A decision to leave the corporate world and to do more, because I wanted more. So if you know you want more, and you know you're capable of more, and you know that you can get out there, I believe you're capable of more. You may have to come to that realization, but one thing that helped me realize that was, like, if they need me at the corporate job as much as they've kept me around this long, I must be doing something right. So if that's the fear holding you back, know that you could always go back. You could always get another job. All right, so let's get into it. I want to give you the good stuff. So jot down any questions that you have. I'll be happy to answer those. Yes, I'll be happy to answer those. Or drop them in the chat. I said jot them down. I'm thinking we're live. I've done so many of these live. They're great. By the way, I totally just want to echo that message. Show up at your local events, show up, get to know people, network in your community. And this is the next best thing, really. Virtual events, next best thing to getting out, but nothing replaces the face-to-face. But let's get on with it. So cool. So here's some strategies that are working right now, 2024, you can implement in any real estate market. By the way, if you have any deals to vet at the end of this, we can go over that. We'll do Q&A. So flip strategy 1. By the way, I'm wearing my headset that people make fun of, my trucker headset, but hey, it's about function over form right here. And this thing is comfortable. Hope the audio quality is clear. Take the office wherever you go. So flip strategy 1 is an assignment type deal. Okay, so you can find assignments, they're still out there, and you can make a good amount of money with an assignment, especially in California. So for example, this one, purchase price $450,000. That's the price negotiated to the seller. The house is as is. It's got some issues. It's not perfect. That's okay. I couldn't purchase this property at 450,000 and then go in and then spend 70, 80,000 renovating it and then be able to make a profit. There's just not that much spread there. So who's come across deals where there's just not that much spread all the time, right? Like it's something, right? But you'd have to work too hard and you're trying to squeeze the numbers and it's just not there. Well, hopefully this will give you a little bit of an idea as to a strategy that you might be able to implement for that. So 60 grand spread, right? You can't do a whole renovation with that. That's what the renovation would cost, not to mention closing costs, selling commissions if you're flipping it, everything else that's going to go along with that, loan costs, holding. No mortgage payments. That's the beauty of assignments, no mortgage payments. So negotiate a price that works. That's what it comes down to. Again, we're talking about offers, right? So you're getting in touch with sellers. Many ways of doing that. There's what I call high dollar lead services or high ticket leads. But they're basically stuff that you're going to pay $150 to $300 for. There's a number of these. They're always advertising. If you're a real estate investor, you've seen these as you're scrolling through your feed on Facebook or on Instagram, or they're advertising to you these leads, right? Those type of services, they work. They do work, but no one's going to provide you with a golden, a lead on a silver platter. So what you got to understand about that is it's still going to take a number of those, still going to take a number of conversations, even to arrive at something that might look like this. But if you're looking at if you're only looking for a fix and flip, then you might never, if that's the only opportunity your eyes focused on finding, your eyes are focused on finding, then that's the only thing you'll ever recognize. And then that would result in maybe you buying 10 of those leads. Now you've spent, $1,500, $3,000 and got nothing, because the best one you could find happens to be this, which still doesn't fit your 70%. I've got to be at 70% minus repairs, or 70% of after repair value. If I'm talking too fast, I could slow it down. I don't know if I could talk faster though. So yeah. Anyways, so that's where you could very well end up in a situation where you're like, damn, I can't do anything in this market. I don't even know how to make this work. I'm not, like, it's not working for me. How come other people are doing it? Well, you got to look at it differently. You got to be able to know there's different exits, different things you can do. Here's what's working in your favor right now. Inventory is still low in most places. So homes that are priced properly and priced to sell, not way above market, but slightly below, 97% to what we think it would appraise for is like the golden number, because you're offering a good value at just a little bit of a reduced price. More eyes will get in on it, and I don't care what anybody else says. The lower real estate will find its price. You really cannot underprice a property, because you're going to get way more big picture. You're going to get way more attention on it if you position it at a lower price, and then you get the effect, the next effect that comes, which is people, the competitive nature of people start bidding, the property up. They want it. It becomes even in a more emotional situation, and you see it at auctions all the time. So why not have that work in your favor, right? Otherwise, your other option really is you're going to overprice it, and then you're going to have to chase the market down a little bit. You might get an offer at asking, because for you to, I don't care what anyone says, like there's no, like you can't perfectly price it. It's like, well, you could, but it's like a very narrow percentage of the time that you're going to hit that perfect number. But even if you do that, you may not get the benefit of a bunch of people swarming on the property at once. So let's see, we got a pop up in the chat. Great question from Leslie. So Leslie asks, what does COGS stand for? Okay, so COGS, it's an accounting term. It stands for costs of goods sold. And I'm glad you asked that, because important to know. So what we're talking about is everything that we had to put into this. So we bought this lovely tennis ball right here, secondhand from the Goodwill, and what we did was clean it up. Spent 25. We bought it for $1. Then spent 25 cents on polishing it. Then we told our friend, hey, we'll pay you a commission of 25 cents if you can sell it for $3. Boom, they sell it for $3. So our all in on this was the $1 plus the 25 cents to clean it and a 25-cent commission. So our costs of goods sold is the 50 cents. So basically everything, we're just incorporating all of our expenses there. So this property we put under contract, and then we ended up selling it to an investor who's purchasing it to renovate and then have it as a rental. So after repair value of this property, had it been renovated for a full fix and flip, might be in the 570 range or so. So again, we can't buy it at 450 and do that and exit at 550 to 570. But what we can do is put it under contract, sell it to one of our investors, basically make it super easy for the seller, saying, you know, hey, we'll take care of all the problems. Most of the properties that you find that where you have a seller that wants to sell as is, or that who we are here to help and here to serve, have problems. That's the way it is. We solve problems. So let's jump into the next one. I mean, the numbers speak for themselves, right? You can see it, it's flip money, but we're not, the key here is we're not just selling to cash buyer investors who want to fix and flip. You got to expand your buyers, the idea of your buyers list and who are potential buyers for your property wider than that. And they don't necessarily need a complete fix and flip teardown. They might just want something that needs a cleanup and then it still makes sense for a good rental. So they call me the friendly flipper. Fixing and flipping is near and dear to my heart, but when it comes down to it, it makes a lot more sense to look at your business from an ROI perspective and only put as much into these homes as you need to relative to what you're going to get out. Again, if we went in and did a full fix and flip, we would be hard pressed to make the same net profit, probably a little bit less, in fact, because we would, so it's like, plus you're out 6 months, 4 months in an ideal scenario. Yes, it's true. There it is. Oh yeah, this one just happened, by the way, too. So on March 1st. So 60 racks, but then we had some expenses, right? You got to front some expenses on these. Problems. All right. I love that you asked that question. So what kind of problems are we talking about? So that particular seller, the issues that they had were kids who were drug users and who had friends that were also coming around that were also drug users. So even though it was owner occupied, the house didn't show well at all. They removed most of their things, but when you walked through there, it just didn't show well. Sometimes smelled like smoke, cigarettes, like, it just, so we had to come in and kind of help her regulate in a way because her kids were grown and abusive to her. So these are the kind of problems I'm saying. So people she's motivated to sell the house. Her goal is to buy an RV so she can travel. But she's got grown kids that are basically bullying her in her own house. So she needs help. She needs more than most real estate agents are willing to do. Now, not talking about anything physical on our side. Her kids were apparently getting that way with her. But what I mean is it's not your typical situation. We had to send our handyman in, do some cleanup work. We had to really help kind of, I would say, facilitate the process with the people living there, right? To really kind of help it along. So kind of nurture, it's really hand holding, right? It's a lot of it is just kind of counseling people through, like, and like arranging stuff, and like you don't know, like they didn't always, it didn't always show perfect. You know, sometimes we would go to show it and the kids were there and they were doing stupid stuff, and you know, it's just taking on things like that, situations where people are like, they need help, right? That's where we come in. Creative real estate investors, boom, we're the answer to help you solve your problems and still get you the most we can for your property too, you know. That's the whole idea. Like, we would love to have been able to fix and flip that property if that was the right thing for that seller, but she needed to preserve as much equity as she could. So selling it at where we needed it to be at for a cash offer, like 380, just wasn't going to work for her. And it wasn't the best solution. So boom, we find a solution that does work. And problems could be squatters, could be people not paying rent, could be um, just issues, right? But that's what comes along with this kind of thing. So okay, so here's another one, right? So I love California. Why? Because I love the big numbers. You could be scared of big numbers or you could love big numbers. They're just numbers, but a small piece of a big number is generally a fairly big number, right? So what am I talking about? Well, something like this, a home in beautiful San Ynez Valley, purchase price 1.25. So we're contracting this for 1.25. It's a rental property right now. It's been a rental for years. It's owned by a set of siblings. They're ready to cash out basically, and home's not in perfect shape, as you can see. Again, not a property that is terrible, but not fully renovated to 2024 standards, and not a purchase price where someone can go in and renovate it and justify all of the costs involved with the fix and flip. So, as an example, with this one, after repair value, if you were to go and deck it out completely, probably 1.8, 1.7, but it would need 200 to 300 to get it there. So might be worth it, but also at the same time, it's a luxury flip. It's going to take more time. You know, it's going to be a longer turn. So, and not everybody's going to be in a position even to be able to do a fix and flip on that. I understand that. So here's where that's okay. You as an investor, as a creative real estate investor, you could work with this type of deal without having to take on the full, depth of what comes along with a fix and flip, let alone a luxury fix and flip. The beauty of flipping paper. So we contracted it at 1.25. And then we ended up selling it for 1.4, which still made sense for the seller, still made sense for the buyer, who can go in and live there and make the renovations they want. Shout out to the San Ynez Valley, home of Realty411, home base. A beautiful part of California. If you are ever driving through the Central Coast, check out Solvang and the San Ynez Valley. All right. So I hope this is clicking. Hope this is making sense. But so basically, we purchased the purchase price 1.25. We never paid that out of pocket. We contracted it for that much. We use our end buyer's funds, the 1.4, to come in and be like, okay, here's the 1.4, 1.25 over here to the seller, some expenses paid for the process for selling it, commissions, the improvements that had to be made and everything. Boom, 89K for putting the deal together, for facilitating it. We're not brokering, we're literally acting as this is a double escrow. So we bought and sold without using our money. We used 1.4 mil of the buyer's money, just like that. Literally one after another. Notice the date. This was May of last year. 1.4. So you could see the gross spread over 6 figures, but then after expenses ended up being about 89. There's two strategies right there. This one here was a cool little cleanup deal. So this property right here actually, oh, sorry, forgot to mention, what's the source of that last deal? It was a cold call, making cold calls. So I want to mention as we go through these, the source of these deals too, so you also get an idea of what type of marketing you could employ. With Friendly Flipper Academy, that's where I help other people launch their real estate investing businesses and partner with them on that. We employ all kinds of different strategies. I'm very well familiar with all the different fix and flip, and I should say, well, wholesale and rental acquisition strategies for all of these, right? So I look at it like a bookcase where bookshelf, based on your situation, based on what your current, where you're located, what your current experience is, what your time availability is, as far as if you can take calls during the day or if you are working full time, if this is your side hustle, this is your full time thing, what your marketing budget is. All these things we take into account and we piece together the perfect solution for you that works according to your life based on, okay, I've got this much time I can afford to spend talking to sellers. I've got this much resources I can spend monthly on marketing, and that'll either determine whether you want to do postcards or cold calls, or if you want to hire other people to do them. So all sorts of different ways to find deals. Truth is, they all work. It just matters. It's just really a matter of a numbers game, making enough offers, and doing the one that's going to work for you that fits with your life. Because you can tailor anything to work with your life situation, anything like I just mentioned. But if you don't know where you're, if you don't know what options might fit best, then that's where I come in and we're helping you design that. I know because I started part-time while I was working at Verizon and, grinding on my day job to be able to get this going. And then from there, in the last 8 years, have been able to try numerous marketing strategies and understand what works and which ones work which way and what you have to do to get different ones to work. And it really comes down to most of them work. It just matters. It's just a matter of, what's going to determine whether it's going to be successful for you is if you employ the right one that will integrate with your life based on where you're at and your current situation. So that one was a cold call made by a hired virtual assistant. We hire virtual assistants to make cold calls. I help people hire virtual assistants as well. So that, but you could have been making that call yourself. I could have been making it, but in this case, it's outsourced. Okay, so this next deal right here is one here locally in our backyard, a few miles here from the headquarters. And this one actually came as a result of a referral. So we're making outbound calls, right? We're in the mix, we're taking action. When you take action, opportunity creates opportunity. Not necessarily always the exact opportunity that you're looking for or that you expected or that you thought it would, how it would manifest, but things will start happening if you start moving. If you start taking action, opportunities pop up along the path. So we're making outbound calls, right? We're talking to sellers all the time. What we ask sellers, a few key things when we're making, and when I say sellers, actually, I'm saying prospective sellers. They may not even have a property that they're ready to sell right now, but say we're cold calling, we're talking to somebody about their house. We ask them, hey, by chance, had you considered ever selling your property? Or would you consider an offer if it made sense on your property? That no, I'm not looking to sell. Okay, yeah, no, I completely understand. Um, you know, would you happen to be a buyer in today's market? Uh, yeah, no, I'm not really looking to buy. Okay, well, yeah, no problem. I understand. Um, would you happen, oh, just so you know, we have a referral program too. So if you know anybody who's looking to buy or sell, and you send them our way, we'll take great care of you. Perfect. Okay, cool. Well, I'll keep your number in mind. Yeah, do you mind if I shoot you my contact info, or do you mind if I text you my contact info? Oh yeah, no problem. Okay, cool. Great. Boom, we send it over. That happens. A few weeks later, we get a call from someone saying the person we were talking to, her friend ended up needing to sell. Boom, referral. It works just like that. So putting the word out there, planting the seeds, taking the action, like literally you're a number of seeds planted away from a deal. But we didn't see it coming, right? We didn't see it coming like that. Purchase price 370,000. Why? Because that's what made sense to the seller. This place was it just wasn't spick and span. Okay, it needed a lot of cleanup, and that's what we did. We showed up, we cleaned up, we dealt with whatever had to take place, including having to navigate the different personality types, you could say, of the seller and sellers. So all this stuff, right? It just comes down to being able to work with people, being able to provide a solution. And we helped them get it all packed up. We helped to move it out and get a good storage facility for it. And ultimately, they were able to cash out. And could we fix and flip that property with a 50K spread? No, no, you can't. But we found out what would make sense to the seller, and we worked around that number to come up with a solution where it was a win-win. So they get what they need out of it, and we get to be able to help them solve their problem, and it makes sense for us because we're still, it makes it a profitable deal for us. Yeah, and this one just happened on March 8th. So you see a 65 less expenses. Oh no, sorry, I'm sorry. 65 went to the seller. What you see right here is my company, Premier Real Estate, bringing in our 20, collecting our 28 for facilitating and making it happen. All right, so with that deal, I hope people are starting to get an idea of starting to get a feel of how to get the deals, the spreads that work in this market, and that it doesn't have to be 70% of ARV, right? It doesn't have to be a super low ball offer if that doesn't work. Now, sometimes those work. Now, in this one, let's get into it. So this particular property we acquired for $232,000. So 232 after repair value is 425. Not quite 50%, right? But what's the math on that? Let's check it out. 232 divided by 425, 54%. So 54%, right? But this thing needed a ton of work. So this thing, and I'll show you. In fact, I'm going to go give you a special tour through the process of this one, because this is one where we did what I love to do, which is completely transform properties, and you get to see the entire before and after. So this particular one acquired for 232,000 with a selling price of 425, but look at how much we had to put into it. A grip, 131K. 80 of that being a renovation. We're also talking about you have commissions in there, holding costs, a lot of cleanup, and our net profit, good, solid profit, right? I'll take that any day. But considering what amount of work went into it for a similar, or even if you may have heard a quick nickel beats a slow dime. If you can make a quick 30 by assigning something, or 60 and it takes 6 months, got to weigh the options, because you got to think about what else could you be doing. That's 30 in the bank done, and now you still have 6 months of time, or say 5 months, even if it took you a month to assign a deal. 5 months of time and focus on something that's not going to pay you at the end of 6 months. It's like that deal's already done and you're already on to the next. How many assignments could you do in that same time? Not to say one or the other is the right answer, but just to know that there's the dynamic of, thinking about it. By the way, our private lender too made a handsome return here on this one, 12%. So 12% annualized. That's 1% a month. It makes real good sense to get in on deals when they're paying that, because our private money partners enjoy 12% returns on our deals, as well as, I mean, it's secured by real estate. So we're buying these at prices that make sense, and we're putting in, what we need to get the most out of them. And they make 1% a month just from mailbox money. So they're enjoying the returns generated by fix and flip real estate, which can be, great returns without having to take on any of the actual hammer swinging or day-to-day operation or headaches that come along with it. And I say headaches lovingly and problems lovingly, because if we didn't have problems to solve in real estate, if you didn't realize there's problems in real estate to solve, this is the wake-up call. But in life, you get paid and compensated for solving problems. And that's the bigger the problem, the bigger the payout. Okay. So it's a good thing. It's a mindset. And this right here will be 100 and something slides quickly of solving a problem. So, and through the entire renovation process of how we acquired this property in the state that it was in. Beautiful out there, by the way, Antelope Valley. This property just though had been neglected for quite some time. And I was perusing through it one day, and shortly after acquiring it, and I found our sunroof right there. Lovely. Didn't know it came with that feature. This one we bought from a wholesaler. So a wholesaler locked this one up, and we acquired it from them at that price, meaning they purchased it for less than the 232. There's another shot of the sunroof again. Some lovely wall art. Oh, if you think it's bad, don't worry, it gets worse. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Goodness. Yeah, that's how I felt about that. Stank to high heaven. But what did I say? We get paid for solving problems, right? So hoarder house, this is how they left it. This is everything that came with it. Oh boy. Who's scared to take on problems like this? It's okay. You can wholesale it. But this is what we're looking for. These are the kind of problems we are looking for. These are the kind of houses we're looking for. Another great way, I'll shout this out, by the way, another great way to locate properties is driving for dollars. Driving the neighborhoods, driving the streets where you are, and write this down. The app to do that is called Propilio, Propelio. And they make it super easy for you to keep track of where you've been and to add properties to your list. You just add properties to your list by clicking on the property on the screen of your phone, and boom, it adds it to an Excel list that you can download when you get back to the computer, and then you can call the people up. So, So you get the idea, right? Like I said, there's literally 100 and something slides. So let's get to it. So where do you start? Well, with cleanup and demo. So we start cleaning up the property step by step. There we go. Already clean slate. Then we start with removing the old, the demo. Okay, looking much better. And slowly the property comes back together. New drywall where needed, proper cleanup, removal of anything that needed to be replaced. Good portion of time spent in this particular property on cleanup itself. And it's all about vision and understanding and seeing, okay, what's the potential, right? Because a lot of people would be completely just turned off by that property, right? But what can it become? So it gets new windows and a new roof. Look into the yard. It starts to get and lighting, recessed lighting, breathing life back into a house that was left so long. Ooh, cool contrast shot. Took that on my cell phone walking through. I was like, ooh, that's kind of sweet, kind of neat looking, warm and cold. Ah, yes. And as you see, it start coming together with the texture on the walls. So we'll take on any level of renovation, but you don't have to in the beginning. In fact, the less you renovate the property, in fact, the better. And even now, so I didn't always see it that way because I was trained and I grew up on the tried and true fix and flip method. You take a terrible looking house, you fully renovate it, you put it on the market, you'll get top dollar. It works, and it works great. Like that top dollar fix and flip strategy, top sell at top of market works, but you have to be able to get the property at the right price. So what I've learned also works quite well in doing this is looking at it from a return on investment perspective and paying attention to how much you're putting into the property, because you might be able to make, as we've seen, just as much on a property where you put in just a little bit to fix it up, the bare minimum, paint and carpet, clean up, and it won't take you nearly as long. You don't even oftentimes even ever close on those properties, so you don't take on the burden of a mortgage payment. And you can make flip money, which is pretty cool. So as you see this place coming together, warms my heart. Look at this place. This is special to me because Palmdale's my hometown. Shout out to Palmdale. And this was the first flip I ever got to do in Palmdale. Several years into the game, and finally came across the opportunity. And so I was really glad about this one that we didn't just wholesale it, because I wanted to put a fix and flip on the map in Palmdale. Boom. And so there it is. Just from, I mean, you saw the before, the special treatment to make sure it smells great. And there's the final product. All right, all right. So as you can see, fixing and flipping still alive and well in 2024. Just got to get the property at the right price. Okay, boom. Whoa, 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 whoa. Got a few more minutes to wrap up. Cool, take a look at this one here. So we just talked about fix and flip. So this one is, the strategy is a novation strategy, which means you take one contract and you replace it with another. So same thing, think assignment, don't get too caught up in the terms, but understanding that all it's going to allow you to do now is assign your deal to an end buyer who's using a 30-year conventional mortgage or FHA or a regular mortgage, not just a cash buyer. So you're no longer just restricted to selling your properties or wholesaling to cash buyers. So again, what do? You work out a price that's going to work for the seller. What's it going to, we want to know, look, if we can put this much in your pocket, is that going to work for you? Is that going to make you happy? We'll take care of everything else above and beyond. In fact, we're even going to charge the buyer a fee. We'll charge everything to the buyer. But what's going to work for you? Boom. We agree on that. We put money into the property to make it sellable. And there we go. How do we find this one? So glad you asked. Okay, so this one, again, when we're making calls, right? You're making outbound calls, you're placing those calls, you're talking to sellers. What you want to do when those, a lot of people, right, they're not going to be able to pick up the phone call if they're at work or if they're driving or whatever. So, but they're going to see a missed call and they're going to call back. Well. Sometimes those callbacks, that's another conversation. Sometimes those callbacks result in, oh yeah, actually I do have a house to sell. So it's things like this, little tweaks that can double the amount of people that you talk to, even with the same amount of effort, right? Like, okay, they're not available right now, but they're going to call back. Boom, you can have that conversation. And literally, our phone rings. We call it the money phone. It rings. Someone's gotten a call from us. What it is an opportunity to have a conversation with somebody. I came up, born and raised in retail. So I have this mentality of talking to somebody. It's the same as someone walking into your store. We're selling cell phones, we're selling sunglasses, we're selling computers, we're selling drinks, whatever it is. If they walk in, it's an opportunity to have a conversation with somebody. And I think where they ingrained it in my head was you got a live breathing body in front of you, right? Of course you could sell them something. That there's opportunity there. You can't just look for the people that walk in that are just like, yeah, I need a new phone, I need to upgrade, I need to change my plan. No, you got to get to know them, see what you can do, what new products you have that might benefit them, what's changed in their life that might, you might have a solution for, right? So it's embracing that. And if you don't want to do that, I understand, but you got to understand what's, these different avenues will bring. And when I coach my mentees, we come up talking to sellers because we're creative real estate investors. What you have to understand is there's 6 ways to make money off those conversations. Just talking to somebody about real estate. Yeah, there's over 6 ways to make money. Why? Because you can help them buy, you can help them sell their house, right? That's why you're calling them, right? You can help them buy, you can help them get a loan, you can help them sell with an agent, you can help them build on their property, you can help them in so many ways by getting to know them. You can help them do repairs, you can help them get a new roof, like all these things. You got to think of yourself as a marketer. You have to become a marketer if you want to fully embrace the creative real estate investor. You're a connector. And that's where That's where the adaption comes. So you put this property under contract at 370, you'd see you got to have the right contracts and right paperwork in order to be able to do these things, but that's all it takes, and it's not complicated. And we help you get that with my mentorship. Okay, so check it out. Here's how you can even make money on something out of the area. So we do some marketing out of the area in different states. This particular one in Kansas City, we're going to charge, we ended up, okay, call to seller. Here's the story, right? Again, cold call. Direct outreach is my #1 method of reaching sellers. And I highly advise, you got to talk to people. So how do you do that in this business? You're either calling them or you're knocking on their door. And the most effective way to talk to the most amount of people is one of those two. But I'm a big fan of the phone because your reach is just, first off, you're there instantly. And second off, your reach is just, anywhere in the US compared to door knocking in your local area. So this one, boom, we ended up talking to this guy who he didn't want to sell his property to us because it was in good shape, but he did need to sell it. So what do we do? Well, what have we created here? Well, we've got a listing lead. So now, boom, we sell that listing lead to an agent the same way Zillow would sell a listing lead. You got to think yourself as a marketer. And what does that mean? Well, it depends. You can negotiate whatever you want to charge for it. You could charge them a couple $100. We know this guy's ready to sign, so we're going to charge a decent amount. And so that's how you can cover your marketing costs for a year. No, sorry, for the month, not for the year. But just off of keeping the lights on, little deals like that. That took a few phone calls to navigate, right? Establishing a relationship with a good listing agent there. But this is the way you got to be thinking in 2024 to do deals. Like you can make deals. There's so many ways to monetize interactions with people that are related to properties. They might not even be selling. That's okay. You can refer them something to buy, put them on your list. All right, here's a cool one. This one came from a referral, and this is why I'll echo the point again. Show up at your local meetings, talk to real estate agents, call them. Another way to network with realtors is by calling. Like, call them up. That's one of the things early on that I highly encourage for people to do is start when you're driving for dollars. First off, you got to get effective with your time. So when you're driving for dollars, you're also jotting down addresses that are listed and you're calling those agents. And then when you're on that phone call, you're not just talking about that house because that house might not need a bunch of work, but you're talking about the neighborhood and you're asking them if they ever come across any properties that are for sale as is, where the seller would rather just get a quick cash offer. Oh yeah, I do come across those. Boom, great. Let's connect. So you send them your contact info, you stay in touch, and then they end up sending you deals. So a deal like this, we put no work into this. We simply located a buyer. So we help someone get rid of their issue. We put it in the hands of a buyer. Sure, we could fix it and flip it ourselves, but that's going to take months. Why not cash in on flip money in 30 days? Cool. So here's another flip strategy, all right? So that last one, acquired through a relationship, through networking, right? This one also through networking. So networking with a realtor, another realtor who came across this lead and this property, they weren't quite sure what to do with it. And they're from this area. We operate all throughout California. That's one of the big, you got to just give yourself, don't put limits on yourself. The way we do it is we refer things out. But here's how you could make money on this deal. Whether you're licensed or you're not licensed, you can, again, sell a listing lead to somebody. So you're in conversation, you find out, at first we were going to buy this property. We were going to buy it cash, but can't always do that because if we can't get the price we need, doesn't make sense. Why couldn't we on this one? Because it was a probate situation. So in a probate sale, they have to sell at a certain, or it has to list for a certain dollar amount, and usually has to sell for at that dollar amount. That's higher than we can pay. No problem, but we can help you sell the property. So you're calling somebody, you're telling them, hey, I'll be able to pay this much for the property. It's not going to work. It has to go through probate. Not a problem. Not a problem. You're going to sell that lead to an agent. You're a marketing company. Bam. I hope what I'm saying is making sense, clicking and resonating. Oh, we did a one-day mastermind in Los Angeles on the 23rd of last month, and it was awesome. And we'll have another one coming up soon. I do have a couple of spots open for one-on-one mentorship coming into the month of May here. So here's how you can connect with me. If you like what you saw today, if you're ready to go on a journey and you're ready to work side by side, I can help you with that. The next step is to get on a call with me, and we'll see if it's a good fit. We'll learn what your goals are, and we'll see if what we're doing can possibly help you get there. And I'll let you know. So if you want to do that, if you want to connect with me, I'm going to put the link right now in the chat. And then you can also follow me all over social media at Friendly Flipper. On Instagram, specifically, is where I am most active. All right. Cool. Any questions that anybody's got? Be happy to answer those now. I got, looks like just a couple minutes here before we have our next guest speaker. This can be done all.
Be
Go ahead.
sure to ask your questions in the chat, folks. Jeremy's here for another couple of minutes, and he is ready to help you.
That's right. No matter what your real estate goals are, it all centers around acquisitions. So I just dropped a link in the chat, and it's awesome now because you can post URLs that show up as links. So if you just click that, it'll take you to a Calendly link. You can schedule a time to speak with me. We'll just hop on a quick 15-minute chat, and can't see your contact. Can't see my contact.
Oh, that's because it's you put it on the host and panelists and not in the everyone. So I will go ahead and repost it.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome.
And thank you, Jason. I appreciate that. Yeah, so that you can go to that Calendly link and book a quick chat on my calendar here, and then basically we'll just go over what your goals are, and we'll see if we're doing make sense to work together. One question that comes up often is, where do we operate? I have students as far as Florida and everywhere in between, so it doesn't matter what state you're in. This works everywhere. I have a nationwide network of lender partners, so giving you VIP access to financing when it does come to fix and flip or rental acquisition is also part of the resources, because I take a whatever it takes approach to getting deals done. When we partner together, There's no sense in having you wait a week for the next Zoom call. When we partner together, you've got direct access to me. You've got my cell phone number, because we do whatever it takes to get deals done and to the finish line, because that's when we both get paid. So cool. I think we're at time. I'm here to answer any last question, but I think we're good on questions. So
Wonderful, Jeremy. Well, thank you so
yeah,
much
appreciate.
for joining us. We really appreciate all your fantastic insight. And we encourage everyone to connect with Jeremy in person, because he is always posting amazing nuggets on social media. And you can really find great information to begin or expand your real estate portfolio by simply following him on social media. So we encourage you to do that.
Thank you so much, Linda. Thank you, everybody, for joining today, and wish you the best in your real estate endeavors.
Thank you, Jeremy. We really appreciate your time.
Definitely.
Wonderful, folks. Well, we are so excited to have everyone here today, and we are going to continue this wonderful event by having Taylor Miller joining us next. Let me go ahead and bring him up and ask him to start his video.
Hey, everybody, just getting set up.
Hello,
So,
Taylor. How are
hey,
you?
good. How are y'all?
Oh, we're doing great. Thank you so much for joining us. It's a pleasure to
Absolutely.
have you here. And folks, we are going to learn all about the thriving St. Louis market today.
Absolutely. It's a great market.
Yes, it is. And Taylor and his family have been real estate investors for at least 2 generations that I know about. It could
Yeah,
be
right
even
now
more.
it's 40 plus years between me and my dad.
That is amazing. And I just love the fact that Taylor is continuing his father's passion in real estate. And I've met Bert several times. Him and his team have come out to California in years past to talk with our investors. They do a phenomenal job with their real estate investments and offering turnkey solutions for long distance landlords. So we're going to learn all about Legacy Invest and the different properties that they are offering in St. Louis, Missouri, which come with complete turnkey solutions, including property management, folks.
Yes, ma'am. So I really appreciate everyone having me here today. Again, I'm Taylor with Legacy Invest. I'm gonna get sorry, I'll just getting everything where I need it to be.
No worries, Taylor. Take your time.
All right, so we're gonna get into this, and basically, I'm Taylor with Legacy Invest, and this is just kind of what I was wanting to cover with y'all today. So I want to go over, who we are. So I just as investors, what we offer, or what our mission is. Go over the properties. There we go. Go over the properties. Go over our property management. We are actually starting to offer a new service. We just opened up a farmers insurance agency, which means that we will be able to offer y'all insurance solutions. And then I know we back up to lunch, so I'm gonna go through all this stuff and be available for questions and then get y'all off to lunch. So again, I just really appreciate everyone having me here. So basically who we are is we are a turnkey provider, an insurance producer, and a property management group. So basically, you will see that we provide all this stuff under our umbrella services at Legacy Invest. So we are based in Memphis, Tennessee, and we actually do run real estate operations in Memphis, Tennessee, and St. Louis, Missouri. So we've been family owned for 2 generations now, and we have over 40 years of experience. So basically, Legacy Invest was founded on, trying to help our clients set up long-term wealth and help them build, rental properties and assets and whatnot, that would last for generations, that they could hand off to their kids or their grandkids, just trying to set up that long-term wealth that people look for. And we do that by starting with our customer service. We try to provide our clients with top-notch A-grade customer service. This means that from the moment you make contact with me or somebody on my team, we are going to explain the process. We are going to walk with you through the process, from identifying your property, from coming up with what solution works best for you to purchase the property. Then we're going to go into basically coming up with a insurance product that will help protect your property. And all this is done to make sure that this process is very simplified. We have spent a lot of time trying to really simplify this process to make it where, when we get in, when we onboard you, that we are only going to have to collect your information on the front end up front, and then excuse me, and then all you will have to do is basically go through the process of buying the house. So, and again, we pride ourselves on that communication. We have a lot of companies in-house that we'll cover today, and that once this information is gathered, it is in our secure database, so it can be used to help streamline this process for you. So, and the main thing that, like, when we got into Legacy Invest, is we want you to know you're working with somebody who has your best interest at heart. We are here to protect you and to be honest, and we pride ourselves on having that honesty and integrity. So if there ever, whenever you are in this process, wherever you are, we will always do what is in your best interest. We'll always be truthful about what's going on, and we will always be here to answer the phone or answer an email and help you through whatever that process or that issue might be. So with that being said, this is what Legacy Invest can offer you. We provide desirable rental properties. That means we provide a property that is updated, it is tenant friendly, that, and what we mean by that is it's a property that will have low maintenance, it'll have modern finishes, and it will be something that a tenant wants to live in. I mean, these are A-grade properties. So next we'll be talking, or what we can offer you is property management. With that property management solution, we have a lot of experienced property managers on our staff that are here to serve you and to make sure that your property is performing to the top of its potential. And which that is what you need with being an out-of-state or out-of-country investor, is you want somebody who's going to be there for you and to make sure that is an asset that is going to anchor your portfolio. We also just opened up our Farmers Insurance Agency in Tennessee, and this will be coming to St. Louis and Mississippi, or Missouri and Mississippi, in the next 4 to 6 weeks, where we are going to be a full service insurance agency. That means that we will be able to streamline that process of getting your property insured and on to closing. And this is able to speed up the process to get you that cash flow and that investment you're looking for. The best part of this all is this is all under one roof. What that means is that by our turnkey provider, our turnkey properties, our property management, and our insurance products are all under the Legacy Invest umbrella. That means you only have to vet us once. You're only going to vet one company. You don't have to go out there and try and figure out a company that's going to do your property management, a company who's going to write your insurance, and worrying about the integrity of a turnkey provider. So we are here under that one umbrella to make sure you get the best product possible and you have somebody who is going to watch out for you. Now I want to introduce the market that we are going to talk about. We are going to specifically today talk about St. Louis, Missouri. So St. Louis, Missouri is home to 8 Fortune 500 companies. So we're talking about like Boeing, we're talking about Express Scripts, we're talking about Budweiser. So these companies help anchor that low employment rate that allows these people to afford these properties. It's a desirable market for these people. They want to work in these jobs. St. Louis is also relatively investor friendly. So what that means is it's relatively easy to own a rental property there. It's relatively easy to manage these properties. You know, if there is something that needs to be addressed with the tenants or getting the house ready, it's just a very simple process to get these properties ready to be re-tenanted. So, and the properties average a 7% cap rate. That means that you get a good return on your money, and the average purchase price for these properties is about $140,000. That means you get these desirable properties that are affordable for these markets. So you can get these good cash flowing in returns without having to invest a lot of capital that these other markets require. So, and now I want to talk to y'all about what makes these properties desirable and why these tenants want to live in them and how they help stabilize these neighborhoods. So when we go into these properties, we used licensed contractors. That means when you're dealing with the furnace, the condenser, the hot water tank, all that will be done by licensed professionals. That means that all of your plumbing, your electrical, and whatnot will be up to code. And the most important aspects of the house will be renovated and will not cause you any problems. We also use very we try to tenant proof these properties as much as we can. So with that, we use like luxury vinyl planking, we use tile, and preferably we want to refinish the original hardwood because they're beautiful floors. They give the house a beautiful look. It makes it very appealing, and it'll also make it when it is time for you to get a new tenant and you have to do the rental turn after the old tenant left. It makes it very cost effective because these products hold up really well to tenants. And you also won't see any carpet. We hate carpet in our properties. We won't use it. And you as an investor, if that was in your house or your rental home, that would be a big turn expense. And we try to minimize those turn expenses as much as we can because that eats into your cash flow. And that is the most important thing as this being an investment is your cash flow. So also we use updated finishes. That means that we use updated colors, updated like hinges, lightings, the fixtures in the bathrooms as far as like the water spigots and whatnot. It's just a very refined product that's very modern. It's very colorful. It's in the trends that are going on right now. Most of the time, these properties end up being one of, if not the nicest properties on the block. And that allows us to charge higher rents, which means more cash flow. So also going into the mechanicals, that is the most expensive part of these properties. And again, and to protect y'all and to make sure that y'all get the most cash flow y'all can get out of y'all's properties and have the least amount of expenses, all of our furnaces, condensers, hot water tanks, and roofs will be 10 years or newer. So that'll make it where you have a modern, updated product in that house that will lower the utility costs for the tenants. It'll make it where they want to stay there longer, and you risk less breakdown because it is a newer product. Now I want to move in and show y'all some example properties. These are some properties that we have for sale today, and this is a good example of what you will see in St. Louis as rental properties. This property is located in a little area called Bellefontaine Neighbors, so it is $140,000. The rent on this is $1,350, and it is a 4-bedroom, 3-bath with 1,950 square feet with a 1-car garage. So this house has been in our portfolio for a couple of years. It has been a great performing property, and it is one that will help anchor somebody's investment portfolio for years to come. Going into the inside, you can see we've used that luxury vinyl planking and tile throughout the house. That will ensure that this property will have very little maintenance. It looks nice. It's very clean. It's easy to upkeep. You don't have to worry about water damage to your floors. And the bathrooms are very nice and spacious. You can see the updated fixtures and so on. Next, we're going into 55 Williams. This property is located in Ferguson, in a little subdivision called Ferguson. So it is a 3-1 with 1,144 square feet. So this property is centrally located to the airport. It's centrally located downtown. It's easy to get to shopping, to the restaurants, just in the neighborhoods that people want to live in. And as you can see, again, we tried to refinish the hardwood. We use the tile in the bathrooms around the tub, so there is less potential damage that will be done. You can see the updated fixtures in the tub in the bathroom that are just nice. They're very clean. And something else that we like to do is, if you look in the kitchen on the top left, we like to go through and we refurbish these the original wood cabinets. So that is a solid wood product that holds up better than what you can buy today. If all possible, we want to refinish those because those will hold up and they will last, and they will be able to stand up to the wear and tear of somebody living in the property. Next, I want to show y'all the property at 9925 Castle. This is a $130,000 house. It's a 3-1 with 1,054 square feet. So this is an awesome property. The tenant was in this house, I want to say, for 3 or 4 years, never complained about it, didn't have any issues. We just finished turning this house. And again, as you can see, we refinished the hardwood where we could. Those cabinets are refinished. It's got those updated fixtures in the bathroom, the tile floors, and then we went in and also kept the tile surround where we could, and just refinish them. Just a very clean, easy to upkeep property that will give y'all very few maintenance problems, because we give these properties the care and attention on the front end to prevent that when this property comes to y'all, and we do not want that to come up as a property manager either. Next, I want to go into what makes all this stuff work. So the property management aspect is the most important part. So we recently just reopened our property management company in St. Louis. So we did that because we figured out that most property managers want to take advantage of out-of-state investors or out-of-country investors, and that means they charge y'all unnecessary fees, unnecessary work orders, because it's hard for y'all to be there to verify this stuff. What you get with legacy investors, your property manager, is somebody who's going to watch and guard your interest. We are here to make sure your properties are taken care of. That is our job. So we watch your interests. We try to make sure these tenants are taken care of, your house is taken care of. And we do that because we have very experienced managers on staff, me included, that specialize in keeping the maintenance low on these houses and ensuring they cash flow. Another thing that really helps with property management for you, the owner, is we use a very landlord friendly lease. That means that you, as the investor, will get a tenant that is on a lease that protects you. We don't just try to throw a tenant in here that's going to just cause havoc and then charge you. No, we set this up to where if the tenant causes the problem, the tenant's going to fix the problem. And all of this is again in-house. You only are going to have to vet Legacy Invest once. So when you on board with us and you talk to us and we tell y'all, and hopefully what this presentation will show is that we are here to help y'all. We are here to take care of y'all. And most of all, this is all in-house with our team, and you don't have to go search for somebody who's really going to try and take care of you. And again, with that, so what we do is like going into maintenance, we talked about that friendly lease. So with that landlord friendly lease, the maintenance such as the leaky toilets, the roofs, just any type of miscellaneous stuff that comes up that these tenants do, they will be charged for what they break. We also specialize in keeping our properties filled. What that means is we do a really good job of finding tenants and keeping them for a long time. So we try to minimize the property turnover because we know that that can be pricey. And most of the time, our tenants stay with us for 2 to 4 years on average. And we also try not to put tenants in there that will cause problems, which we'll go into more into that in a second. But most of all, our property management team focuses on serving you and making sure that these properties will be assets that anchor your rental portfolio for as long as you own them. And talking about what makes these properties cash flow, let's talk about how we find our tenants. So your tenant could be an open market tenant, or it could be a Section 8 tenant. That means that the tenant could just pay for it themselves out of their own pocket, or they're going to get some type of government assistance. Either one's fine. They both have their pros and cons, but from how we vet our tenants, you will get a pretty good quality tenant. And we are able to vet them by getting a complete rental application. That means that we get their driver's license, we get their pay stubs, we get their social security numbers, we get their phone numbers, their emails, the cars they drive. So we try to get a full picture of who we put in these houses. We also go through and we verify the tenant's credit. That means that we want to make sure they're not trying not to pay their bills, or they will get something and not pay for it. We want to make sure you're protected. We also try and do rental verifications. If it's a legit landlord from before, they will provide a rental verification, and that tells us how the tenant took care of the property, as far as did they really damage the property, were they clean, and how they treated their landlord, because that's very important. You don't want some tenant that's hard to work with, and you want to be able to get in there and fix problems that come up if they do, without the tenant trying to delay that. And we also look into their criminal history. What we mean by that is we don't want to put somebody in there that's going to be causing problems in the neighborhood, causing problems with the law, or any of that stuff. We want somebody who's going to take care of this house like they do their own. And lastly, we need them to pay their rent. So to make sure that they can afford the house, the projected rent on these properties cannot exceed 35% of their monthly income, or 60% of their total debt. So while they might qualify for it on their income, if it puts their debt over a certain ratio, we won't approve them because to me that just says that's going to mean they're going to have trouble affording their livelihood, and their habits are what they want to do in their fun time or hobbies and whatnot. Um, and most of the time they're going to put that before the rent, and we want to make sure they can afford all that. And all that is done to help prevent these items. We do not want tenants in there who cannot pay. So if the tenant isn't paying, your property is not producing cash flow, which is what you're wanting out of your property. We don't want somebody who's going to damage the property or cause problems. And we don't want a tenant who's going to try and cause problems or damage and try and leave with a balance. So with all that vetting and information that we gather, we do that to try and get a great picture of the tenant and to protect you as much as we can. And then how you access all this information is through a software called Propertyware. That is our property management software. And this software it's up to date. It's live. You can log into it 24/7 wherever you are to see what's going on with your property. You can go up there or go on there to pull your owner reports, which is your owner statements, the expense history, and so on. You can also go on there to pull the lease and whatnot if you need it, and you'll also be able to see the work order history, how it was handled, the before and the after pictures, and everything you need to know that your house is being handled and it is being protected, and that you are being paid and that they are paying. You can see all that. And it is very user friendly. It is a software that is easy to use. You can use it on a computer. And if you do have problems, again, we are here to help you. We are here to make this process easy, and we are here to make sure your houses are taken care of. So you're asking, okay, what does this cost? So at Legacy Invest, we're very transparent and we try to be very honest on what we charge. So we charge a 10% management fee on the rent collected. 1 second, please. Sorry about that. We charge 1 month of rent for the tenant placement. So that means that would be your leasing fee. It's 1 month of rent. It's a flat fee, and you'll only be charged that once a year. So, and then you will be charged a $200 tenant renewal fee. And what that means is if the tenant stays, which most of them average staying 2 to 4 years, you only get charged a $200 renewal fee. So that is to process the paperwork, that's to update the processes, that's to get the information to the needed programs and whatnot. That's just to make sure everything still flows smoothly. And then we charge a 15% maintenance fee to handle any of the access work that comes up. So on work orders, say if it's $100 work order, it'll be $115, and we handle that process from start to finish. You don't have to worry about it. And in most cases, that will be charged back to the tenant. So that is a big thing, is to make sure this stuff gets charged back to your tenant, because that will eat into your cash flow. And we are here to protect you as the property owner. Next, I want to go into insurance. So we just opened up our farmers insurance agency here in Tennessee. It will be coming to Missouri and Mississippi in the next 4 to 6 weeks. This whole company is under the Legacy Invest umbrella. So again, that means on the front end, We'll collect your information, ask if you want us to give you a quote, and you only have to go through the process once. So we are fully licensed. And the most important part of this insurance side is that we understand what it takes to protect your property, from property management to insurance. Us being investors ourselves, we know what you as a landlord need to protect your property. There won't be any unnecessary coverages or unnecessary fees. It will be a personalized quote for you, for your property, every time. And this was and talking about this, and you're like, okay, well, what does other people say about this process? This is from a good time or a long-term client of ours that lives out of the country, and I want to give y'all some time to look at this, and this is how he felt about working through our process and whatnot. And again, if y'all have any questions after this, or if I went too fast, please let me know and I can go back to something. All right, so we know right now with the interest rates, with the economy, what's going on in the market, that people are a little iffy about getting into investing and the real estate market in general. So with that, we want to help y'all. So today for this webinar and for our clients who are interested, we'll give you a 2% seller credit. What that means is you can use that to buy down your interest rate. You can use that to be applied towards your closing cost. You can use that for just a price reduction. That is there for how you need it to help y'all. We also provide you, the investor, a 1-year mechanical warranty. What that means is for your roof, for your condenser, for your furnace, and for your hot water tank, if it's not an insurance claim, or if it's not tenant damage, if something happens, we will go back out there and take care of it. So we try our best to protect y'all. And we want to make sure that after we renovate it, these expensive products or these expensive items on your house do not break down on you, because you should not have any type of major maintenance issues with your property for the first couple of years or at all. We also provide a 90-day maintenance / scope of work warranty. What that means is in the first 90 days, if something comes up that we should have taken care of, or even after that 90 days, we'll go back and look at it. And if it wasn't tenant calls or an insurance issue or something that's out of our control, but it's something we should have taken care of, we will go back and we will take care of the issue at hand. Because you as the investor, when y'all first get into these properties, should not have issues come up for a very, very long time. And that's what we pride ourselves on, is making sure y'all, the investors, are taken care of to the best of our ability. And now I'd like to, or if you'd like to contact us today, here's my information. I'm readily available. Helping investors is what I do all day, every day. So I just really look forward to working with y'all. And again, I'll post this information in the comments. And now I'd like to open myself up for questions. I know I kind of went a little fast through that, but I know lunch is right behind me, and y'all are probably getting hungry. So again, I'd just like to open myself up for questions.
Thank you so much, Taylor. That was a great presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate y'all having me here today.
Of course. And we do have a question about REOs, real estate owned properties. Um,
Okay.
Ray from Chicago would like to know, are you doing a lot of REOs? What's the situation with that?
So typically what we do is we go and find basically these very distressed or dilapidated properties. We bring them into our portfolio. We stabilize the property, we renovate the property, we put the tenant in there, and then we make it available for you. So any property that you buy will be something that we own, that we rehabbed, that we make sure it is in the best condition it can be in to go into your portfolio and to immediately start working as a anchoring asset for your rental portfolio.
Wonderful. And I really like the team approach philosophy that you have, Taylor. I think that's so important. And I also really appreciate the fact that you consider the perspective of long distance landlords and the difficulties that we endure when investing out of state. I think a lot of people don't understand that, and the fact that you, your dad, and your team, know because you've catered to out of state investors for so many years
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that
so that's, go
Mhm.
ahead, sorry.
No, that because you've catered to them for so many years, you understand the challenges that we face when investing from a long distance.
And that's and I can't stress on this enough. You to make this work, to be an out of state investor, to have properties out of state, your property manager is the most important aspect of this. And you need somebody who is going to not only be on your side, but also brings you along to be part of that team, because this is still your property. We're just there to guard the property, and you need to know and you want to know what's going on with your property. And that is the best approach you can find, is somebody who's going to openly communicate and be openly available and transparent about your properties and what's going on. If you don't have a property manager who is open to communicating with you about your work orders, about how your tenants are doing, you I would say look for another manager, because every manager should be there to protect you first.
Absolutely. I love that concept. Um, I've had, I would say, about 20 different property managers over the years, and I see the difference in the way things are done and just in their operations, their
Mm-hmm.
organization. I had one manager that I no longer do business with because they insisted on paying me 1 month later than when the rent was collected. So I would get my rents from January, not I would get them not in January, but in
Sure.
February. And it's like, oh my gosh, that's so difficult. They obviously, didn't realize that we really rely on the monthly payment for
Oh, absolutely.
rent.
Well, absolutely. Because I mean, and what makes these products so appealing is that the cost of entry is pretty low compared to other markets, and especially if you use some type of 30-year leverage product or whatnot, you most investors need that rental income to pay that mortgage and for whatever else they're using that additional cash flow for. So, having that manager there who is timely and takes care of making sure everything's updated and accurate, that's very important.
Oh, it sure is. And the trust factor is so important. The professionalism has to be
Hmm.
even at a higher level, I think, because, you know, you're managing people that are, far away, and there's always just by by purchasing property in another state or that's far away, that in itself is, a risk, and
That's scary.
you instantly worry about that. So having a management company that really understands how you feel, it's not just a numbers game, it's also so emotionally
Yeah.
you're emotionally attached to the property, and it's a very emotional process. And I just love the fact that you all understand that, because a lot of managers, they don't.
Well, everybody's human, and everybody, nobody's perfect, and I'll never say we're perfect. Um, but I will say, we understand that wherever y'all are in the world, that buying a property is scary, whether it's in your home state, and it's very scary when it's out of state. And there's and if my solution for property management is not the best for you, I have people that I trust that I can refer you to. But what I'm going to come back to say to that is like, we've really fine-tuned these processes for the issues we've run into with other managers to prevent that and to watch out for you. But I will never tell you we're going to be perfect. And obviously I can't force y'all to use us, but I honestly think we are the most honest property manager you will find, in somebody who will take your interest to heart over these other managers. I really do believe that.
I believe it as well. I've known your dad for about 15 years now. Straight shooter from the get-go, very nice man, and just really enjoyed our conversations
Mhm.
whenever we spoke with Burt Miller. So definitely. Now, I was really excited to see the different price points that you offer.
Yes, yes,
Can you talk a little bit about the different price points,
sure.
because they're
To,
amazing?
depending on the quality you're looking for, and I mean, I know everybody gives properties a letter grade, so I'll kind of go with that. I'm a firm believer that there is a letter grade for each price point you're in. Um, so in St. Louis, depending on what type of returns you're looking for and how much you need to invest, you can find properties for as low as 70,000 all the way up to about 250,000. Um, and those are wide ranging properties, from like a C grade up to probably a B plus to A grade. But what you'll find is in St. Louis, these properties, and the sweet spot for these properties is somewhere usually between probably 130 to about 170 to $175,000. And the rents will somewhere equate somewhere in there to, most rents will probably be somewhere between like 1,100 up to about 1,650 to 1,700.
That's almost a 10% gross rent multiplier. That's
Almost.
Yeah, that's fantastic.
And I mean, and one thing I will say, if y'all do go to my website, everybody uses different reserves. We try to provide as much information as we can. The only things that we account for on our website is we have the management fees and what we think the closing cost will be and everything. Please calculate everything with the reserves you plan on taking. And I would tell you to take reserves, maybe 5 to 7% or something like that, because again, we don't expect many issues to come out of these properties. We don't expect to have vacancy issues out of these properties, or at least for a long time if they are vacant. So we're pretty conservative on our reserve calculations if we do put them in. But please, 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 I do say, please put in some reserve numbers in there. I just can't account for what everybody's needs are. So I tell everybody, hey, here's the base information, and please run it through your calculator, however you determine your values.
Absolutely. As investors, we all have to have a cash reserve. to adequately maintain our properties. I'm going through that right now, folks. I'm doing quite a few repairs and maintenance services requests on properties that we own, and that's how it is. It's not all cash flow all the time.
It
You
is
have
not.
to reinvest in your properties to make sure that problems are fixed, leaks are stopped, water heaters break, you have to replace that.
Well, and I want to add on to that, actually. That's a really good point. You want to find a property manager who is really good at keeping those costs low, because you can get into with some of these property managers that um, they will really charge up their invoices and whatnot. One thing that we have tried really hard to do is, while we want good quality work, we want a good, affordable work. And that means that it will not cost y'all all of your cash flow or your reserves to fix these properties when it comes time for that.
Oh, excellent point. Because Taylor, it's true. I mean, when you fix an issue,
Mm-hmm.
you can spend $10,000 or, $5,000. Just recently, we had a leak on one of our properties on a multifamily unit. The first bid we got, $10,000. I was like, oh no, I better get another bid. Second bid, 5,000. So, automatically we were able to save just by getting a few different bids.
Sure. And that also, there's another point, maybe not in your scenario, but that goes back to making sure that you are on a landlord friendly lease. I know a lot of people use leases that that might not include as many clauses as we do, but what we focus on our leases is making sure that you as a client is protected. So that means, like I went into it earlier, that means, say your tenant, clogged the sewer line, broke the screen door, caused a leak under the faucet, or burned up the condenser. They will be charged back for that stuff. So, and that is to make sure that you are not paying for somebody else's caused problem. Now, that's not to say you're not going to have any expenses when it comes to maintenance, because there's other things that will happen. But for the majority of it, we try to minimize nickel and diming the owner um, on these maintenance issues that somebody else caused. Now, there's some things that do happen that's just, it's unavoidable, and it's just a maintenance issue that has to be fixed. But as a whole, we try our best to make sure that, for these repairs, we spend as little of y'all's money as possible to fix the issues, but in a good, in a good economical way, to make sure your property is in the condition it needs to be in.
So important, Taylor. Thank you so much for such, great assistance to investors. They really need it, because investors who live in high price states and areas, they would love to be able to buy more rental properties, but
Sure.
they can't do it in their own backyard. It's completely undoable unless,
Right.
they put $1 million as a down payment.
Sure.
Like, come on.
Sure.
So by having companies like Legacy Invest Realty, we can expand our portfolios. We can start building our passive rental cash flow income on a monthly basis, to allow us to be financially secure and be able to do with our time what we choose to do.
Absolutely. And another thing, like, and this isn't just for people who are looking to do, like just conventional or cash purchases, or just the conventional loans through like a Fannie Mae product, or, like DSCRs. If you have, like retirement accounts that you're working with, or if it's some type of HELOC, or if it's some type of, alternate financing, we have the resources, and we have team members or other referral partners who specialize in this stuff, So there are multiple different ways that you can structure this stuff to buy properties.
What type of down payment are you looking at, Taylor?
Well, right now, if you're doing, we'll just say like a 30-year investment conventional loan, right now, you're probably, I would say do 25% because that's going to help bring your rate down a little bit.
Okay.
And, depending on, obviously, there's some other factors like the person's credit and whatnot. With that 2% incentive we offer, you should be able to get that interest rate at like 7% or a little bit lower. That fluctuates by the day, but that's what I would expect to see right now.
So we're looking at about 45,000.
Roughly 40 to 45,000,
Okay.
roughly.
Wonderful. Well, folks, that's amazing. I mean, being able to purchase a single family investment
That is fully renovated.
fully renovated, that looks amazing, that has a tenant in place, and you're going all in for 45,000. I mean, that's amazing, and that's very doable for everyone.
Yeah, it's a very, in my opinion, it's a very attractive product for investors of all levels, whether it's beginner, whether it's a long-term seasoned investor. It's just overall very attractive properties and products.
And Taylor, if they're interested in coming out to St. Louis to take a look at some of these properties, are you open to that?
Absolutely. So if I'm not available to do it myself, I have team members who can show you all around. If it's kind of a last minute thing, our leasing agents can meet to let y'all in, our project managers, property managers. So we'll find a way to show you the properties that y'all want to look at.
I love it. Well, folks, from 140 to 175,000, $45,000 down payment. It's amazing. And I've seen the properties online. They look amazing. The rehab work looks fantastic. I'm really looking forward to coming out to visit in person because I've never been to St. Louis. I've been to Kansas City. I've been to other parts of Missouri, but
Great
never.
food.
Huh?
They have great food. If y'all are
Oh,
barbecue or Italian fans, man, great food.
awesome. I'm looking forward to it because I definitely want to see that beautiful arch
Sure.
in St. Louis and see those properties. So hopefully next year we can put together a nice little property tour, bring some
Absolutely.
investors out your way, and really get to know the St. Louis market. Until then, I would encourage you to please contact Taylor Miller. We put his information right there on the chat. An anonymous attendee wanted to know where is he based. Taylor is based in St. Louis, Missouri. He's based
We're
in
based in Memphis, Tennessee.
Memphis, Tennessee, but their farm market is St. Louis, Missouri. Now,
So,
what if,
and again,
yes,
and for other people, we do this in Memphis as well.
I was going to ask that.
Yeah, we do turnkey solutions in Memphis as well. I will say it's not anymore. Memphis, the real estate here is starting to get a little pricey. Just as in general, right now, I would say for what you can see in appreciation, for what you can see for rent increases and whatnot, St. Louis right now is still a market that has a lot of potential to it because they are continually regentrifying that market and going in and redoing these areas.
Oh, yes, a few of our investors from back in the day were in the St. Louis market like 10 years ago, and they touted the benefits of that market to me, back in the day, and they're still there. And it's wonderful to see that. Now, before we let you go, Taylor, can you give us maybe a success story of one of your investors or possibly someone that bought one property and now they have like 5 because they're so happy?
Well, I've got a client right now. This is a little bit, this is alternate finance. Well, he's using a variety of different methods right now. So I've got a client right now who's based in California. So far, he's bought 8 properties from me, and he's lined up to buy probably another 10 before the end of the year. So he is in the process of converting his retirement accounts and withdrawing retirement account funds from like his IRA and using his Roth IRA um, to buy these properties. He's working with one of our partners that specializes in minimizing the tax hit that comes with doing that, because we know there are these penalties if you're just doing a straight withdrawal. He is working with one of our referral partners, like I was saying, and basically he's liked the process so much. He recently just put 4 more under contract yesterday, and he's already planning to buy an additional 10 next year. So, but we were
Wow.
able to, um, get him in our system, really work with him on his investment strategy. And we were able to identify with him that, okay, he's got his retirement funds that he's wanting to use for real estate. We were able to get him connected to a party that is in our sphere of influence that was able to come up with a tax strategy that will minimize the tax hits. And we're using those funds with minimal tax repercussions to purchase these properties. And that's a wide variety of using like conventional lending. He's using, the non-recourse IRA products. I mean, those are a little bit more expensive with 50% down and whatnot. But that's, like I was saying, there's multiple different methods on how to purchase these properties and to make them cash flow.
Fantastic. Taylor, thank you so much for joining us on this wonderful day of learning and
Absolutely.
networking.
I really
And
appreciate y'all having me here, and I look forward to working with and talking with any of y'all.
oh, well, thank you, Taylor. And we look forward to meeting you in person. We look forward to referring you some business.
Absolutely.
I would encourage every single person to get on that website, legacyinvest.net, and go get your next property.
Absolutely. Again, thank y'all so much, and I look forward to talking with y'all soon.
Wonderful. And thank you so much for joining us, Ken. It's a pleasure to have you with us.
Of course. Thanks for having me here, Linda. Appreciate it.
And
What
I'm
we like-
excited to share information about 1031 exchanges. As I mentioned to you in Denver, I've gone through a couple of 1031 exchanges, so I'm familiar with them in the process. They're a great way to expand an investor's portfolio and really take advantage of saving all that equity to do a step up on a property. One of the ways I used the 1031 exchange was also I sold my property in California and I purchased multiple properties out of state. So that's one of the things that I did personally with 1031 exchanges. So Ken, tell us a little bit about Exchange Resource Group and a little bit about you and what the CES symbol stands for. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Nice to be with you all today. Exchange Resource Group is a dedicated qualified intermediary, meaning all we do day in, day out is assist clients with 1031 exchanges, hopefully, and by and large, successful 1031 exchanges. The CES designation is Certified Exchange Specialist. It means that I was in the business for a few years full time to qualify to take an exam that showed a certain level of competency for me to earn that designation. I've also been on the CES Council now, I believe, for about 6 years, which is made up of CES designees nationwide from different qualified intermediary or QI firms. We get together to promote 1031 education and highest standards of ethics. Exchange Resource Group has been around in its current name and form since 2007. We're located in the Denver area. We assist clients with properties anywhere on U.S. soil from wherever they may be coming to us from. So we routinely work in Colorado and virtually everywhere else on U.S. soil that a taxpayer can complete a 1031 exchange in. And as you mentioned, Linda, there is quite a bit of flexibility within the scope of Section 1031, which is largely what we're going to talk about for the next 45 minutes or so. And then hopefully we'll have a little bit of time at the end if anyone has any questions they'd like to ask. My contact information there. Welcome any of you to reach out anytime I can be of help, whether it's a quick question, you want to talk through a scenario, or even if you or someone you know is working with a different QI and something you're hearing maybe doesn't seem right, or you'd like to get a second opinion. We pride ourselves in being accessible with our expertise. I think that's the one real differentiator we have from some of our competitors is, we try to make that available to investors, advisors, realtors, anyone, around a 1031 exchange. Hopefully you can see my screen and contact information there. And
Yes,
I'm
we
gonna
can
go.
see it. And then I
Great.
also posted it on the chat for everyone as well.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Let's see if I can click through here. There we go. So the big idea with Section 1031 is that it allows for wealth building at a greater pace than someone can do so without a 1031 exchange. Or in the case of a corporation, an entity, it's not about building wealth, it's about profitability. Same thing. It allows companies or other entities to increase their profitability quicker than they can without Section 1031. It's been around since 1921, so we are about 103 years into having Section 1031 as a tool for taxpayers. Allows for flexibility in geography, like you mentioned, Linda, right? You can sell in California and buy anywhere else on U.S. soil. You cannot sell domestic and buy foreign with a 1031 or vice versa, but you can move anywhere within the 50 U.S. states and a couple of other geographies, U.S. Virgin Islands, for example. You can change the quantity of properties through a 1031. Linda mentioned I sold something in California and I bought more than one something in other places. Great. And you can also go the other way. We have clients who will sometimes sell more than one property and accumulate those proceeds into one larger replacement property. The values of properties, as you would imagine, can also vary. There's no requirement that you have to buy a place for $500,000 if you sold for $500,000. You can add cash or debt to buy up. You can also reinvest less than your sale property. You will have tax exposure for the gap. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we go along. Types of properties. So to put it simply, anything that's defined as real estate that is on U.S. soil, assuming what's being sold is on U.S. soil, and that the exchanger has an intent to hold for business or investment purposes, qualifies. So I can sell a condo in Colorado and I can buy oil and gas interests in Texas and water rights in Alaska and a fraction of a strip mall in New Jersey and a condo in Oklahoma, etc. Those are all qualifying properties under Section 1031. As long as I buy the underlying real estate, I can't buy into a company that owns real estate because the IRS says, well, that's not the same as real estate. You can't buy shares or an ownership interest in a company. It's got to be underlying real estate. The ownership structure can vary. We'll talk a little bit about something known as a drop and swap that allows for a change in that process or in that structure through the process. A quick example could be a group of doctors, one's retiring. She drops out of the partnership that owns a building. The other doctors and her sell the building because the other doctors want to go into a bigger building and she wants to buy a rental on the beach somewhere. And after a year or two, she plans to move into it. That would be a change of ownership structure, but it works because it's a change in form, right? There wasn't a new taxpayer introduced. It's just her saying, well, hey, instead of me selling as part of this partnership, I want to sell 25% of the building individually because I'm going to do my own 1031 exchange. Debt equity ratios can also change. I mentioned a exchanger can add debt, can reduce debt compared to the debt that was on a property they sold, etc. There's flexibility there too. Section 1031 works by transforming a taxable event, a sale, into a non-taxable event, an exchange. And therefore the code says, all right, exchanger, if you do it by our rules, the tax you would otherwise owe is deferred until you have a taxable event. Therefore, it incentivizes all of us to reinvest in domestic real estate, which also gives us other advantages, right? I can decide I want to go into a different type of property or in a different geography, or I want to diversify, etc., to pursue whatever I think is my best course of action. 1031 is often a target when there's a change of power in Washington, and fortunately, the industry, meaning the National Association of Realtors, the Federation of Exchange Accommodators, many others, builders, realtors, on and on, have presented information in Washington and convinced politicians that 1031 is worth keeping intact. There was a study updated in 2022 that again said, hey, 1031 is a good thing, even though it allows for deferral in the short term. It generates more tax revenue and more value in the US economy over time. So the purpose of a 1031 like kind exchange, or 1031 exchange as they're more commonly known, is to change a sale into a non-taxable event, giving the taxpayer deferral, allowing them to take that 20 to 30% very typically of taxes that would otherwise have to be paid the year following the sale, and putting that amount into more income producing or investment real estate. So we do say, yeah, it's been an economic engine since it was first founded in 1921. We hope it'll be around that long and then longer into the future. So how does the exchange work? Well, ideally, the exchanger reaches out to a QI, again, that's qualified intermediary like my company, ahead of their first closing date. And to quantify that a little bit, I would say at least a couple weeks ahead of the closing date is ideal. I love it when I hear from clients who are thinking about a sale in 6 months or 2 years, because at least they're making plans, they're finding out, well, what's going to happen, what will I need to do, etc. We can step in very last minute. We have stepped in at the closing table and put a 1031 exchange in place. That's a little stressful for everybody. So we like to say, hey, once you're under contract, that's when we get formally involved. But if someone wants to talk to us ahead of that time and kind of learn the ropes of 1031, that's great. We also recommend that clients talk to their tax advisors. Someone's tax advisor is going to know much more about their total financial picture than we would, perhaps more than their realtor would. So we say that's a good idea. If it's perhaps a more complex transaction that's coming up, or exchange or series of transactions, then perhaps even a legal advisor would be smart for that exchanger to have a discussion with. So they know they're doing themselves well by getting into a 1031 exchange in advance. In most cases, the exchanger is going to sell first and buy later. That's what we call a forward or a straight exchange. Probably 3% of the time, roughly, we assist clients with what's called a reverse exchange, where they buy first with funds or financing that they're able to put together, and then sell later and achieve the same tax deferral benefits on that sale as they would in a straight exchange. Just the order of the buying and selling is reversed. And then really the wrap up is the exchanger, either personally or through their tax advisor, reports the exchange using an IRS form set up for that purpose. It goes with the taxpayer's federal return, and it tells the computer, oh, wait a second, ignore that 1099 we have on the sale of real estate. To the extent that this exchanger reinvested with a qualifying 1031 exchange, they're entitled to deferral. Some of the advanced exchange techniques include reverse exchanges, buy first instead of selling first, an improvement of construction or build to suit exchange. Those are somewhat interchangeable terms, essentially allowing the exchanger to use some of their proceeds to buy something new real estate, and other of their proceeds to make improvements, whether that's improvements to an existing structure or structures or ground up improvements. I just bought a piece of land and now I'm going to start putting utilities on the property. I'm going to build a road. I'm going to put in fencing. I'm going to hire an architect or an engineer. Those are all qualifying uses for 1031 funds. And those types of exchanges can be done in forward or reverse order. And then there's a long-term aspect to 1031. Keep that deferral moving throughout the course of years, decades, perhaps an entire lifetime. Through estate planning, and thanks to something in our tax system known as step-up in basis, if I 1031 exchange repeatedly and continue to kick that tax bill down the road as I move from one qualifying property to another or others, and I do that again and again, well, when I die, my assets are going to go to beneficiaries, and those beneficiaries receive step-up in basis. That tax that was deferred to me is forgiven to them. So it's a very powerful benefit of Section 1031 in the long term. So I want to get into key components for a successful exchange. There's 7 of them. I'm going to spend most of our remaining half hour or so on these 7 because they're very important and the meat of how a 1031 exchange can be accomplished. I've touched on this first one a little bit already. The taxpayer or exchanger must show intent to hold for productive use in a trade or business, or for investment is the verbiage in the code. Well, what does that mean? Really, it means you must have something other than purely personal use for both the property you're selling in a 1031 and the property you're buying in a 1031, whether that's one or multiple properties. So in each case, all right, how do I show intent to hold? Well, your primary residence is off the table. However, let's say someone house hacks, right? That's kind of a new term, but it's become pretty popular, I'd say, in the last decade, where my kids, for example, they tell me, well, I don't know how I'm going to be able to afford a house. Well, maybe a house hack as part of the solution. And so they buy a house and it's a 3-bedroom, and they're going to rent out 2 bedrooms to help cover the mortgage. If after a couple years they're ready to do something different, they could 1031 exchange perhaps for 2/3 of the value of that house, because they lived in one bedroom and they had tenants living in the other two bedrooms. Well, 1/3 of that property would be defined as their primary residence, but 2/3 of it, perhaps, again, if the bedrooms, et cetera, are similar in size, value, right? We would say carve out that value reasonably. You don't want to say, oh, well, my portion is 5% and the tenants, were each 45% or 47.5, right? That may raise some eyebrows if there was ever an audit. But if I reasonably think I'm going to divide each tenant into a third, then 2/3 of my sale price is 1031 eligible because that is business or investment use. It was a rental. So how long do I have to hold it to show that? Well, the code doesn't say. It just says show intent to hold. So we look at case law, and over 100 years of case law supports a year and a day as the safe minimum holding period. Why? We believe because that's 2 tax reporting years in the IRS's view. There are sources that you'll find on the web, certain QIs, some accountants, attorneys, etc., who will say, oh no, it's always 2 years. Well, we have determined, and we have a lot of experience within our team, even though we're a fairly small QI. We have about 8 full-time folks. We have over 100 years of combined experience in 1031. We have a couple of attorneys by education. One practiced and was a judge for some time. So we've done a lot of research. We've talked to a lot of folks. We have interacted with folks at the IRS, et cetera. And we believe that only in a couple of rare cases is a firm 2-year hold required. So most of the time, it's a year and a day. And again, we would talk through that scenario, that determination with a prospect ahead of time. So hold the property for a year and a day, and then it's 1031 eligible, and plan to hold the properties you're going to acquire for at least a year and a day, for at least a year and a day before you either move on, meaning, okay, now I'm going to sell them with or without a new 1031, or before changing the use of the property. For example, I mentioned the doctor who buys the place out at the beach. A year and a day after she buys it, rents it out, or maybe it's a fixer-upper. She spends a year having contractors work on it. She's not sure what she's going to do. Year and a day later, they're done. And she says, well, I think I'm ready to move to the beach. We would say you met your requirements under 1031. You showed intent to hold, whether or not she rented it. If she was fixing it up, great. If she just let it sit for appreciation, we would say, well, that's risky because the IRS has shown in case law that may not meet their bar for investment. So it's kind of an active investment requirement. But if you're fixing it up, rented it some, whether that's long-term or Verbo or Airbnb rental, she's in good shape. She can move into it. And that doesn't trigger a taxable event. That deferral is still in place until she ultimately sells that property without a new 1031 exchange. All right, moving on to number 2. I mentioned the intent to hold is, in most cases, 366 days. There are 2 time frames in the code, and the first is the 45-day ID period. And it says, all right, taxpayer, from the time you start your exchange with a closing, right? Again, normally that's a sale. You've got 45 days to do one of 2 things: either buy what you want to buy, finish your exchange, or within our rules that we've come up with, much to one of my partners' chagrin, who was invited by the IRS to talk about those rules back in the 1980s when they determined them. They came up with very restrictive rules. He feels like they somewhat ignored the invited guests' input, but hey, they are the IRS. They get to make that final determination. So anyway, this requirement is, if you're not done buying what you want to buy, all right, turn in a written identification within our rules, and we'll give you more time to close on one or more of what you've identified. The second time period that's stated in the code is the 180-day exchange period. So it says, all right, the maximum time frame for a 1031 is 180 days from first closing to last closing. And you've got to have turned in that identification in writing to your QI or someone else qualified to receive it, basically someone who's not an agent. So that could be to the title company, but really it's in an exchanger's best interest to give that to the QI, right? Since we're going to be involved in any closing of those ID'd properties. So if that happens before midnight on day 45, the code says, okay, you're now entitled to the rest of the 180 days. So basically you get another 135 to close on one or more of what you identified. You don't have to close on anything. If you decide, well, these aren't as great as I thought, or shoot, they're gone. I was under contract and, the seller pulled a fast one on me, and now the other properties I identified are no longer available. That can happen rarely. Or, hey, my circumstance changed. I don't want to buy anything. I think I need to get my proceeds back at the end of my exchange and pay the tax. Those are all scenarios where, you have options. 90 some percent of the time, we see our clients complete their exchange successfully. One of the keys to that is to move as quickly as you can on the replacement property because you have these clocks ticking, right? So sooner than later, start to look at what do I want to buy, how many, what kinds of property, geography, price points. Do I want to work with a realtor? All right, I need to get in touch with, whoever I can to find the right realtor to get looking, so that hopefully by day 45, if you haven't closed on those replacement properties, you at least feel pretty good about closing closing on however many of them you may want to end up acquiring. Okay, so are you under contract? Have you completed the inspection, the appraisal, etc.? Right? The more of those boxes you've checked off by day 45, the more likely you are to be successful with your 1031. A QI is required in just about all situations. If Linda and I swap properties and no other consideration takes place, meaning we decide they're equal value, there's no third parties involved. This is just she and I exchanging, what she owned and what I owned. Here you go. We give each other our properties. We technically don't need a QI. Our guidance is, well, you still may want a QI because burden of proof is on the taxpayer in an audit. So while 1031 doesn't increase the likelihood of an audit, any of us could get that letter in the mail, right? Hey, oh boy, you are the recipient of an audit. And if you've done a 1031, well, part of that auditor's job is to take a closer look. And they're going to say, all right, prove to me you did it right. So we tend to say, hey, for the fairly small cost involved to have a professional QI, it's a good idea. Even in the case of Ken, you and Linda swapping properties where technically you don't need a QI. In other situations, all other situations, a QI is required. It's one of the safe harbors also, meaning if you use a QI, the IRS won't challenge your exchange on the grounds that you had a correct party as your intermediary. Title requirement means whatever tax ID number or numbers start an exchange need to finish it. So it's not so much the name as it is the ID number. A quick example, I'm married and I have a disregarded LLC, meaning it reports income and expenses through my social and my wife's social, and we file jointly. So the IRS says, Ken, all right, you're all the same taxpayer as far as we're concerned. So if you want to sell something that the LLC owns and buy it in that LLC's name, and or you and or your wife's name and or a different disregarded entity, we don't care, because your federal return covers all of those people and entities. It's either my social on the top line, hers on the second line, or vice versa, right? So just keep that in mind. In the case of an irrevocable trust, as another example, by definition, those are standalone reporting entities. So if something is being sold by an irrevocable trust, that same trust has to buy the replacement property. The trustee, the trustor, kids, whoever, they can't use those proceeds and buy something in their name because the IRS system says, or the code says, nope, you can't introduce a new taxpayer during or as part of a 1031 exchange and still have a valid 1031 exchange. Second to last, reinvestment requirements. And this is a misnomer that, okay, so I've got to spend more on a new property, or at least as much as I sold my relinquished property for. No, you don't. There's no requirement by 1031 as to what you must reinvest. We use a term called a reinvestment goal to say, hey, if you want to maximize the 1031 benefit and hopefully have zero tax exposure at the end of your exchange, then you want to hit your reinvestment goal, which is your net sale price. So your gross price less your closing costs. Or another way to think of it is the cash received plus the debt relieved. Those two numbers, or think of a settlement statement, my total less my closing costs, you should get to that same net figure. There's your reinvestment goal. Let's say I sell something for $530,000 gross. I pay $30,000 to my realtor, my title company, a 1031 fee, which by the way, with our company is typically just under $1,000. Goes up a little bit when we get into $1 million plus properties. So again, tends to be quite a small fee compared to the benefit I'm going to garner, or the exchanger is going to garner with the 1031 exchange. So anyways, I spent 30 costs, my net sale price, my reinvestment goal is $500,000. All right. So if I go out and I buy a $600,000 property, I've either added $100,000 in debt or I've added $100,000 in cash, right, to buy up from that 500 net that I got out of my exchange. And I've fully deferred my federal taxes and state tax, if applicable. All states, or Pennsylvania being the last, January 1, 23, said, all right, we surrender. We will also allow deferral. They were the last man standing saying, no, we still want our state tax, even if someone does a 1031. So they finally capitulated. All states that have a state income tax allow deferral with the 1031 exchange. Really, the only taxes we're aware of that may sometimes still be due are local transfer taxes and some states, state level transfer taxes if the exchanger relocates real estate. Georgia introduced a law in 23 that says if someone does a 1031 exchange, they sell Georgia property, but they buy outside of Georgia, we will not allow deferral of our state transfer tax. And it may even be their state income tax. To be honest, I don't recall which it was, but they introduced this new law to say, nope, we want that money if someone's pulling their investment out of Georgia. But by and large, all taxes, depreciation recapture, cap gains, the federal net investment income tax or Medicare surcharge, those are all deferrable with a 1031, as well as state income tax and state transfer taxes. So I could also reinvest 400,000 of my 500,000, and I've got a good 1031 exchange for that 400,000, but I'm going to have tax exposure for that 100,000 I didn't reinvest. That's either cash, maybe I took it when I sold and I created a taxable event at the start of my exchange, or let's say I had an all cash, no debt sale property, 500,000 went to my QI. I only spent 400,000 gross on my new property. I got 100,000 back from my QI when my exchange ended. That is $100,000 of tax exposure. And the same would be true if I had debt on what I sold and I didn't replace the debt relieved when I sold with new debt or more cash. Okay, so if I relieved 100,000 of debt I may feel like, well, I shouldn't have to pay tax on that because I didn't get cash for it. Unfortunately, the IRS doesn't see it that way and would say, no, your tax exposure is based on your gain, not on whether or not you had debt on your property or not. So section 1031 does not distinguish between debt and equity. They're both tax exposure if not reinvested. All right. And lastly, I think I've already mentioned this, but an exchanger must have the exchange in place prior to their first closing or by the time the closing is finalized. I mentioned that on rare occasion we have stepped in for a client at the closing table, literally, because they just found out from the buyer sitting across from them what a 1031 is. And maybe they made a quick call to their CPA and their CPA said, oh, well, if I had known you were selling this, yeah, I would have told you a month ago, you need to do a 1031, or, it's a good idea. So we have done that, but the key is got to be in place before you close. Unfortunately, we get a call, probably still once a month, from someone saying, okay, I sold a week ago or a month ago, I'm ready to do a 1031, and it's too late. Technically, it can be done through what's known as a rescission. It's very unlikely to happen. I've had 3 attempts on behalf of clients and unfortunately 0 for 3, because there's liability felt by the other parties, particularly the escrow officer or the closing company, to where they either feel like they can't do it or they won't do it because of liability. So very important to keep in mind, a 1031's got to be set up ahead of time. Okay, moving right along. We do 3 things as a reputable QI. And while I mention that word reputable, I will also mention it is very much a exchanger, consumer beware environment. There is really no federal regulation of QIs. Yeah, there's the code that says what a taxpayer must do and that they need to utilize a QI, but there's no requirements for a QI at the federal level. There are about 12 states that have enacted some legislation with requirements for QIs. Colorado is one, as an example. And in Colorado, that law says, all right, a QI must keep funds liquid and may not invest them in something illiquid, because of what happened in 2007 and 8 when the real estate market somewhat fell apart. There were some QIs that went under. They left investors without their funds to reinvest, at least temporarily. It was terrible. But even Colorado's law and others, it's still not comprehensive security. So it is important to know that the QI you're working with is experienced, reputable. I think there's some different things you can look for, just reviews. How did you hear about the QI? How long have they been around? Do they have a CES designee or other experienced professionals within their ranks, i.e. a practicing or a former CPA or attorney, et cetera, those types of things. And how do they hold funds, which is one of the roles we'll talk about. So we do 3 things. We talk about 1031 and how it applies to the real world and how it applies to the prospective exchanger scenario, as much as we can. You can imagine there are an awful lot of options with Section 1031. There are nuances, there are gray areas. Well, we try to address that, to the extent that we know what the exchanger wants to accomplish, has in mind, et cetera. We don't always know everything. For example, someone might tell me the day before they're closing, oh, by the way, I want to pull $50,000 out when I sell. I told the closer to cut me a check for $50,000. Well, that's potentially a problem. You're not supposed to touch the cash in a 1031 exchange. If we know that in advance, great. We set up what's known as a boot addendum, and it says, yep, exchanger is taking this much when they sell. They understand this is a taxable event. and they sign it and we're good to go. It becomes a line item on the settlement statement. Just an example of, some of the things that we may not be aware of and we can't advise on if we're not aware. Number two, oh, sorry. And I did add this just to say we would be disqualified, as would any qualified intermediary, if we provided tax or legal advice. You cannot have a QI who has an agency relationship with you. So you cannot use your own attorney, your own CPA, an employer, employees, or immediate family members to serve as your QI. Again, we say, hey, for the nominal fee relative to most deals, it's good to use a professional QI. Make sure it's done right. Number two, we take care of the paperwork. Some of it's much like a real estate contract. It's an exchange agreement that says, here's rights and responsibilities of the QI and the exchanger. And some of it's specific to the code. There's a notice, there's a assignment, different documents that we help clients complete and take care of as part of the process. And then third, holding the money. That's a big one. The exchanger cannot have actual or constructive receipt of funds during a 1031 exchange. So we set up a dedicated qualified escrow account for every exchange that we assist a client with. We believe that is the safest way to hold each of our clients' funds. We don't commingle. Some QIs do. That's all right. It's not illegal. We just figure, well, that might increase the chance for an error somewhere. So let's keep them all separate. It's also a little cleaner if we can produce a statement for a particular exchange, right? Let's say Linda does 4 1031 exchanges in a year. If we commingled funds and give her one statement, she or her CPA might have to pull that apart in order to fill out Form 8824 or in order to satisfy an IRS agent if she ever got audited. If those are separate exchanges, it's much cleaner. It's what an IRS official is used to seeing, and that's what we want to provide. Those accounts are also set up in the exchanger's tax ID number, not ours. So if something happened to us, we got sued, we went out of business, which I don't think is likely to happen. We've been around a long time, and we're very solid. But hey, we want our clients to feel secure. All right, well, by having that account tied to the exchanger's tax ID number, great. Something happens to us, that money's still there. It doesn't become part of our problem, which is part of what happened back in 2007 and 8. Some of those exchangers lost their funds because the QI was commingling, was investing in municipal bonds, et cetera. And all of a sudden, those bonds aren't worth anything. Where'd my money go? Sorry, we had invested it, for our benefit as the QI, and now we're bankrupt and your funds are tied up in a bankruptcy proceeding. So by doing things the way we do, that's not a possibility. Those accounts are signature locked. So each exchanger must confirm in writing where funds are going to go, right? So they come into the account, and then when it's time for funds to go out for a deposit or a closing, we have a wire authorization form that the exchanger is going to sign off on. Then we sign off on it, send it to the bank. Bank signs off on it. We verbally confirm wiring instructions as to where those funds are going, and then the money leaves. And over, I'm going to guess, 20,000 exchanges that we've done, we have never had an issue with client funds. And most QIs, I believe, would be able to say that as well, but we do take every precaution we can. So we've been around 17 years now. Something else that sets us apart from some QIs is that we welcome the most complicated exchanges. There are some out there who refer those types of exchanges to us because they don't have that level of expertise. But we've worked on, the most simple deal. I got a piece of land from grandma, and I'd like to 1031 exchange it, all the way up to helping IBM move their world headquarters some years ago. So we can handle anything that you or others might dream up in the 1031 universe. Again, they're known as straight or forward exchanges, or even direct. And then you've got the more complicated varieties, reverse, improvement, and so on. How are we doing on time? Couple minutes, so we're just about done here. There is what's known as the drop and swap, which I alluded to, the doctors, right? 4 doctors. One's going to drop her interest in a property owned by the partnership and do her own exchange, while the other 3 doctors go from their facility to, maybe it's a bigger facility, a newer facility. Or that one doctor could say, you know what, I'm going to cash out. I don't want to do the 1031. Okay, the partnership can do the 1031, and the one partner who drops her ownership to be tenant in common can get her cash and pay the tax and go about her way. I put together a couple of common questions just to run through real quick. I think I already covered this one. Outsmarted myself a little earlier. I did mention, but I'll say it again. If an exchanger wants cash up front, or gets cash back at the end of an exchange, or doesn't replace debt relieved, they're going to have tax exposure. One of the options that I'm going to hold off on that we recommend to folks when it can work for them is, hey, if you can allow all your cash to flow through the exchange, finish it, wait just a little bit of time, then you're eligible to do a cash out refi. And the only reason we say wait a little bit of time, such as 2 weeks, is to have separation between when your exchange ends and when you go through that refi process, to avoid any hint of constructive receipt within the exchange period. Once you're a couple weeks outside of it, we would say, yeah, you're eligible. Well, actually, the code says you're eligible to refinance just like any other taxpayer. And the advantage is, well, if I wanted $50,000 to fix up my primary residence or to pay off a debt over here, I can get that money by doing a cash out refi for maybe 7-8% versus my blended tax rate. If I take the cash out of the exchange, could easily be 25%. So the idea is, if you have the ability to wait for the cash until after your exchange, you can get that cash less expensively. I did mention the 366 days in most cases. Again, we would be happy to talk to you or anyone you know about those couple of rare exceptions when it's a firm 2-year hold. Namely, it's when there's a related party involved in a sale or a purchase of a property being exchanged, or what's known as the personal use safe harbor. If someone wants to use their property, either what they sold or what they're buying or both, for some part of the year themselves, then there are limitations to how much you can use the property yourself, how often you need to rent it, and that comes with a 2-year firm hold as well. So those are the exceptions at a glance. Again, by and large, 366 days suffices. And the last one or two, what can I expect to pay in taxes? Well, a lot of people are surprised when I tell them, hey, you're probably looking at 20 to 30% versus, oh, I thought I was just going to pay 15% capital gains. Exchangers may find out that, oh, well, shoot, quite a bit of my gain is going to be at the 20% capital gains bracket. Oh, I also have depreciation recapture. If it was an improved property that I'm selling, for example, a rental, all right, I'm paying 25% recapture tax. And that's a function of how long I've owned the property. And then you got state income tax and the Medicare surcharge. So those can all add up, and someone can find themselves pretty easily in the mid-20% range. And again, only the local taxes tend to not be deferrable. And with proper planning, perhaps doing exchanges repeatedly, you can see that deferral become indefinite and possibly forgiven to beneficiaries. We have made it to the end of my presentation. I think pretty much on time. Appreciate you tuning in here, and hopefully, even if you've participated in 1031 exchanges in the past or recently, you picked up a nugget that might serve you well in the future. I'm happy to provide these slides through Linda, or Linda, just know that you're welcome to distribute them to anyone asking to have a copy. Happy to answer any additional questions if there are any. Please let me
Yes, we
know.
do have some questions.
Okay.
Yes, Ken. The first question, how can you pull many properties together for the sale to buy one large one? Is there a time frame for that? Because as you know, Ken, selling multiple properties at the same time may be really difficult. So what are some of the ways that you can say sell three fourplexes and pull all that equity into one 40-unit building, let's say?
Right. Okay. I believe I follow. And I think there are two approaches, and neither are perfect because that is a challenge. You have to work within the 45-day and 180-day timeframe requirements of Section 1031. So if I want to sell 3 or 4 fourplexes, um, ideally, I'm going to sell them in very close proximity to one another by date, which I know is easier said than done, but I've got to work within my 45-day clock and my 180-day clock from my first sale. So by day 45, from my first sale, I've got to submit the written identification for that 40-unit building, right? So I've either got to have all of them sold so that I've got all of my equity and my debt lined up to be able to make an offer that seller of that 40-unit building is going to accept, or I've got to have flexibility from the seller, right? Some form of contingency in order to get that done. Or the second approach is also not without its challenge, because that would require a seller who is willing to sell me a portion of the 40-unit building at a time as I sell my relinquished properties in a 1031 exchange. I can go to that seller and say, all right, I want to buy your 40 units and I'm going to sell these 4 multi-unit properties. I'm trying to get them sold as quickly as I can, but I'm not going to be able to get them all sold on the same day. Would you be willing to sell me a 25% interest? And maybe there's even a overlying requirement that says within some amount of time, I will buy 100% of your property, but I want to buy it in 25% increments as I sell my relinquished properties. That would be a way to have a new time frame table with each of my sales, right? I'm going to get a new clock for 45 and 180 days with each of my sales to buy that 25% increment. But I know in the real world, a lot of sellers, right? If it's any part of a seller's market, they're going to say, well, that sounds like a headache. I'd rather go with the buyer who can buy my, my property in whole at one point. And then you're back to the challenge of, all right, I got to try to sell my properties in as close proximity as I can so that I can 1031 into one large property.
Wonderful. Great, Ken. And here's another question for you.
Okay.
How does a reverse exchange 1031 exchange work? And what are the fees for that compared to a regular traditional exchange?
Great question. So the reverse exchange is more complex, and its structure is similar to the other couple of advanced exchanges I mentioned, the improvement exchange, the build to suit, the construction exchange. Again, somewhat interchangeable terms. For any of those, a single purpose entity, SPE as we call it, lots of acronyms around 1031, is needed. What that is an LLC that the QI sets up. So if you, Linda, came to me and said, hey, I want to do a reverse exchange, there's a property I want to buy in Minnesota, and I don't have time to sell what I want to sell without it getting away, I'm able to put together financing and other means necessary to buy it. And then I'm going to sell what I want to sell, essentially to pay for it, or to pay back the financing I may be taking out to purchase ahead of selling. Great. All right, we're going to do a reverse exchange. We're going to set up an LLC on your behalf in the state of Minnesota. Going to file it with the state. And then we're going to reach out to the escrow officer and let them know that we're doing a reverse exchange with you. And we need the buyer renamed to be the LLC. Let's say it's 100 Elm Street Investment LLC. We put that in place. We ask you, the exchanger, to add us as an additional insured. When I say us, I mean the LLC, so that if something happens on that property during the exchange period, it's covered, right? Then you go ahead and close on that purchase, or technically we close on it on your behalf. We are the sole member of the LLC during the exchange period. Your clock starts. You've now got 180 days in which to identify if needed, and then sell what you want to sell, and then tell us where the proceeds go. For example, hey, I put up the cash to buy Minnesota, so I'd like the cash back. Great, we can do that. Or, hey, I took out a loan and I'd like that loan paid down or paid off with my sale proceeds. Okay, we can do that too. We're going to get wiring instructions as needed, distribute those funds, and now it's time to close your reverse exchange, meaning we're going to relinquish ownership of the LLC and the underlying property and turn that over to you. You move forward as the owner, member, manager of that LLC and the underlying property, and you have successfully completed a reverse exchange. The cost is significantly more. Our reverse exchange fees start at about $6,000. They don't tend to go up quickly if you get into a higher value property, but I'd say it could be something ballpark $500 to $1,000 per million of of purchase value. And that can also depend on other complexities. You know, are there partners involved? What kind of property are we looking at? Ownership structure, et cetera.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ken. Now, do you have anything else that you want to add last minute?
Last, I guess I would just reiterate that we take pride in helping however we can. And we welcome anyone to give us a call, shoot me an email, text me. The phone number there, that 5545, is my mobile. So we're always happy to help. We figure the more good information is out there on Section 1031 exchanges, the better it is for us ultimately, but also the better it is for everybody and for Section 1031. So please, yeah, reach out if we can help. We like doing that.
Wonderful. Well, thank you again, Ken. We really appreciate it. We went ahead and put your information on the chat so people can go ahead and take note of that, and definitely reach out to Ken with Exchange Resource Group for any of your 1031 exchange needs, or for any questions that you have, so that you can prepare for that 1031 exchange that can hopefully catapult your portfolio to a whole new level and open up more cash flow for your real estate properties and rentals.
Well said, Linda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I do know firsthand that a few adjustments to your portfolio can make all the difference. So definitely play around with, numbers in different markets and, try and make a plan for where your portfolio will be next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now. That's what I do with my own portfolio. And that's why I've been able to do 1031 exchanges, because I'm planning ahead and trying to figure out the best moves for me and my family.
Wonderful. Well, thank you for having me.
Well, thank you so much, Ken. We truly appreciate it. And
Welcome.
hope to see you soon in person again.
All right. Sounds great.
Bye-bye.
Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Well, great, folks. We're just moving right along. We're really excited with the day so far. Hi, Marcella. How are you?
Great to see you, Linda. Thanks for having me.
It's wonderful to see you. And Marcella Silva is another wonderful speaker that we met at the Great Mile High Real Estate Investor Summit in Denver. That was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
That was a lot of fun. Met a lot of wonderful people there. Thank you.
Yes, we certainly did. And Marcella also has joined us for many in-person events in Southern California. Now we're going to be also hosting one in Northern California, hopefully later this year. And I hope that you can be a part of that.
Would love to. Thank you.
Of course, of course. And her presentation is amazing. So I'm going to go ahead and shut my video down, and you can share your screen at any time, Marcella. We're all ready for your presentation.
Okay, perfect. Let me.
She's got a wonderful presentation, so you are in for a treat, everybody. Her topic is discover how land banking changed the life of this software engineer. And we can see your screen perfectly.
You can see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Well, wonderful to have you all here today. Thank you for joining this exclusive webinar with Realty411. My name is Marcella Silva, and I am a certified land banking specialist with Velour Real Estate Services. And I'm here to talk about all about why today's dirt is tomorrow's gold. The best investment on earth is earth. They're simply not making any more of it. And land is needed for everything, even things that you might not even expect. So a little bit about myself, like Linda mentioned, I used to be a software engineer. I worked for Lawrence Livermore National Laboratories, which is here in the San Francisco Bay Area, which is where I lived. I worked there for a little over 10 years. And back in 2007, they went through a major transition. As a result of that transition, I had to completely change my benefits, including my 401k. So I had the opportunity to decide, do I take my old 401k and roll it into the new 401k program, or do I do something else with it? And I vividly remember sitting at my kitchen table thinking to myself, the only way this goes up is when I put money into it. It's ridiculous. I'm never going to be able to retire at that rate with the 401k. 401ks were never meant to create wealth for people. You never hear stories about someone creating wealth with their 401k. You got to ask yourself why. So I knew I had to do something different. And I knew I wanted something that was real, that I could see, that I could touch, and that would actually go up in value without me constantly having to feed it or deal with it. A pie in the sky dream, possibly, but I kept looking for that potential opportunity that was out there, went to various different real estate investment seminars, and finally came across something called land banking, which for me is truly the way to make money while you sleep. So what is land banking? Well, it's the best kept secret in real estate, and it is the practice of buying affordable, pre-developed land located in the path of growth. Most of you, I'd venture to say, all of you have seen land banking happen before your eyes. You just probably didn't know that there was a term for it and you didn't know how to get involved with it. So let me show you an example of what a missed land banking opportunity is. This is a backdated Google Earth image of Milpitas, California, which is in the San Francisco Bay Area, about 20 miles southeast of San Francisco. When I say pre-developed area, pre-developed means existing developments, existing infrastructure, but still a lot of land available to be developed. That's when you want to invest in it. And hopefully you guys can see my mouse moving around. Maybe there's a little pointer, I don't know. No, I'll quit on that, sorry. Let me go back to. So we want to buy it while it's still affordable. In this particular picture, roughly 1,000 to 50,000 per acre, depending on zoning and location. And I actually know somebody who bought 10 acres of land in this area for only $10,000. Now there is a super target sitting on top of that land, and that one parcel of land created generational wealth for that investor. So having those critical parcels of land where growth is happening and can't do anything without the land, this, like I said, can create generational wealth. So let's say we bought that parcel. Now you can see just 7 years later, the amount of development and growth that has come into that area. What is there less of? Land. They're not making any more of it. As there's less of it available, the value of it continues to rise. That's just the nature of this investment. And when bought correctly, that is the key, because if you buy land wrong in the beginning, it will always be wrong. That's why land has the term land speculation, but not if you do land banking, which is what we do. It's very strategic and highly researched type of investment. In this picture, $500,000 to $1 million per acre, and today 2 to 7 million per acre, if you can even find an acre of land left in this area, which if you're familiar with it, there is none. The beautiful thing with land is it's not going to go from $1 million per acre back down to 50,000 per acre, because again, they're not making any more of it, and the value of it, especially in high growth areas, just continues to go higher and higher. So that's a picture, a visual of what land banking is. Now you're probably thinking to yourself, how the heck do you even go about doing that? Well, that's where our company comes in, and I'll go into great detail about our company. But one of the many things that we look at is, where is the infrastructure going? Cities, counties, they're not going to spend millions of dollars on infrastructure for no reason. They're doing it because they're planning for the future growth of an area. So if you know ahead of time where these types of projects are going, and you acquire quality land in that area, you can set yourself up to, again, create generational wealth. 150,000 per acre, 2 to 7 million per acre. That's what land can do when bought properly. So General Douglas MacArthur describes what we do best when he said, all a person has to do to become rich in America is find out where people are going, get there first, buy land while it's affordable, and then wait. It's truly that simple when you work with experts like us. So here's a little fact for you guys, fun fact. America's first multimillionaire ever, John Jacob Astor. And guess how he created his wealth? By doing exactly what I just talked about. Figuring out where future infrastructure is going, getting ahead of that, buying the land, and there you have it. You just have to be in the way of developers. That is a very powerful position to do it. He did this in New York City in the 1800s. Obviously, that opportunity is no longer available, and that's where we come in, finding out where those high growth opportunities are. So I'm going to give you an example of one of my parcels. I put my money where my mouth is. Like I said, I used to be a software engineer, became an investor, fell in love with the investment, retired from my software engineering career to do this full time because I knew this was an amazing opportunity, not only for myself and my family, but other people needed to hear about it. So this is one of the 13 different parcels that I own. This parcel, 1.8 acres, bought it for $92,000. So the properties that we have available are very affordable. This is not just for the wealthy. Typically, land has always been kind of reserved for the wealthy because the wealthy know how to invest in it. They can hire a whole team of people to go out and figure the right areas and the right land to invest in. Well, our goal at Velour is to help the average investor create wealth with land. So bought this property for $1.15 per square foot. Zoning is light industrial. Industrial zonings for, imagine massive distribution centers or Amazon fulfillment centers, those types of things. This is the property, that little black square right here. And I bought this property in November 2014. March 2017 rolls around. By the way, I have never seen this property. I don't need to see it. It's just dirt, and all of the due diligence has already been done on the land by our company, which I will be going over. So about 2.5 years later, developer contacts us out of the blue. There's no for sale sign on this property. It's just buy it, set it and forget it, and let it work for you. An easy, peaceful investment that never calls you on the phone. So the purchase price was $365,000. That was the offer that they gave us. By the way, when you own dirt, never accept the first offer. They can always go higher. So we, of course, we didn't accept the first offer. And actually part of the service that Velour provides to investors is helping to negotiate. And they do that completely free of charge. So March 2017, thank you, but no thank you. Next offer, April 2017. Short story, basically, thank you, but no thank you. $500,950 was that next offer. Not bad considering I did absolutely nothing for that, except answer the phone and tell him no thank you. And next offer, May 2017, $600,000. That was a 5-minute phone call to go from 500 to 600,000. Not bad. And this is an example of what land can do when you own it in the high growth areas. So they were offering us $7.52 per square foot. Meanwhile, and this is the beauty of working with an expert land investment firm that's been doing it for 45 years, by the way, there were other investors with Velour who were getting offers at around $15 per square foot in the neighborhood. So I was like, no, I'm not interested in selling, and that's my choice. I can hold or sell. The beautiful thing with land is the longer you hold it, the more it's worth. Why? Again, it's a finite resource. They're not making any more of it. In high growth areas, it's a high demand asset. So we decided not to sell it, and thank goodness we didn't. Going back to the plat map. Again, we bought this in November of 2014. Here is a Google Earth image of when we bought that property. This little yellow pin right here is where the parcel is located. You can see there's a bunch of land available and there's existing developments here. So it's a pre-developed area like what we were just talking about. Now let's fast forward. So here we have, this was a backdated Google Earth image of April 2014, and now May 2023. Look at the amount of development that's come in that time period. A tremendous amount. I'm one of the last man standing. This is a very, very powerful position to be in. And let me tell you, the values of land have absolutely skyrocketed. Here's another example of a Velour investor who purchased a 1.23 acre parcel for $158,000, zoning light industrial. Here is the property. This one's more expensive than mine because it's frontage on a paved road with utilities and those types of things. Still not bad, $158,000. They bought it in September 2010. November 2023, they just sold it for $1.5 million. That's $27.99 per square foot. So am I happy that I did not sell mine at $7.52 per square foot? You better believe it. It's gone up tremendously since then. And that's why I love about dirt is we can get exponential returns. Not just doubling my property value or tripling, we're talking 20 times what I bought it for and more. Here's another parcel that sold there, 0.75 acres, less than an acre of land. They bought it for $65,000. It's this weird little funky shaped parcel. Let me tell you, developers don't care what it's shaped like. And they sold it for $31.37 per square foot in November of 2023. Again, I bought my property for $1.15 per square foot. Imagine if I sold it for $30 per square foot. That's a huge return. And this is an example of what land can do. So this is where those parcels just recently sold. And here's another property that just recently sold, another velour investor. And this particular investor, actually, thank goodness we had the gentleman before us talking about 1031 exchanges. She used to be a big time residential real estate agent in Southern California, bought a bunch of rental properties, got sick and tired of the tenants, toilets, and termites, and started doing 1031 exchanges. Yes, you can sell a rental and do a 1031 exchange into land. And she bought multiple different parcels. This lady, oh my goodness, she has over 60 parcels of land. She is a multi-millionaire because of these different properties, but she just recently sold this parcel for $27 per square foot. She bought it for 83 cents per square foot. That's a huge return, obviously. So if I sold my land for $27 per square foot, you can see that's not a bad return. 2,239%. Yes, please, I'll take that all day long. So that's an example of land banking at its finest. The key with land is the longer you hold it, the more it's worth. And you want to have quality land located in the high growth areas. So there's all sorts of different reasons why people invest with us: retirement, financial independence, legacy, hedging against other markets. You know, everybody has multiple different buckets. Financial advisors talk about having different buckets of money, and this would help fulfill that long-term investable funds bucket. So we're going to talk about who is velour, where and why we invest, how to invest, and I happen to have an amazing parcel that's available this weekend if you guys are interested. I'll talk about it very quickly at the end. So a little bit about velour. This is our company trip. This is just my team here. Last year in Tahiti, every year we take our top referral partners and investors around the world. This is my husband and I, and this is the owner of velour and his wife, Mr. Lubor and Jill, and then some of my investors and referral partners. So we are land experts. We've been in the business since 1979. You might just be hearing about land banking for the very first time, but this is something that has actually been around since throughout history. The original investment on earth is earth. What other investment out there are there wars being fought over? Land has always been a critical and valuable asset. So our core competency at velour is doing the due diligence of the parcels themselves. We want to make sure that they're quality developable land located in high growth areas. Velour goes through all that due diligence and they put their money into it first. They don't want to risk their monies. They don't want to risk their investors' monies. That's why that due diligence process is so critical. And you will not find these properties on the internet. They are all in their exclusive land inventory. So if this is something you're interested in, you'll have to go through myself to get into these land parcels. We have over 22,000 investors in our database, which is a very conservative number. I have bought and sold over 100,000 acres of land. Again, another conservative number, which I've been saying for years. We are 100% represented by our customers. So I became an investor first, fell in love with it. Now I represent the customers, or I represent the company. I have a real estate license. Velour is my broker, and I continue to buy land myself because I see what's happening. I'm on the ground level, if you will, seeing what's I mean, it's just mind-blowing when you really understand this at a deeper level. So we provide the highest degree of standard and care based off of California Department of Real Estate rules and regulations. We are highly regulated by the California Department of Real Estate. Now, to go over our research process, out of 30 properties that we look at any one time, we purchase about one. It's a 30-to-1 ratio. From what I've seen, when most people try to figure out how to buy land on their own, they're looking at price, and they're going out there and looking at it saying, okay, this looks like a good spot. It's what's underneath it. It's those hidden landmines that can really hurt you. And so that's where we come in. First, we'll go through our 16, 10, and 3. 16 points of comprehensive analysis is making sure it's quality, developable, marketable, legal piece of land. There is no issues with it. For example, if you buy a piece of land and there's a red-legged toad on it, sorry, that little guy has more rights than you do here in California. Can't do anything with your land. That's an endangered species. Or if there's toxic waste on the land or some weird easement running through the middle of it, preventing it from being developable. There's a lot of different things you have to be aware of, and Velour takes care of all of that. Every one of our properties goes through 16 different layers of maps to make sure that it is, again, quality, legal, developable, marketable piece of land. There's no issues with it. This is critical. We actually have access to maps that not even the city or county has access to. And that's a whole other story, which I'm not going to get into, all legal and above board, of course, but this to give you an idea of the types of knowledge and expertise that we have. So the biggest risk in land is not what you see. Like I said, it might look good, it might look great, it might look like it's in the path of growth. It's what you don't see that can really hurt you. And it might not have anything to do with the land. It could have to do with what the city government says. So there's a lot of possibilities and situations that people need to be aware of. So we focus on removing all of the risks associated with the land. Am I saying there's no risk with land? No. The risk that we cannot control is you as the investor. And Mr. Benjamin Graham, who, by the way, was the professor for Warren Buffett, said it best when he said the investor's chief problem and his worst enemy is likely to be himself. In the end, how your investments behave is much less important than how you behave. So what do I mean by that in relation to land banking? Are you using long-term investable funds? Are you a patient investor? Can you set it and forget it and let it work for you? That's what you want to be able to do when investing with land. And when I say long-term, typically 7 to 10 years, it can happen much sooner. It could take longer. We don't have the crystal ball. It's through the natural growth and progression of an area, which is not a get-rich-quick scheme. That doesn't exist in the world. So 3 is the 3-mile ring of development. We are looking for, we're looking at the 3-mile radius because the Urban Land Institute has done studies, and they have found when a new development comes into an area, it causes the surrounding values of land within a 3-mile radius to increase in value. So these numbers I'm about to give you are coming from the Urban Land Institute. Let's say you own this property here in the middle. A new development comes in 3 miles away. That's going to increase the value of my land by 10%. This is what we call ODM, other developers' monies. They're spending millions, billions of dollars, whatever the case may be, hassles, headaches, you name it, to build out something. And what am I doing? Nothing. Sitting at home on my couch while they're doing all of that, and that's increasing the value of my land by 10% appreciation for every new development within a 3-mile radius. As we get closer, it gets higher, 20% within a 2-mile radius and 30% within a 1-mile radius. And this, again, is for every new development coming in. So we want our land to be within 3 miles of new and existing developments in the area. We are not investing in land that is out in the middle of nowhere where nothing is happening. Again, it has to be a high growth area. So here are 10 key indicators locating a high growth area. Flat developable land, population projections, water supply, infrastructure, accessibility by freeway, air, and rail, which by the way is called an aerotopolis. Adequate utilities are there. Number 7 is important: commercial, residential, and industrial developments. I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, like I said, and there's a lot of communities that are what you would consider bedroom communities, cities, or I'll call them towns, whatever, that are mostly just housing, but there's no major industries there. We want industries. Why? Because industries create jobs. Jobs causes population growth, and it all just proliferates and causes more and more development. Number 10 is also important: a pro-business city government, a city government that wants to grow and that doesn't make it hard to develop. Again, I live in an area where there's a lot of different cities that are not pro-business city governments. They make it very difficult for developers to develop, and that is not the type of situation that you want when you own land in that city. So again, it's not just what's going on with the dirt. It's, you got to look at the whole picture, the whole economic picture of what's really happening there. So our guarantees to our investors: number 1, providing you with the grant deed, which is the highest possible ownership, recorded with the county recorder's office. When you buy land with us, you get a grant deed. That is like the pink slip for your property. Like I said, I have 13 parcels. I have 13 grant deeds. And I also have 13 policies of title insurance, which ensures the legal transfer of marketable title to the property. You would be surprised how many people I've met who have bought land but were not able to get title insurance. Note to self: do not buy land in another country. Oh boy, have I heard the horror stories there. Anyways, that's what you get when you work with us, and that ensures your legal ownership of the property. So 3 points of service come along with working with us. Number 1, providing you with the quality property. I already went over those details, making sure it's quality, developable land. Number 2, after you purchase with us, it's not like, goodbye, good luck, I hope you do well. We continually provide you with updates, letting you know what's happening in the area, new developments that are coming in, law changes, zoning changes, you name it. We're constantly updating our investors, because the good news is the land never calls you on the phone, and how are you going to figure out what's happening unless you plug in? Of course, you don't have to. The land is still working for you whether you plug in or not. And then last but not least, this is arbitrage. This is where our investors make the big money. So as an example, let's say we own this parcel of land right here because we know they're putting in a new on and off ramp. And so we acquire the land and its quality, and it goes through all of the checks and balances there. We acquire that property. What happens is a developer will come along and say, well, I need all of this land. Another great example: if you look at your keyboard, let's say you own the letter H. Well, they need the entire keyboard and you're in the middle of it. That is a very powerful position to be in. They can't just run off to Costco and buy another piece of land. Guess what? There's only so much of it available, especially in certain areas, especially certain zonings, those types of things. So that, again, is a power position to be in. They're going to figure out who you are. They're going to go to the county, look who owns it, start contacting you, just like they did what I was showing you guys in the beginning with my property. They started contacting me. At that point, we say, don't contact them back, contact us, and we will help you go through the negotiations with the developers, because we want you to get the highest and best price for your property. And we do that completely free of charge. Now, some people say, you don't charge a dime for that? No, we don't. Here's another reason why. Number 1, we want you to do well. Number 2, we are now privy to legal insider information that nobody else knows about. So who's going to find out first about a new development coming in? The landowners, because the developer's contacting them. We need to get the land first. When we get that information, what do we use that information for? We use it to help other investors who might be located there, and we're going to acquire land around the project. It's a win-win-win situation for everybody. So in real estate, insider information is legal if you know how to do it. And again, we've been doing this for 45 years. We have tens of thousands of investors who are getting offers constantly. So we're we're paying attention to where these projects are coming, and we're getting ahead of it and buying the land. As a matter of fact, developers will do this same thing. They will actually acquire the land around where their project is, knowing that when their project is developed, it's going to increase the value of the land. So they're kind of double investing there. Not everyone does that, but that's what developers have been known to do. So those are our 3 points of service. Now let's get into where and why we invest. I'm sure you're curious to know. Number one, we only invest in California. Why? It is the 5th largest economy in the world, inching up to be the 4th largest. In any case, 5th largest economy. When I started investing with Valor, it was the 8th largest economy. So it continues to rise in value itself. GDP is strong. You want a strong economy when you're investing in land. People ask all the time, why not this? Why not Texas? Why not Arizona? Why not Nevada? Why not all these different areas? Beyond just strong economies, there has to be multiple economic trends causing it to grow as well. So we're going to continue into that. We also want very little land available, strong population, strong economy. And you also have to be close to deep water ports. That is critical as well. So I'm going to show you some examples of why California, just viewing the pictures. If you've been in California for 10 plus years, you've seen it happen before your eyes. So this is actually where I live, or it used to be where it used to be what it used to look like where I live, and now this is what it looks like today. This is Walnut Creek, California, what it used to look like when it was walnut orchards. There were actually orchards there. If any of you are familiar with Walnut Creek, you can't even imagine this is what it used to look like and now what it looks like today. Very, very expensive. Some of the highest priced real estate there is. Westwood, California, Southern California. Imagine LA used to look like this and what it looks like now. There's no more land left. The reason why I show these before and after pictures is because history is continually repeating itself throughout the state. And yes, it's a big state, but there's very little land available. So let's talk about how much land is actually available. This was a study done by UC Berkeley in 1998. By the way, that's 26 years ago. Wow, how quickly 26 years goes by. Sometimes people are like 7 to 10 years. For those of you who have kids, I'm sure you know, doggy's barking. Sorry, let me close the door. 7 to 10 years can go by very, very quickly. Especially, as you know, when you own or when you have kids, time goes by fast, unfortunately. So there's 100 million acres total in California. So you subtract out all the government land, all of the farm land. There's a lot of land protected for farms because farming is one of the largest industries in California, by the way. All the land that's already been developed cannot be developed for various different reasons. There's only 2% of California's land left to be developed, and that was 26 years ago. For those of you who are from California or familiar with it, you know there has been a lot of development in the past 26 years. So that number is a lot lower than that. And this is right here, ladies and gentlemen, the reason why California real estate is so expensive. Has nothing to do with the house. If I was to Wizard of Oz, the house that I'm in right now, and move it to Ohio, the value would go down significantly. It's about the value of the dirt. As a matter of fact, the Lincoln Land Institute has done studies here in California, and they found on average 63% of the value of a home is in the dirt, not the structure on top, which is subject to what I call functional obsolescence, always needs to be fixed up, has to have tenants. Then, of course, there is all of the property taxes, on and on and on and on. And that's why I don't even own the home that I live in, because I can see what I can do. So my money can go so much further in dirt, and it's so much cheaper. There's zero maintenance. So we focus within a 60-mile radius of downtown Los Angeles. That 60-mile circle holds a tremendous amount of people. As a matter of fact, in LA, I think they have 10.3, 10.4 million people. It is the most populated county in America. And surprisingly, there's still affordable developable land here. The southern part of LA County, you can see down here, if you've been there, what do you do the whole time? You sit in traffic. I love sitting in traffic in LA because I know that's increasing the value of my land. Not everybody shares my opinion, but not everybody has land either. The central part of LA County, that is all Angeles National Forest, cannot be developed. Last remaining developable land. On top of that being the last remaining developable land, there are multiple economic drivers causing this area to grow. We want different economic drivers. That way, if any one thing falls off or goes away, or there's a pandemic or a downturn, there's still developments that are coming into the area. So let's look at some of those. We will be briefing over some of them. I'm going to be focusing on one particular economic trend right now today. Housing needs. California is negative on their inventory. They need more homes than they have available, so they're constantly building more. I think they need 2.5 million new homes by the year 2030. I think that was their goal. Industrial, trade and logistics, manufacturing. So remember I mentioned earlier being close to deep water ports. The ports of LA, ports of Long Beach are the busiest ports in the entire United States. It is the gateway to the Pacific. All of the goods that are coming into America are coming through the ports of LA and ports of Long Beach. So people who are living out here in Texas, where are they getting their goods from? Right here. Where is the land for the huge distribution, fulfillment centers, those types of things? The goods come in, they don't stay at the ports. They continue on. E-retailing is critical. So everybody loves Amazon. I know I do. I know my neighbors do, because the #1 truck on my road is Amazon, delivering all day, all night. Makes it way too easy to buy stuff. And let me tell you, America is a consumer industry. They love to buy their things. And just with the click of a button on your phone, bam, it's at your doorstep. Well, how does they make that happen? They have to have massive fulfillment centers within a 100 to 200 mile radius of major metro markets. LA is one of the biggest major metro markets in America. By the way, here's a little fun fact for you. For every $1 billion in online sales, it takes 1.25 million square feet of warehouse space to make that a reality. Look at these fulfillment centers. They are huge. Have any of you ever been into a Costco? Costco is massive. That's like 500,000 square feet. It's tiny compared to some of the distribution centers, especially the ones that are coming into the areas where we are investing right now. 1 million square feet is like the average size. Then we have Proposition 64, so the legalization of cannabis here in California. Well, that's a huge money maker, big industry, very land intensive, land hungry industry, and they need massive warehouse space to grow it. They're doing indoor grow facilities, high security buildings, you name it. And not every city in California allows these types of developments. And it's not just the growing of it, it's the manufacturing, the selling of the whole thing, right? A lot of land needed for this. And that has been a huge moneymaker for our investors. And of course, we know the cities that allow it. Also in this area has been known as the Aerospace Valley for many, many years because they are home to Boeing, Northrop Grumman, Lockheed Martin, NASA, Edwards Air Force Base. A lot of the latest and greatest Department of Defense contractors are building, like the new B-21 bomber is being built by Northrop Grumman. They won the $90 billion contract to build that plane, on top of all of the other types of technology that they're developing there. So this is critical because it's bringing a huge amount of jobs into this area. Again, as more jobs come in, it's increasing the population, needing more ancillary development such as Starbucks, Chevron, McDonald's, and of course, all the housing. Infrastructure. I mentioned earlier knowing where the infrastructure is coming in and getting ahead of that. So not just roads, railroads. By the way, California high-speed rail and the high-speed rail going to Las Vegas, the only intersection of the very first 2 high-speed rails in Western America is going to be you guessed it, right here in the Antelope Valley. Also new airports, airport upgrades, all of those things. And then last but not least, the largest land rush in America is happening. Most people have no idea it's happening, have no idea why it's happening, but everybody is going to pay for it. And it's not just happening in America, it's happening across the globe. What are we talking about? We are talking about the greatest shift of wealth that is happening in the history of the world, and it all has to do with energy. Energy is a fundamental resource we all use every day. Land is a fundamental asset we all use every day. Now you marry the two, and you have one of the most lucrative investment opportunities out there. And let me tell you, this is not going to last very long because there are government mandates behind it that are pushing this forward. So the wealth shift I'm talking about is the shift away from fossil fuels and towards green energy. Right now, like I said, the largest land rush in California's history is happening, and it all has to do with energy real estate. We are providing people the opportunity to own the new age oil well. Who didn't grow up wishing they owned an oil well? Well, guess what? That opportunity is available. And the beautiful part is we're a part of greening and cleaning up the environment. This is an actual drone image taken by one of our investors of their land, which is now covered in solar panels by a company that was funded by Google. This project is, just that one is about 3 square miles large. These are huge, huge projects. So massive utility scale alternative energy projects. Senate Bill 100 was passed in 2018, which says by the year 2045, 100% of California's energy must come from alternative energy sources for homes and buildings, retail sales, homes and buildings. 100% by 2045. California is not the only state doing this, by the way. Again, this is a global situation. It is happening globally. What investment out there has government mandates behind it that is making it happen? I don't know any other. Now, they're kind of trying to like sneak in and speed it up a little bit. By 2035, they want us to be at 90% renewable energy here in California. 90%. Now ask yourself, 2035 hits. Are they going to be buying land in 2035 to hit this 90% target? No. They're going to have to buy that land 4, 5, 6 years ahead of time. So you can see the window for this opportunity is shrinking. We are seeing it happen very quickly. And it has been just mind-blowing to see how much land has been consumed, but also the returns that our investors are getting. More than $1 billion a day is being spent on solar energy development, according to the International Energy Agency. Feel free to go on their website, look it up. It is happening globally. $1 billion a day. More money is being spent globally on clean energy projects than fossil fuel projects. As a matter of fact, I think it's this year that fossil fuels will hit its peak, meaning that it's not going to continue to grow anymore. This is a global situation. $1.7 trillion was spent just last year in 2023. And the clean energy leader, of course, leader for many, many things is California. So California has been setting the standard for not only the country, but the world. So where in California is this happening? This is the National Renewable Energy Laboratory map. The darker the red, the more intense the sun. So if you're someone like Warren Buffett, who, by the way, owns a 9 square mile solar farm located right where we're investing, if you're someone like him, obviously you want to be where it's the most intense sun, the best environment for solar projects. By the way, solar is the #1 alternative energy type out there because it is the cheapest. According to the International Energy Agency, they have found that solar is the cheapest form of electricity in history. Continuing on. So yes, we see a bunch of dark red here down in this area. Do you remember that map I showed you a little while ago from UC Berkeley? There was a lot of land on there that is protected, and that's government land. There is a lot of national parks in this area. They are not going to be developed. They don't have the infrastructure. They don't have the right land for development. So you can't just slap these projects down anywhere and everywhere. It has to be the perfect environment. There has to be flat, developable land, and there has to be the necessary infrastructure to make it happen. And that happens to be, very lucky for us, the Antelope Valley, the area where we've been talking about. This is the alternative energy capital of the world. I say the world because we have international companies coming into this area to put in massive utility scale solar projects, such as Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. How did they create their wealth? With oil. Why are they buying solar energy projects in California? Ask yourself that. This area is also known as the Target Electric Utility Region because of the infrastructure that has already been invested. $3.5 billion has already been invested. That's just for the high tension power lines. That does not include all of what are called the gen-tie lines, the tie-ins to the high tension power lines from the solar projects. It's a lot more. It's roughly about $90 billion on the conservative number about how much has already been invested in this area around these alternative energy projects. It's huge and it keeps on growing. Wait till you see how much land has already been consumed. So let's add on to the mandates. California is going to ban gas-powered cars by the year 2035. Cannot buy any more gas-powered cars. If you live in California like me, you probably noticed how many electric vehicles are on the road today compared to just like 5 years ago. It's amazing how quickly this is happening. It is happening at a very fast pace. In 2020, 1 in 25 cars sold was electric. In 2023, it is now 1 in 5 cars sold. And it's not just California that has these mandates. It is countries and cities and corporations and states across the globe that are mandating these types of electric vehicles. So all of the car companies now are spending to the tune of trillions of dollars to move away from internal combustion engines to electric vehicles. Again, why are they doing this? They have to. If they don't, they are going to go out of business because the governments are mandating electric vehicles. Now, the question is, where is the electricity going to come from to power these? And the even bigger situation, the electrification of the movement of our goods. All commercial vehicles, heavy diesel trucks and vans by the year 2045 in California have to be green. Now, this is taking us back to, again, the ports of LA, ports of Long Beach. Those goods come in, which, by the way, all the shipping container, all those big shipping cargo ships, all the planes, everything. We're talking every type of transportation out there is going green. But just looking at the trucks itself, there's about 1.7 million of these trucks on the road every single year here in California. Now imagine they are all electric. Is there enough energy to power that? Just to give you an idea of how much energy these things need. One tiny little 2017 Nissan Leaf requires the same amount of energy as one home. It's a tiny little car. A Tesla takes about the same amount of energy as 3 to 4 homes. The Tesla semi-truck, significantly more. Again, remember, 1.7 million of these trucks on the road every single year here in California, and the amount of cargo that's coming in and out of California is expected to double, I think, in the next 10 years. Follow the money. When you combine a $5 trillion global transportation industry with an energy industry whose renewable sector is growing dramatically, you have one of the most lucrative marriages of industry yet. And then let's add more fuel to the fire. AI. This has a huge appetite for electricity. Not as big as our transportation, but it is huge and it is growing rapidly. Every time, all of us right now, we wouldn't be here right now without electricity. Every time you go and do like a GPT chat or whatever it is, it's hitting every computer across the globe. How much energy does that require? And it's growing very, very rapidly. Cryptocurrency is also a part of this situation too. Does not exist without electricity. When you own the asset that is needed to create all of this, you have a phenomenal opportunity. So here you can see they are expecting the amount of energy to increase from this year to next year, just for AI. This is how big it is. Artificial intelligence is massive. The energy demand is huge. So let's look at how much land is needed to create electricity. I'm just going to give you some basic numbers here. It takes 10 acres of land to generate about 1 megawatt of energy. So for 1 gigawatt of energy, this was just talking about 564,000 gigawatt hours. That's like mind-blowing. 1 gigawatt requires 15 square miles of land. By the way, this is a picture of the Antelope Valley. This is what's happening out there. That's enough. 1 gigawatt is enough energy for about 1,111 trucks, the big rig trucks. Forgetting the houses and the buildings and the passenger cars and the planes and the boats and all of the other things. It's huge. The solar energy land rush is upon us. We have been in this area long before it started happening. And like I said, this is another picture of the area. The high tension power lines, by the way, they already have plans for more. They are already upgrading them. You have to ask yourself, why are they doing that? California needs to spend $370 billion upgrading their electricity grid. Why? And are you making money from it? So land is very scarce. We already know that. Is there enough land available to make this happen? One recent state analysis found that California will need to increase by nearly 5-fold the amount of renewable energy it brings online each year to achieve 100% clean energy by the year 2045. Building the necessary amount of wind and solar to meet this demand would require 6,280 square miles of land in area bigger than the state of Connecticut. Oh, and likely more land than California has available. The Antelope Valley, where we're investing, this is the low-hanging fruit. The projects are there, the infrastructure is there, more is coming, it's the flatland, it's the perfect situation. It's like, it's the low-hanging fruit, like I said. It's all coming in here first, and they're coming at a very rapid pace. Already, so the entire Antelope Valley is about 2,200 square miles of land. There are cities here. There is Edwards Air Force Base here. There is a lot of things that are not going to be, a lot of area that is not going to be used for alternative energy projects. And already about 200 square miles of land has been consumed. This is a Google Earth image of the Antelope Valley. All of the dark red, kind of brownish color, those are all solar projects that have come in the past 12 years. The pink is all wind projects. I'm not going to get into a lot of detail on this map, but this is cities, Edwards Air Force Base. You start going out here, this is all protected land, cannot be developed. It's very limited where it can go and how much land is left. The property that I actually have available, if someone's interested in this type of thing, happens to be right here in the middle of the opportunity. Here is a plat map. Every one of our parcels comes along with a plat map showing the details. This particular property is 5 acres for $80,000. It is completely surrounded by solar. You can see these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different solar projects, all different developers in this area. So what these projects are doing is they're just coming in, buying as much land as they can, and then building out a development, and then they keep puzzle piecing in next to each other. Developers are like sheep. They follow each other. One guy is out there, he already put the infrastructure, he made it easier, he paved the road for me, essentially. And also notice these lines right here, the line with the weird dots, that's high tension power lines. There's a power substation here. a lot of electricity in this particular location. Here are some of those high tension power lines that I was talking about. Southern California Edison themselves spent $3.5 billion putting in high tension power lines. And then Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, they also spent about $600,000 putting in high tension power lines. And now they're spending $4.5 billion upgrading those lines to be able to handle more electricity. Why are they doing that? These are all different projects. This right here, this is a battery energy storage system project. So clearly we need huge battery systems to be able to power us at night. This, people, it's like, well, this is not exciting. It's very exciting. This is underground gen tie lines. So the tie-in from the solar project into the main grid. So getting along those, we know where those are. We're acquiring land all over that, high tension power lines. These are major transmission states areas, huge storage facilities. So these are just, by the way, the property that's available is just like right around here somewhere. All different pictures. You guys get the picture here. Pictures are worth 1,000 words, right? You can see how massive these things are. When you get out there and you see them, they look like a mirage. Sometimes you can't even tell what they are, like especially from afar. It looks like just a shaded cloud cover area. This is huge. This is a project done by Recurrent Energy. No, this isn't Recurrent Energy. This is a different project. Sorry. Warren Buffett's project is in the background. This is done by First Solar from the Walmart Waltons, Christy Walton. All different projects here. So let me fast forward through that. I'm going to give you an example of some of the offers that our investors are getting. So this investor, by the way, the property that's available is very close by this one. This property, 10 acres, they bought it for $150,000. They bought it in March of 2022. November 2022, developer contacts them, offers them $300,000. That's double in about 6 months. Phenomenal return. Double in 6 months without doing anything. They've never even seen this property either, by the way. Of course, they contact us. We say, never accept the first offer. See what they'll, see where they'll go from here. She countered back with a land lease offer. So the beautiful thing about these renewable energy projects, they will lease the land too. They offered her a land lease of $2,000 per acre per year for 35 years with a 2% annual escalation, which would work out to over $1 million on a 35-year land lease. She was like, oh, I don't know if I want to do a lease. I think I just want to sell it. Back to the sell. So next offer, February 23, $500,000. We were like, wow, okay, we think you should sell. This is a phenomenal price. We want to take them so far to where, you're getting a phenomenal offer, but we also don't want to be greedy either. And the beautiful thing is, you as the investor, you own the land, you can do whatever you want, which is exactly what she did. She countered back, said, no, I don't want to sell at that. Next offer, March, $700,000. No, I don't want to sell with that. 1 day later, $750,000. Who makes 50 grand from a no? That's a phenomenal return. Next offer, I told her to sell. She said, okay, yeah, maybe I'll sell. I checked in with her and I said, okay, did you sell? How's it going? I got another offer. I'm going to let you guys think about what the next offer is. Most people say 800,000. Some people say $1 million. Next offer, 1.3 million. I almost fell off my chair when I saw that one. I opened it up on my phone. I was like, what? Oh my God. Sell the property. Finally, she says, okay, I'll sell it. She sends me the final contract. And the final contract came back at 1.5 million. Bought it for 150,000, 1.5 million a little over a year later. This is what's happening here. Here's another investor. They bought 60 acres for 395,000. They just got a 32-year land lease. They're making $11,000 a month to lease their land to a solar project. They're just going to have solar panels and keep collecting the check. And it's with a 2.5% annual escalation. So it continues to go up over time. That's what's available. this property is nearby both of those particular properties. Again, 5 acres, 80,000. I already know that land right here has an offer on it. And here is the 3-mile radius. We talked about the 3-mile radius. All of the yellow here are solar projects. This is just a small snapshot of the solar projects in the overall area. So history is happening faster than you can imagine. This is 5th Avenue, New York in 1900. There's not a single car on the road. It's all horse and buggies. 13 years later, it's all cars. Goodbye, horse and buggies. That's the same situation that's happening today, but instead of cars, it's now electric vehicles. So I'm going to fast forward a little bit. I'm getting close to my time here. We like to work with investors only, and based off Warren Buffett's definition, an investor buys an asset based on what it will do over time. Never buy anything you can't hold for 10 years. If you're a speculator, you like the wild ride, then have at it. That is not land. Land over time, the value continues to rise. It is a finite asset. And as it becomes more scarce, the value continues to go up, especially when you have government mandates that are pushing the use of this. So at Valor, we say, instead of investing in a company, invest in the asset that every company and everybody, including artificial intelligence, needs, which is dirt, the original American dream. So this is the average investment range, 25,000 to 2 million. We have properties all in that range if that's something you're interested in. Options for investing: cash, IRAs, 401ks, via self-directed IRAs. You can partner with other people via tenancy in commons, or if you have an LLC. Certificates of disappointment: get your money out of the bank before you lose it to inflation alone. Loans from retirement accounts, cash value life insurance, lines of credit, 1031 exchange. Like I mentioned, this is an option for you. So if this is something you're interested in, I will post my calendar link in the chat. You can also reach us at dirtisgold.com. Oh, last remaining thing, we do pay generous referral fees as well if this is something that you think that your folks would be interested in. All right, everyone, a lot of information, dirtisgold.com. You can reach me here. This is my cell phone. You can text me, email me. And again, I will post my calendar link in the chat if you want to schedule a time. So that's my time, everyone. Thank you for joining us here today. And thank you very much, Linda, for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Marcella. It's always a pleasure to connect with you and to learn from you. So I thank you for your time and for joining us today, and we'll see you again very soon.
All right, blessings. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Landon. How are you? Nice
I'm good.
to
How are you
meet
doing today?
you. I'm doing great. It's so nice to meet you virtually. Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, nice to meet you as well. Thanks for having me. I'm excited, and I'll try to bring it home here. And everyone's been on the computer all day, but I'll try to keep it going. So,
Well, Landon, am I pronouncing your last name correctly? Cheben?
that's right. Yeah, Chevin. Yep,
Cheben.
that's good.
Okay. Landon
Yeah.
Cheben. Now, I was really impressed with your background, Landon. You are a native to the Nashville area and an avid IBC educator with a background in the military. And Landon graduated from West Point in 2010, where he commissioned as an Army officer flying Black Hawk helicopters. That's amazing. Now, he went on to attend Ranger School, then fly for the renowned Night Stalkers before transitioning out of the military. Landon is currently flying as a first officer at Frontier Airlines, serving as a major in the National Guard, actively investing in real estate renovation projects, as well as serving in the church and other various nonprofits. Amazing. That's great, Landon. Congratulations on such a wonderful background and giving back to the nonprofit community as well.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I appreciate it.
So we'll go ahead and let you get started. Will you be sharing your screen today?
Yes, ma'am. Yep.
Wonderful. Well, go ahead and feel free to share at any time.
Okay. Share this one. Can you guys hear me okay? Is this is my
Oh,
volume?
yes.
I get excited talking about this stuff. So if I go to get preachy, I'll step back so that it's not as loud for everybody. So
Yes, we see it perfectly. Take it away, Landon.
all right. Well, hey everybody, I'm Landon Chebin. I'm with the Legacy Project, and we work with the Money Multiplier, Brent Kessler and team, and they are so awesome. And we love to share the information that we have. And I'll try to stay motivated and energetic. I know y'all have been on the computer all day, and so I'll try to get through this information and kind of keep it going to kind of close us out for today. So what the goal for me today is no one, I don't think I looked in the participants, no one knows me and I don't really know anybody else. So no one really cares what I'm doing per se. But what you are here for is to seek some information, right? The land stuff, awesome. The 1031, the flipping, like all of this stuff. You were trying to gain an advantage among your peers in the education space to go out and increase your investments, increase your wealth, right? And today, we'll talk about how to use your efforts now in education to establish what I like to call generational wealth. Not everyone necessarily thinks about that, but when I bring it up, everyone says, okay, so how do you take what you're learning today or what you learned today and tomorrow, and how do you store away this money, right? Money's just a tool, but it is a tool, and be able to bless your kids, your grandkids, maybe a nonprofit, maybe some family members or a trust, right? That's what this is all about. And I'm excited. I have two girls, 3 and 6. They turn of age in June, so it'll be a big birthday party in my backyard here in Nashville. But that's what I'm all about. I love getting advantages that I can and exploring them. And if I find a good one, I'm going to do it repeatedly over and over again because it betters, my legacy, right? So this first slide here is an investment is a knowledge that pays the best interest. I know this webinar is about real estate investing and kind of investing at large, but I will encourage everyone in that there's no real easy way to maintain wealth, right? And the best investment I would encourage everyone to invest in is this knowledge piece, right? This webinar is a great knowledge gaining experience. There's books, there's websites, there's seminars. Keep going. The people who think that they have the answer or a process down and they kind of stop and they just run it till exhaustion, like they're not going to progress. Whether it's with technology, whether it's with real estate markets, maybe it's type of real estate or land investing, the list goes on. So if you ever stop just seeking that knowledge, you'll fall behind. And so today's brief is and sorry, I said brief. Today's presentation, I'm, like I said, former military, so I still got that lingo in me. Today's presentation may be something you've heard before, and maybe you've heard some good things, maybe some bad things, and that's awesome. I studied this for about a year and a half before I was comfortable with the material to kind of pursue it as an investment strategy, as a banking strategy. And so if you have questions or notes, or if you heard something on the internet, like write it down. If we have time, we'll bring it up, or connect with us on a call. But I love this stuff, and I can't wait to share it with you all. So our team here, we've got a larger team, but Jeremy and I, Jeremy Huggins, he lives in Savannah. I live in Nashville. We went to college together at West Point back in the day. Seems like yesterday, but it was a while ago. And we were classmates, and then both branched aviation and ended up flying together in the 160, the Special Operations helicopter unit in here in the U.S. and flew together for a couple years, and then we started investing in real estate together. Probably back in probably 2014. And so we were flipping houses, we were syndicating for different deals, new builds in Florida, and that's kind of where we started our relationship post college. And since then, we met Brent Kessler from the Money Multiplier and his team, and he shared with us this information, right? This process is so profoundly just optimal for real estate specifically. It changes everything. And so I don't know, it would have been 2018. We dove deep into this information, and so we decided to start a company to help educate folks. We love teaching, we love sharing what we know and trying to help folks out. with the environment, taxes and interest and all the craziness going on, any sort of advantage we can get, we want to optimize that and use it to our advantage. So one thing that we learned in the special operations community, and there'll be a slide later that talks about it, but something I'll kind of keep reiterating as I go through this information is the phrase, success is defined by the steady accumulation of advantages. Success is defined by the steady accumulation of advantages. So what does that mean? That means maybe I'll learn how to wholesale. Okay, that's an advantage. I'll pick that one up. And then it's like, well, this is a hot deal. Maybe I'll keep this one. Okay, so now you gotta know how to flip, right? So that's another advantage. Put that in your pocket. Or maybe you'll do the Burr method, right? Buy, renovate, refinance, and then repeat, right? That takes more because now you have tenants in there. That's another advantage. I'm gonna take that and put it away. And then maybe there's a land development over here with some solar panels, which as an airline pilot, I fly across the country a lot and we see them on the ground. It's just eerie. It's like, it's not a lake, it's a solar panel farm. So maybe you'll take a HELOC, right? Or maybe you'll cash out refi on one of your Burr properties, and maybe you'll invest in land and you'll continuously diversify. The rabbit hole goes so deep, but each one of these strategies, it takes education, it takes effort. So if you can accumulate your advantages, you will be successful. Work hard, right? Action beats deliberation. Deliberation's great. You have to deliberate. You have to make sure you know what you're doing, but don't get stuck on bigger pockets. I love bigger pockets. I love the whole team over there. I know a couple of those people personally. It's great. A lot of my friends, they'll talk to me about real estate, and they just get stuck in that analysis by a paralysis by analysis. So I say, hey, learn what you can, get a good mentor, seek some good information, someone you can call, right? Take action. Action beats deliberation. So this is a roadmap of what we'll talk about today. It's roughly an hour, so about 50 minutes left. I'll try to wrap up a little early. There's a when I usually present, if it's on a stage somewhere, I'll say, in the special ops community, when you go through some of your firearm drills, they will teach you to go quickly through your transitions, right? So pulling the weapon out and pushing it out needs to be very quick and rapid. But right before you shoot the target that you're practicing on, slow down and then pull the trigger, right? So quickly through your transitions and slow down when you need to pull the trigger. I will roughly do that today just because of the amount of information going through. I'll speed through some things, but on the parts that I really want everyone to focus on, I will try to slow down and really start unpacking it slowly. So I really need everyone to understand those really important parts. So roadmap here, first thing first is we have to identify the problem, right? So we're all here to learn something. If I offer you a solution to something that there's not a problem to, I'm invaluable to you. I'm worth nothing. So if I can explain the problem set that we're all experiencing when it comes to money and financing, banking, or with real estate, now I can offer a solution that's applicable to you. So we'll talk about a solution. We'll weave it into real estate on how it can be used in real estate. There's really an infinite amount of ways that it applies, but we'll kind of touch on some of the high points. We also like to talk about the cons. A lot of folks, if you look on the internet, there are people that do talk about what I'm about to talk about, and they talk about all the great stuff, right? And my first question, because I'm a naysayer, is, okay, it's too good to be true. And believe me, you will find yourself in this presentation saying, what's the catch? It's too good to be true. So I'm going to talk about it. I'm going to talk about the cons. I'm going to talk about the things that could be considered bad, and we'll discuss it because, again, I want to educate. I have nothing. I don't sell anything. I love teaching. That's what I do. So we're going to talk about the cons, then we'll go for questions. So let's see. It's not working here. Oh, no. Here we go. All right. What we've learned. So getting into it, as I said, Jeremy and I are both airline pilots by day, but most of our time when we're not actually flying the airplane, we're doing a legacy project and we're working on teaching people about the infinite banking concept. And what we found is, when we're flying, right? I'm based out of Atlanta, so Nashville, got to get to Atlanta. And I will fly from Atlanta to San Francisco, right? And then I'll go from San Francisco back, right? It's just a 2-turn day, no big deal, right? When I go westbound, there is a pretty stiff headwind because generally the winds go west to east in the US, right? It takes me significantly longer to get to San Francisco than it does for me to get back to Atlanta because I have tailwind. Using this as an analogy, as we explore real estate, we talked about collecting advantages, right? We're in competition. It's a capitalist country. how can I gather resources to make me have a tailwind instead of a headwind? So this concept is very, very pertinent to this analogy, because a lot of folks will try to get to San Francisco in the same amount of time it takes them to get back by going faster, pushing the thrust levers forward, whatever. Nothing they're going to do is going to beat that 70 knot headwind. You're never gonna fly faster than that 70 knot tailwind, no matter what you do. And a lot of people we have found through discussions and counseling is they're trying to scrap together some pennies and nickels to get ahead. And what we try to communicate is you have to seek those tailwinds. You have to find ways to get an advantage, to make your efforts go further, for that return on investment, right? With both time and with energy and with money, you're optimizing that, and you're not just running uphill when there's a downhill that can get you the same place, right? So that's kind of the analogy we like to start with. So first slide here by Will Rogers. I love this. I am I guess a closet millennial. That's my generation. So my generation and the younger generation are very skeptical. The information that is out there kind of at large, you got to check it. I mean, it's not always the full truth, right? So this quote here, the problem in America isn't so much what people don't know. The problem is what people think they know that just ain't so. And for me, that means there's a phrase out there. It's called arrival syndrome, right? Or totalitarian ego, right? What is that? That is, Landon, I know all there is to know about this topic, about investing, about money, right? I'm a CPA. I'm not. This person is. I'm a CPA. I'm a financial planner, right? I know what I'm talking about. Nothing you have to say is applicable to me. And I said, that's fine, right? But be careful, because what you think you know about something just ain't so. And this is one of those things, I think, from our research is make sure that we're really diving into the information and seeing how we can optimize our advantages. So introducing the problem set here. So, and I got a computer in front of me here. So if I'm looking down, I'm looking at the presentation here. So sorry about that. The menace, right? That's the problem set in society. So if we all make money, right? Every dollar earned, has a place to go. Unfortunately, a lot of people we counsel, about 10% actually have a budget, right? So when we counsel folks and we take them through kind of the process, we say, hey, do you have a budget? Because before I can optimize your efforts, before I can seek those tailwinds for you, I have to know where your money's going. And so first thing, not on the slides, but make sure you have a budget. It's kind of important. But every dollar we have, it's for goods, it's for services, right? It goes to mortgage payment, car payment, groceries, electric, maybe we have some college we're paying for, right? Every dollar has a place. And then we take what's left over, which we'll get to in a second, and we save it. Maybe the savings rate in America is like under 5% in terms of people who actually save. Or we throw it away or throw it into a 401k, which can be a great retirement strategy. But what else is there, right? What else is out there? That's what I ask myself, is like, everybody, the masses are running over here, and that's awesome. But like, what is out there that could be optimal for me, right? The destroyer, right? So we got the leaky bucket here. I think the slide progresses here. So we got money coming in. We got a W-2 income, right? And then maybe we're doing real estate. So we're flipping, we're wholesaling. Maybe we're wholesaling a couple, we're flipping one. Maybe we have one done and it's getting rental income for us. That's a stream of income. Robert Kiyosaki, right? 7 streams of income. Awesome, dude. Like, let's go. Maybe you have a side hustle. Maybe you're doing drop shipping, or maybe you're doing some graphic design on the internet, or running some Facebook marketing ads or something. Like, dude, awesome. Like, get those streams of income, use your time wisely, and put in that effort. But then you look at the bottom, and there's holes in our bucket, and everyone hopefully is nodding their head saying, man, I got credit card fees, I got interest rates, I've got a car payment, mortgage, I've got loans, property tax, employment tax, capital gains tax, federal state tax, tolls, right? Wheel tax. I mean, the list goes on, and it is what it is. We love America. As a patriot, but there are a lot of taxes, right? And there's a lot of things that we have to look out for that leaky bucket, right? The topic that we want to try to discuss here, and there's a multi-lesson presentation, but this one particular is the volume of interest we pay. And because we kind of get nickel and dimed on our taxes and interest, we don't really see it, right? It's like the people that have 7 different subscriptions, Netflix, Hulu, Fubo, or whatever, over time, it's you know, $5-6 a month, right? But you add those on top of each other, next thing you know, it's the same as a cable bill that it would have been, right? And then you don't realize it until you step back and go, holy smokes, the volume of interest, the volume of what I'm paying over the cumulative amount of all these little things, it's quite significant. And we'll try to show that here. So this slide here, national spending averages, we just simply Googled it. There's no gee whiz thing. I'm not a CPA or a CFP. I love studying, you know, I love studying finance. I love studying money, you know, how to be benevolent, right? You know, the Lord gave us the ability to work, and I want to be responsible with that ability and that money. And I like studying psychology. I love to see how people think, right? So Google said that roughly 20% goes to vehicle, 30% to housing, plus or minus. We live off of 40, and we save 10%, which isn't as true. The saving percent is way less than that, and that does not include investing or tithing, right? So many Americans are used to their spending, as the chart here of this pie chart that we have. Hold on a second. There we go. As of December 2023, 60% of American adults, regardless of socioeconomic class, are living paycheck to paycheck. That's based off of research. I like I said, fly for the airline. About one out of every 3 captains, which make a decent amount of money, will have conversations about finance, because I love talking about this stuff. And they'll say, Landon, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And I'm like, dude, you make a ton of money. And he goes, I know. Right. So it doesn't matter your socioeconomic class. So if you're thinking like, well, I make this much, so that makes sense. Or if you're like, I make plenty, there's a lot of people here, greater than 50%. The piece that people do give to investors or to savings, they'll give to a financial advisor, right? Which is fine. But I'm here to recommend maybe an alternate way that you can do this, both and situation, because you're not paying those fees, and it's not a function of the market, which is really a big piece for me because of what the market can guarantee, or they say they do, and what they can't. And that's pretty significant for this. So what we did is we took the national spending average, and we kind of added more realism to it as we talk about the accumulation of taxes and interest, right? The volume of interest, what we're talking about. Because you may not know it, it's right in front of us, but until someone shows it to you, you're like, holy smokes, I wasn't even, you know, tracking that, because we're used to it, right? It's in our budget. The mortgage payments in our budget, it's no big deal. So most people are aware of tax interest. So right now, about over a lifetime, right? This is based off of someone's life. So the numbers will be big, but that's because we're basing it based off of like a 30 to 35 year accumulation over that period of time. So vehicle tax, right? It's about $40,000. Personal taxes, I personally think it's on the low side, but we'll say it's $50,000. For debt service, right? Debt service, that's servicing your debt, whether it's credit card, college loans, all these extra debts that we have. Debt servicing is up to $130,000, and then our sources are on the bottom there, these are great tools here. And then property tax is a big one too, $165,000, and we'll get to that in a second because that's a huge wealth destroyer. And then income tax, $270,000. That's a pretty significant chunk of that. So over the course of 30 to 35 years, almost $700,000 is lost to taxes and interest. That's roughly $30,000. I'm sorry, 30% loss of taxes and interest. Cool, Landon. I can't not pay taxes because I'd go to jail, and I can't pay cash for a house. I have to pay interest. So what do you have to say for yourself? Cool. I'm glad you asked. Let's get into it. Obviously, inflation affects that too. So really, you're fighting that headwind. That's what we're trying to show here, that all of these things, it's like, man, how do you get ahead? How do you turn that aircraft and get some tailwind, get something, right? That's what we're trying to discover here. So for this presentation, we're going to just talk about this debt service piece. You can apply it to really anything that you're paying interest on, and you can actually optimize this for a tax strategy as well. I will try to weave that in, but we'll focus on the debt service for this particular presentation. So Jeremy, my business partner, this is his, what's this called, a HUD or something? This is a statement for, I forget what it's called. My wife does, she's smarter than me and everything. So I won there. This is his statement for one of the properties he bought in Savannah, Georgia. The loan amount was 621,000. He had a 30-year note on it, and the interest rate was 2.25%, right? Everyone remembers that, and if you have it, you're like, awesome. And if you sold it, you're like, man, I wish I had that back. We won't see that again. If you look down on the statement though, and if you have yours, I'd recommend you pull it out and find it in the stack of papers or in the email or something, and look at this piece, because this is a very good vignette, if you will, of really revealing the volume of interest, right? 2.25% is pretty stinking awesome. But when people say like, oh, I'm making, I got 4%, that's a huge dig. I say, it's really not. And here's why. So in 5 years, right, $153,000, he'll have paid till principal, interest, mortgage, insurance, all that stuff, right? In the first 5 years, because of the way amortized loans work with the bank, it's front loaded with your interest payments. Generally, the first 7 years, a majority of your mortgage payment goes to that interest. So in the first 5 years, 76,000 is all that he will have had paid off for his interest. So the total interest percentage for those first 5 to 7 years is over 37.7%. Okay. That's significant. Now, I understand that banks have to make money. And if banks gave you a 30-year mortgage and they only made 2.25%, they would, by math, lose money because of the rate of inflation. So they have to do this. But if you're unaware of this, you think you've got a great deal and you're just paying a ton of money in interest, right? And the average amount of time that someone stays in a house is roughly 7 years, and they move and start all over again. So this is something definitely to key in on is, what is the volume of interest you're paying, say, in a mortgage statement? So this quote here, Martin Luther King, I like this. Rarely do we find men and women who willingly engage in hard, solid thinking. There is an almost universal quest for easy answers and half-baked solutions. Nothing pains some people more than having to think. I have this slide in here because what we all are here to do, everyone on this webinar, is we're here to kind of do that little extra. We're here to invest in real estate. Real estate is a shark and feather. There's a lot of really highly qualified people doing this. And so for us to kind of raise our hand and volunteer to be in this arena, it's going to be hard. And I say that encouragingly because when it's hard, there are less people around, right? I went to Ranger School years ago. There's not many people there. And when you pass, it feels good because man, not a ton of people have finished this. Real estate's the same way, I would say. So doing that hard thinking, don't settle for half-baked solutions, really dive in and get that optimal solution is really what we're looking for here. So couple questions we like to ask folks. How's your money flowing, right? We talked about a budget. Where's your money ending up? Do you pay everyone else? And at the very end, you decide what you can do for yourself. Maybe you're saving for a car or maybe for Christmas presents or whatever, right? What about when it comes to recapturing your wealth? What's most important? And most folks just say retirement, which is fine. That's a good answer. But what if you could do more? Have you ever put any thought into, and what I'm doing optimal? And can I do something slightly different, right? The title of my presentation is, change one thing. So if you changed one thing, if you can optimize that, right? So paying off loans is what we generally do. We try to reduce expenses, right? We'll maybe do double payments on our mortgage or pay twice for our credit cards. And we'll try to seek that higher rate of return, right? We'll try to seek those, I'm making, 12% instead of 11%, right? Your full earning potential is reduced over time, as we talked about, by taxes, debt service, inflation, lifestyle, all of these things. And it really seems like it gets away from us. So what we'll talk about today, and I'm trying to get into it because I'm about half past here, is if you have the ability to save $5,000 in taxes, $5,000 in interest, and then $5,000 in hidden fees, right? Hidden fees, or who knows, we just wrap it all up, right? You would total $15,000 a year extra to do whatever you wanted with, right? If you wanted to spend it, invest it, throw it into property, whatever. If I were to say, hey, I need you to make an extra $15,000, if you were to invest in the market, right, and we'll say at 5%, which is low, so low risk, not a great return, but it's still a return, it's safe, you'd have to invest about $300,000 to make $15,000 a year extra based off that math. Who here has $300,000 that they're willing to give up, right, today or this year to make 15K, right? Some may, and that's great, but most people don't. There are other ways without needing that $300,000 of capital to grow and get that 15%. You're not fighting that headwind You're not fighting to make extra 15K. Instead, you're trying to reduce what you're losing. You're plugging those holes in your leaky bucket, which equates to making more because you're losing less. That's kind of the psychology shift that we're trying to demonstrate here. So here's a quick income example. If we're looking at ways that you could get that $15,000. So over 30 years, we'll say annual income is about 100K, annual earnings rate's about 5%. So it'll go up about 5% a year. And over the course of 30 years, you'll have about $13,000 in your account. It's a lot of money. Looking at the total taxes, 40% taxes, that's including everything, the subscription list that we said, right? Hulu, using that analogy, 40%, so that's going to cost you about 2.6. So you'll end up having about 7.7 remaining, right? Debt service, 35%. Everything else that you're financing, that's going to drop you down to 3.2 million. And then you have your lifestyle, which you'll see in a second. We don't touch lifestyle. We're not going to have anyone move that because that goes against my analogy. I'm not going to have you change your lifestyle and not go out to Chick-fil-A, except on Sundays, which is the only time you want it, to make those extra pennies, right? We're not going to talk about that because you don't need to. By the end of the 30 years, you'll have 194,000, which is something percent. It's not a lot, right? That's kind of depressing when you think about it, right? Most retirement planners will tell you to focus on increasing your rate of return. So they'll say, hey, if you put it into this mutual fund or this stock, it grows at this rate, just pack it away. And that's a fine technique if you got a really smart person. But the question I ask myself is that really it? Like if we can take a pause and say, I'm working 40 hours a week, I'm working hard, I'm paying my bills, I'm doing the honey-do list, I'm trying to go to all the gymnastics stuff, and I'm packing money away so that when I'm 65 or 59 and a half or whatever, I can retire. It's just depressing. And my answer is no, absolutely not. And I'm living it. I can tell you there's a way to live your life, to still have plans for your retirement, to still have great growth of your portfolio, to be able to retire with passive income and still live and invest optimally. It's powerful. So one thing that we'll talk about later is what happens if the market drops, which I find pretty interesting because that's literally happening now. It's kind of been happening for a while. I'm not a huge stock guy, just full disclosure. I don't knock it. I think it's great. I just personally, I don't like how I have no control over it, which says a little bit about me. But I don't like how I kind of do what the man told me, but things can happen and I have to suffer for it. And there's nothing I can do about it. I'm not a fan of that. So what we'll do here is we'll talk about if we're able to change our total taxes, if we're to optimize our tax strategy, the way we spend money, the way we finance things, and we drop it from 40 to 36%, right? That'll change your total cost to 2.3, actual loss is 4.6, your remaining is 8.2. We'll do the same thing for debt. We'll reduce that. We're not eliminating it because that's not realistic. And I'm a very realistic guy. If someone were to give me a presentation and say, we're going to drop your debt to zero, I'd say, well, I'm done listening because that's not realistic. So that'll bump you up to 5.7 million. And we're not touching your lifestyle. I said that. We're not touching your lifestyle because I want you to live your life. I want you to do fun things, take vacations, buy cool stuff. That takes your net savings up from 1.5 something percent up to 20.5%. And by the end, you'll have 2.6 million remaining from that 12.9. That's well above the 100 and something thousand that we had when we, frankly, and I'm talking to me, not to everyone, frankly, by not paying attention to what I'm doing, to not taking my finances seriously and really focusing on what I can do to optimize my efforts. If I just kind of let it be its thing, that's the result. But if I do focus on it and I implement these tools and strategies to optimize my efforts, I have a return and I win, right? That's where I'm all about that, right? Creating economic certainty in uncertain times, mitigating and managing your risk. So a lot of people mitigate or manage their risk by throwing money into a mutual fund, which is great. I love that. But what else can you do? I've asked that 7 times. All right, the machine. So today we're talking about, if you haven't heard it before, it's called the infinite banking concept. So the general nexus of it is it bridges the gap between saving and investing. I will say this probably 13 times. My business partner owes me a Coke every time I say IBC is not an investment. That's one Coke. infinite banking concept is not an investment. I know this is an investment webinar, but we will get to that. What I want to communicate though is that if we're comparing and contrasting, which we will do, investment options, right? Comparing and contrasting the market, I will say it is not an investment. It is a process using a tool. You can use this tool to invest, which we 100% will with real estate, which is what I do, but it is not considered an investment. Why? Why is it not considered an investment? Infinite banking concept has no risk, okay? As a military guy, special operations helicopter pilot, I know risk well. As an air mission commander, every time we go to target in Afghanistan, my job was to essentially sit in a room and establish the risks for each phase of the mission, right? And develop contingency plans for the what ifs. And the what ifs are no less than 30 to 50. Every mission, there's 30 to 50 things that me and the team could think of that says, what happens if this happens? What happens if we break on crank? What happens if we're delayed? What happens if weather? The list goes on. The fact that the infinite banking concept, what we're talking about, is not tied to the market. It is not tied to the market. There is no risk. That's impossible. I'm aware I said the same thing, but I am telling you, there is no risk. There's guaranteed growth. So if I remove risk from the equation, that changes some things. It definitely makes me feel better about where I'm putting my money. So the machine, it protects your principal. It earns uninterrupted compound interest, right? What is it? The eighth wonder of the world is compound interest. It has uninterrupted compound interest. And I'll talk about it in a little bit because I want to show numbers when I talk about this bullet, because otherwise it's like, wait, I don't get it. So we'll get to that. And then you access your gains tax-free. So right there, it grows, access your gains tax-free. So we kind of are eliminating that leaky bucket of taxes. It protects your principal, no fees, and the uninterrupted compound interest, of the machine. So what the infinite banking concept is it's high cash value, dividend paying, whole life insurance policy from a mutual company. Now, I am very aware, I said I'm a psychology guy, right? When I say life insurance, there's a lot of emotion, okay? And I get that. I was the same way, which is why I spent a year studying it, because I'm like, there's no way someone's selling me life insurance. I'm not selling anything. I'm educating you, but I get your apprehension. But like we stated earlier, deep thought, half-baked solutions, hard things, what you think you know that just ain't so. I would propose that life insurance is one of those things. So for the next 26 minutes, hear me out. Hear me out. Don't shut me down because I said life insurance. This is a process that involves the tool. The tool is a high cash value, dividend paying, whole life insurance policy from a mutually owned company. All of those are very important, by the way. You can't just get a life insurance policy, and I'll show you why. So usually when we bring this up, and we're kind of talk about this now, because I know that there's some barriers that went up, which is totally fine. And I get it. I do the same thing. A lot of times people will say, it's a scam, it doesn't work, right? I think I love Dave Ramsey. I love me some Dave Ramsey, but he doesn't like it. He always says it has horrible returns, all that stuff. There's no returns, Dave. Like, it's not an investment. You're comparing apples to oranges, and that's another conversation. So what we like to do is we like to say which one of these are untrue. So we'll say guaranteed versus uninterrupted compound growth. Can you access your growth tax-free? Is that a lie? Your cash value is guaranteed to exceed your premium deposits. What does that mean, Landon? That means I'm telling you, the statement is, over time, roughly between years, well, it depends on how you look at it, but we'll say year 7, the money you put in, okay, this system, this machine, the money you can take out, you can borrow, right, tax-free, it actually exceeds how much you've put in. Is that a lie? It's not. You can put in money and take out more than you've put in, right? So that in and of itself, at this moment in time, that is now an asset for me. If we're comparing it to real estate, if I put in, like, what was it? Jeremy Rubin, he talked about it. If I buy a house for 100K and I put 100K into it, and I can take out as a profit 50K, right? That's an asset. This is the same thing. And you'll start to see how this machine weaves so nicely with real estate, okay? So that's a true statement. You have complete control over how to use your cash value. Well, if it grows, I can't touch it until I'm retired. No, you can touch it. Matter of fact, if you have a call with me, I'm going to tell you, like, hey, within the first 30 days, I need you to take it out. I need you to put it into investment. Do not let it sit there. Please do not let it sit there. All right, number 5, your cash value is backed by the insurer's reserve. It's considered a tier 1 asset, right? What is a tier one asset? Tier one asset's the highest tier asset class for, say, underwriters. So when you go to get a mortgage, they're going to ask you for your debts, going to ask you for, income stubs, all this stuff. And they'll ask you for your cash value in your life insurance policy. And before you click on your thing you've had since you were a kid and you go down, there's maybe $100,000 in there or whatever. And that's what you put. Okay. Not the statement, not your mom's insurance policy. And that's not this. And I'll talk about what's different about it. What about your cash values protected from judgment and liens? Everyone remembers the O.J. Simpson trial. He had a ton of money. It was packed away in a pension, right? Cash value is the same way. And for most states, it's protected from judgments and liens and bankruptcies. Some states, it's not. But the easy around for that is that you can do a collateral assignment, and that pretty much fixes it. Jeremy's father-in-law is a judge in Georgia, and he asked him, he said, hey, have you ever seen in a divorce decree or any sort of lawsuit someone able to gain access? We're not talking about an LLC, entity structures, or whatever. We're talking about just a vanilla, not vanilla. It's more awesome. But a life insurance policy's cash value. Have you ever seen anyone be able to get that? And he said, never, ever, ever. Right? So that's kind of cool. And number 7, your beneficiary will receive tax-free payout many times greater. This is my favorite part. I get preachy, so I'm going to probably gloss over it. But being able to place my money to if we're playing a game, I'm playing my money over here, okay, knowing that my daughters are going to benefit for that. When I die, they're going to get the entire death benefit of my efforts, right? Tax-free. So we talk about passing generational wealth, and the rabbit hole goes way deeper. We talk about what the Rockefellers did. There's a great book out there, What Would the Rockefellers Do? Highly recommend you read it, where it talks about using this strategy, where the beneficiary is a trust, right? I don't want to spoil my kids. Okay, that's fine. Maybe the beneficiary is a trust. You write some bylaws. Again, another presentation entirely, but this way here you can protect your kids if you feel like you need to protect your kids, but still pass on the generational wealth. What about your grandkids? That's a question that I was never asked. Landon, how do you intend to bless your grandkids? Man, I mean, work hard and have a good retirement, maybe some extra to be able to pay for stuff, but no, let's problem solve. Let's get in a room, right? Military analogy. Let's plan this thing. Let's figure out how to optimize it so we can really bless our grandkids, maybe our great grandkids. So, but all of these are true. All of these are true, and they're usually things that people say and you can't control it, but you can. You absolutely can, and this is why it's awesome. So, the machine. What is IBC? So I'll say it again. It's another Coke. Infinite banking concept is a process. It is a process with a specially designed tool. You will find yourself asking yourself, I could just do this with a savings account. I would say you are right. You are right, maybe 80%. You cannot do fully the infinite bank concept with just a savings account because it doesn't have the ability that the insurance policy has, right? It's not an investment. It has risks. We talked about that. There's no risks. That's why it's not definition as an investment, and it can't lose value. There's no way contractually that it can lose value. This concept has been around since about 200 years. Nelson Nash wrote, I call it the Bible of infinite banking, called Becoming Your Own Banker. Please write that down, or you can go to our website at the end. There's a resources tab, find it there. Becoming Your Own Banker. This existed before the IRC, Internal Revenue Code. So this is profound. This whole concept and process operates outside of the IRS. So when we talk about taxes and all that stuff, it operates outside of that entirely. So there's no mingling, which is why it's a powerful tool, is because the IRS can get changed, or the IRC can get changed when? Tomorrow. It gets changed whenever it needs to be changed, and we don't have any control over it, and we want control, so it operates outside of that. All right, so we talked about that. I'm trying to make sure, because there's a couple slides I want to slow down on for y'all. So, all right, this is one I want to slow down on. There's 2 of them. This is one of them. So this is Nelson Nash. He wrote the book, Becoming Your Own Banker. Highly recommend. The very first principle that must be understood is that you finance everything you buy. You either pay interest to someone else, or you give up the interest you could have earned otherwise, okay? I'm going to quickly pause because this is very, very important to understand, because if you're going to understand this process and this concept, you have to understand this statement. Here's the statement saying, if I have to go out and buy a car, okay, generally there are 2 options, okay? I can go to the dealer and I can say, I'm paying cash. Like, I'm awesome, right? Which is cool, man. Like, you got cash to pay for a car, like that's great. Or you go to the bank, or sorry, you go to the dealer and you say, hey, I want this Honda Accord and I want to finance it, right? Because I want to keep my cash because I might need it, or for, put it somewhere else. But I'm going to finance it, low monthly payment, I'm good, right? If you pay cash, right? So you're not paying interest to someone else, so good on you. But you give up the interest you could have earned otherwise. So let me ask you this. If you paid for a $25,000 car cash, can you take that $25,000 and can you invest it in real estate? Can you invest it in land? Can you invest it in a new build or something, right? You can't. That money is gone from you. You exchanged money for a car. So your ability to grow that money with interest or for investing purposes, it stops, because now you have a car and that car isn't making you interest because you traded that money. So that's very, very important to understand. You either pay interest to someone else, or if you pay cash, you give up the interest you could have made, right? There is a third option. There's a third option, and I love it. Here's a quick example of what we're talking about for numbers. So I'll kind of slow down here, because this is where we're going to talk about uninterrupted compound interest and how this all works, right? So the numbers on the screen, there's a lot of numbers. And if you're a numbers person, you're getting out your glasses and you're reading them, awesome. If you're not a numbers person, you're like, great, a spreadsheet. That's me. I don't like spreadsheets, right? I would slowly break this down to show you the power of what I'm talking about. So I talked earlier and I said, you can make more money than you put into the system with no risk. I'm going to show you. Okay. So this person, right, every year, so was maybe a couple $100 a month, right, in monthly payment. He's doing $10,000 worth of deposits into his life insurance policy. That's a ton, I know, but he should do twice that much. I would do twice that much, right? At year 3, that third year, he takes out $25,000 to pay for a car. He paid cash for that car with $25,000, but because it came from his policy, this is the concept part. This is different way of thinking, okay? He is going to pay himself back with interest like he was the dealer. That makes no sense. It does make sense. If you were willing to pay a car dealership for a car payment, which obviously has interest in it, why would you not pay yourself back with interest? Do you not value your money more than the car dealer values their money? Okay. So we're going to pay ourselves back with interest, right? Generational wealth. I'm leaving this for my grandkids. Of course, I'm going to pay myself back with interest. Now, Landon and I could do this with a savings account. You're right. You could. The powerful thing of the infinite banking concept is when you take the money out of the account. When I took 25K out of, we'll say 30K. So year 3, 10 times 3 is 30, 25, right? 5K is not left in the account. The 30,000 still stays in that account and it grows with the uninterrupted compound interest rate. You can't do that with a savings account, and a savings account doesn't grow at 4%, guaranteed, right? So I can take the money, I can pay for a car. Meanwhile, my account is still growing as if it never left, which is why I tell people to take money out soon, uninterrupted compound interest, and I'm going to pay myself back with interest. So I'm making money on the interest payment to myself. I like to think of it as my grandkids. And I'm making the uninterrupted compound interest growth inside the policy. So he's paying himself back $6,000 a month until he pays it off. Okay. Well, let's do the summations here, because this is important, because this is where a lot of people get stuck, which is awesome. I'm going to explain it. So he had paid $70,000 for the first 7 years in deposits. For the car payment, it's $30,000. He paid for that car. So $25,000 is gone. So his net cash injection, right? What has left over is $75,000. Okay. If you look at the second to last column on the right-hand side, he still has $67,000. And my notes are over here, but I'm on a roll. That's like 90-something% of what he has put in. He has access still to about 90% of what he's put in. And he also has the car, and it's also paid off. Okay. Why is that important? It's important because when I say life insurance, people say, I have no cash value. I have a fraction of what I should. That's because you have the wrong policy. It's structured the incorrect way. And the reason people do it, not trying to throw shade, is because it pays better, right? Setting these things up this way, the agent makes what, less than 10% of what they would make if they were to give you just a regular vanilla life insurance policy that's merely designed for that death benefit, right? I'm sure you've heard it. Life insurance is supposed to be used throughout your life. It's not death insurance. So having a properly structured thing, you're getting a 90% kind of access to the money you've put in, and you also have the car. Now let's keep going. So he buys another car at year 8. right? Because no one, 7 years, I mean, I don't know. I kind of drive, I'm the guy that drives so the wheels fall off, but we'll say every 7 years, someone wants to buy a new car, right? No one drives a car they drove in high school. So at year 8, he's going to buy another car, right? But notice on the deposits column, he stopped making premium payments, which I wouldn't recommend. But for this illustration, we show it to show that the system still works even if you stop. Okay. So he buys another car at year 8. He's going to pay the car off with interest to himself, right? As he was going to the dealership anyways, not paying deposits. At the end of this, he has put in an additional 30K. Okay. He's paid for a $25,000 car. And he has the net excess, what he had put in that he hadn't spent is $5,000. Now, look at the bottom here, 91,473. If you, my calculator's over here. Someone does the math. If you put all those numbers together and you minus all those numbers, I'm pretty sure the total sum is around like 80 something thousand, and they have 91,000. So right then, I wish I had my calculator, but I don't. So my bad. But if you do the math, right, and we'll send you these slides at the end of the presentation, do the backwards math. And this shows you that I have put in X amount and what I have in cash value, what I can use on my own terms, I can do whatever I want. It's pretty much a checking account, exceeds the amount that I've put in, right? In addition to having 2 cars in the driveway that are paid off, right? That's impossible. I know, but I'm telling you it works. I've seen it. I've done it. I do it with real estate, cars, vacations. I'm going to do it with a wedding. I don't want to think about it because my girls are young, but the value that you have, it exceeds your net injection. You have more money than you started with because of that uninterrupted compound interest. That's huge. Cash value growth. So you only put in, what I say, 30K. No, it grew. You put in a net of 5K, right? Because the 30 minus 25. So you really only put in 5. And it grew by 23,000. That's that uninterrupted compound interest or that guaranteed growth, which makes it not possible to do in a savings account. Because when you take money out of a savings account, it stops growing. You can't use it and grow it. Here, you can use it and grow it. I know it sounds weird, but I'm telling you, you can do both. Try to work through here. I got about 10 minutes. There's one detailed slide. Success defined as steady accumulation of advantages. I love that. So for using IBC for real estate, asset protection, liquidity, and leverage, the acronym ALL is what I like to use. If you're not focused on this, you should be, and you're not going to make it very long if you're not thinking about these things with the real estate portfolio. So we're going to kind of buzz through these. I really want to get to a calculator slide and then kind of get to it. So we already talked about judgment and liens. Let's see here, keeping going here. Okay. The thing about real estate is liquidity. Okay. So if you're trying to get a hard money loan or private investors or even go get a bank loan, there are tons of hoops you have to jump through. It's their terms. Maybe you're on a draw schedule. So if you're familiar with flipping houses, a lot of times you'll get, we'll say 90% of the purchase price and 100% of the renovation. That's pretty good. It's hard money. It's 14%, 2 points, but fine. We'll figure that out. It's a short term anyways. But in order to get that next payment, you have to finish a certain phase, and then they'll inspect it and they'll give you the next round of funding, right? Well, that's a headache because sometimes a real estate project, it kind of melds together. There's not really distinct phases per se. I mean, there are, but they overlap. For liquidity of here, this is cash, guys and girls. This is your bank. This is your money, right? The phrase goes, he who owns the gold makes the rules, okay? If you're going to invest, if I'm going to invest with you, you're say, Landon, I want $100,000. I go, cool. Here are my terms. Here's what I want. I want a balloon payment. I want monthly interest only. I want 12%. I want to get paid half out, right? I want the equity option at the end. I get to make the rules because it's my money, right? With the cash value in your life insurance policy, you make the rules, right? The guy who paid the car payment back with interest, he made that rule. What I do is I ask the dealership, what's my terms for financing? I'll get the term sheet from him. I'll go to my local bank, ask them for a term sheet. I'll look at them both. I'll average out the rate, and that's what my interest rate is to myself. I'm making the rules, right? Because it's my money. I own the gold, okay? Every dollar paid back to your principal of your loan is available to borrow again, just like a line of credit. So this is kind of cool, especially for real estate. As soon as that money goes back into your account, right, it's immediately accessible again. When we talk about qualified accounts, the money's locked up. And like I said, I love 401ks. I got one with the company, but I don't like that I can't touch it. The fact that it goes away, I don't like that. So having access is pretty pertinent, especially for real estate. For leverage, having the ability to grow your money quickly is huge, tax-free. Similar to a HELOC, someone will say, is it just like a HELOC? I go, correct, it is like a HELOC, except the fact that, yes, your property is appreciating, so I guess you could kind of say it's growing in that regard. But if you take a HELOC out, that money's not growing at that 4%. But for conceptual purposes, it kind of is like a HELOC in a way. And a beautiful thing is that real estate investing out of your policy, what I do is you can actually leverage both. What do you mean? It means I have a $350,000 asset up in New Jersey. It's got $200,000 worth of equity. I'm going to pull a HELOC out of this one. I'm going to pull a cash value loan out of this one, and I'm going to put it into a real estate project. I'm doing both. Or I'll arbitrage the interest rates, right? So I'll take a HELOC out of here, pay that quickly because it's a line of credit, and then I'll take a policy loan because the interest rate's lower, and I'll throw it over there and pay it off, right? I can do fun stuff like that. All right, property acquisitions. This is something that Jeremy and I both use for our real estate ventures. So property acquisition, right? Earnest money deposit, maybe an inspection, maybe for closing, you have to acquire the property and there's a gap, right? You can use it for that. Maintenance and CapEx accounts. So I have, $10,000 in an account in case a water heater breaks, right? Or whatever, right? What if that money is growing and not at 0.01%? What if it's growing at 4+% plus dividends, which we don't talk about, but that's another benefit that it has. And if I do have to action that money because I have to replace the roof, it doesn't stop growing. So it's the same thing that I was doing. I'm just changing one thing. That's where the money is. So I take the money, I pay $10,000 for a roof, but that $10,000 doesn't stop growing. And I could probably pay myself back with interest. So I'm even making more money, right? That's huge. Note investing, hard money, flipping properties, contractors like to get paid. And then you've got the draw method with the hard money lender. It's like, cool, man. Hey, I want to keep you happy because I need you at my house on the weekends to get this work done, or the property. Here's your payment. And then once that draw inspection period is complete, then you get the money and then you just kind of reimburse yourself. So you have easy access to, moving capital to keep things going, right? Because time is money, time is freedom. Tax strategy, right? Everyone likes to overpay in taxes and get a giant return. It's a bonus and we all celebrate, but it's like, hey man, you gave a free loan to the government. So what if there's a way, let's pool our taxes over here, let it grow. Let's pay our tax bill, not a CPA. Let's pay our tax bill and it'll still grow even though we've paid it, right? It's beautiful. There's so many ways you can use this. Marketing campaign, and then the better borrower because you have that tier 1 asset. So trying to speed through, I got one more detailed slide and then I'm going to run out of time. I think we started maybe a couple minutes late, but 4 Ps for using IBC. So in terms of the so what, the ones and twos, is start a banking policy with what's meaningful and manageable. Someone say, how much can I do? And I say, you can do as much as you want. Someone started a policy at 1.2 million last week. What's the least I can do? It's a conversation, because if you understand what I'm telling you, if you understand this process, the question isn't how little can I do? Why would you not pack as much as you can into this? You have immediate access. It grows interrupted compound interest. You can use it. It's amazing. I want to max this out. So it's meaningful and manageable because we don't want anyone to be house poor, right? Step 2, immediately take out a cash value loan. If it's going to grow at this rate with it in it, or if it's going to grow at this rate out of it, why would you not take out of it and grow it in 2 places at once? Purchase your investment and then pay yourself back with interest is that. So the cons, we said we'd talk about this, running a little short, but I'm nearly done. What are the cons? We're going to talk about them, right? First one is early capitalization period. So we'll show you in the next slide that when you first put in on the first year, you only get, I don't know, anywhere between 90 and 94% of what you put in, right? And if you look at any other life insurance policy, that's astronomically high. Normally the first couple of years of an life insurance policy, you have next to nothing, right? For the first 5 to 7 years. This, you get 94%. So when you look at the infinite banking concept, it's a process, it's not an investment using a tool. We're looking at year 10 to 12. This is a generational wealth type idea. So if someone looks at the first and second line and says, I'm only getting, why would I put in 10K and only have access to 94,000 or 9,400? I go, you're not looking at it. You're looking at it wrong. If you want an immediate return on investment, don't do IBC. Go do something else. But you're going to miss out, because you're going to miss out when you start exceeding how much you've put in and now your account's bigger than that. You're missing the whole point. But there is an early capitalization period, but it's 94%. So this guy, he put in $60,000. He closed on he did a really good flip, and his initial cash value is 54,000. So that's 90-something percent, 90.5%, which is pretty dang good, right? He put in a couple premium deposits at year 3. He has, I didn't have a percentage there, 120% increase. So he put in that much money, but his cash value increased by 120%. And call me, we'll run an illustration and I'll show you. Do the math. I'm telling you, it seems wild, but it's true. And I love it. At year 10, this is when the graphs cross. So his net cash injection and his cash value growth for this particular individual at year 10, he has 109% more cash available than his net cash injection. So at year 10, he's put in 100,000 and he has access to 109,000 because it starts. And then after that, it just keeps going up. It's crazy. So that's why we put this on here. At year 15, he has 129% more cash available. At year 20, he has 152% more cash available than total net injection. Obviously, if you look in the left column, the premium dropped in half, but it's still performing because of that compounding interest effect where you front loaded it. I don't know about you, but at year 20, I want to have an asset. I'm calling this an asset. I want to have an asset that at year 20 that I've been investing in real estate anyways. That's another thing. But this thing is 152% more than what I started with. That's fantastic. Let's do both. Second one, simple interest on policy loans. So this is where I'm going to quickly slow down, and I apologize. I'm going to go a couple minutes early, but I'm trying to rush through this without, going too fast, right? So a con, right? Go back a slide. One of the cons are simple interest owed on policy loans. So I said the word loan. So the first thing you should ask yourself is, I'm getting hot because I'm getting excited. The first question you should be asking yourself is, well, a loan has terms. Okay, cool. Yes, it does. So if you take out a policy loan, the insurance company is the one who gives you the money. It's not your money. That's how the cash value in there continues to grow at the uninterrupted compound interest rate because you didn't touch your money. The insurance company gives you a loan and they ask you for simple interest, 3 to 4%, 5%, whatever. Okay. So right then it's like, okay, why would I put money into a system where if I wanted access to it, I have to pay simple interest? I will show you. Okay. The compounding effect versus simple effect, you win. You win every time. And it's all about math. So I'm saying, you think you know, just ain't so. Here it is. So you have $25,000 in a bank. The bank is going to give you 4%, which is not realistic. But for this analogy, we're going to go super high, right? Because my bank does like 0.01%. Okay. And you go to the bank and say, I want to take out $25K to pay for a car. They go, no, you know what? How about you keep your money in the bank? I'll give you a 4% return interest rate on your money that you keep in my bank. And I'll give you a loan for $25K, but I'm going to charge you 6% interest. What would you say? 6 minus 4. Nope. That's a -2 for arbitrage purposes. No deal, right? And if you want to get your calculator out, get your calculator out. Because I did this math like 80 times when I first saw it. I'm like, there's no way that's true. It is true. Term is 60 months for a car. No big deal. Monthly payment is $483. Okay. By the end of your payment, okay, by the end of your 60 months, you will have had paid $29,999 on that $25,000 loan. Okay. The green column, if you would have kept it in there, which is what you did, and made 4%, you will have $30,000, 416. Okay. 30K is greater than 28K. So even with the lopsided interest rate of paying 6 but growing 4, you still win. And these numbers aren't even that big, relatively speaking. You win. And the how of this is the uninterrupted compound interest on the green side and the simple interest on the left side, on the red side. So a real estate example is I give a policy loan to Jeremy for 50K. Okay. That $100,000 of cash value doesn't drop to 50. Okay. I'm still making my interest on the 100K at 4%, which is $4,000. I give him 50K at 12%. It's decent rate there for real estate, short term. He's keeping it for 12 months. And by the end of those 12 months, he's going to give me back $56,000. So if you were to do it the normal way, the way that the Streamline does it, you'd make a 6K profit. Good job. That's a good return. Well done. Go do it again. Okay. But when I did it, I made the 6,000 plus the 4,000 because of my policy still growing. It's my cash. It's my money. I have access to it. Right. And I had to pay the simple interest of 5%, which cost me $1,365. So by the end of it, if you take the two green numbers and you subtract the red number, I made $8,635 when someone else only made $6,000. Still a good return, but I'm performing better. I have a tailwind. I'm accumulating my advantages. I'm using knowledge to my advantage to make my money go further, grow faster. No risk, tax-free, generational wealth. This is the bread and butter. And I do this regularly. I have a house literally across the street that we're flipping right now. And I have a policy loan in that house and I'm making 12% on it. And my cash value is growing uninterrupted right now. And it's all in my power. So let's see here. Doesn't return enough money. Well, I know I'm over. I'm sorry. I'm trying to go quick here. So quick apples to oranges. We say apples to oranges because IBC is not an investment. It's another Coke. It's a process using a tool. Okay. But we're going to go ahead and compare the apples to oranges to see. One piece I'd encourage you to do research on. We won't talk about it now because I'm out of time, but the difference between the average rate of return and the actual rate of return. So here's a giant spreadsheet, another spreadsheet, right? At the very bottom, you'll see it's a 9.71% average rate of return. Okay. The what is it called? The downfall effect, or there's an effect where if I lose 10% on an investment, the stocks go down 10%, and I gain a 10% after that, I will not get back to zero. If I have $10 and I lose 10%, I'm down to $9. If I make 10% back, I'm at $9.90. It's public math, super risky there. I'm not back at 10. If I lose 50%, okay, if I have $10 and I lose 50, I'm down to $5. If I make $50 back or 50% back, I'm at $7.25. I have to have 100% ROI when I lost that 50 just to get back to what I had. So the actual rate of return is much different. And a lot of people don't know that. And they see the 9, they're like, that tracks, right? Negative. Pay attention. Actual rate of return is 4.96. And we haven't even talked about the fees yet, right? Fees are wealth killers. They're holes in our bucket. They don't seem like much, but what is it? Tony Robbins said 1% in management fees can take up to 5 years off your retirement. I mean, look at the math. I'm telling you, education wise, look at it, consider it, because you can do better. You can do better if you're educated. All right, we're wrapping it up here. Getting close. Who does it, right? Robert Kiyosaki says the rich don't do things differently than the poor. They just do the exact opposite. They do things differently. That's an error. My bad. They do the exact opposite. So who does life insurance? If you Google BOLI, bank-owned life insurance, banks have more life insurance than any real estate asset or land combined. You know, Bank of America, 24, what is that, billion, right? If you watch the movie, what is it called? Christian Bale. There's a scene, I forget the name of it. He's a banker and they're all comparing their cards, their business cards. It's like a little scene where they're comparing the font and the color. This one's bone, right? If you look at that scene, every person's card says vice president. Why? Because they can use infinite banking on them because they're a key individual and then get a policy on them. So the banks are doing it, and I'm pretty sure they're in the market of making money. All right, coming down the home stretch here, other IBC strategies, emergency savings account, debt elimination, college savings, anything you finance, right? You finance everything you buy, you either pay interest someone else or you give up the potential interest you could have made if you wouldn't have spent that cash, right? There's all these things. And real estate, I mean, goodness, it's unlimited, really. Summary of the process, we already talked about that. We'll skip through this one here because I'm out of time here. So last 2 slides. First one, what are you doing with your time? A little bit of a motivational speech here. We kind of talked about it earlier, but are you educating yourself? Are you exploring options? You're in this webinar, which says you are, which I love. Keep going. Like, fact check me. Go on the internet. Look, find the grittiest anti-infinite banking video and article, read it, and email me. Hey, I read this. Like, you're full of junk. Do it, please. Because if you're not doing that, if you're not testing this, then what are you doing, right? You're just going to trust that someone else has your best interest in mind. Like, test the matter, right? I like putting this picture on here because in 2024, we're all on our phones. Now, phones are beautiful tools. They have access to infinite amount of information. AI is a beautiful addition. I know some people are scared of it. I think it's a great tool, right? If we're on our phones more, though, for entertainment, right? You either educate, employ, or entertain, the 3 E's. When you're on your phone, are you entertaining yourself, which is fine in moderation? Are you educating yourself? Are you reading? Are you watching YouTube videos to educate yourself and your kids, right? Are you employing yourself? Are you using it to run your business, to make phone calls, to send emails, right? make sure the pie chart of the 3 E's for your phone is balanced. Go to your screen time and your settings, and it'll tell you where you're spending your time on which apps, and put a limit on it, right? Don't get caught doing more entertainment than you are education and employment there. Didn't even talk about the loans never have to be repaid. So if you never ever pay the loan back after you pay your car, nothing happens. 0 things. No one comes to your house, repossess the car. 0. Nothing happens. The death benefits tax-free, that's cool. Living benefits, like health-wise, it's a little life insurance-y, but there are living benefits on the medical side that are awesome, that are baked into this. I think National Life Group is the first company and currently the only company that is offering a rider on their policies that is for Alzheimer's. That's huge, right? That's in addition to whatever sort of health care you have. This is an extra thing, right? And then veterans, if we have veterans in the group, there are optimal ways that this will outperform in many, many, many ways. The VGLI, the Veteran Group Life Insurance, and SBP, a Survivor Benefit Program. Please call me. I'm a veteran. I want to teach you. I'm not going to say anything is right or anything's wrong. I'm just going to present the data, and I'll let you make the decision. That's my style. So getting started, that's the hardest part. Simon Sinek said that. Educate yourself, ask questions, reach out to us. If you want to scan the QR code here, if you have the chance, fill in your email and you'll get access. We'll send you some key slides here. If you want to run the numbers, please run the numbers, right? If you want to look at the slides, there's a newsletter we did in February that talks about real estate investing using IBC specifically. There's a couple free books in there. We have an ebook, Brent Kessler's team, The Money Multiplier. They have a great ebook that talks about these things. There's resources. We do a monthly newsletter. Like, that's all there. So scan the QR code if you want. If not, take a picture of it. There's our email, phone numbers, my personal cell. I love talking about this. I love sharing it because I think it's powerful. And I'm a sucker for my kids, man. Like, I love my children, and I want to make sure that in my working years, I'm doing the best I can for them now, but also when I'm gone, I mean, Lord willing, to be able to bless them with my efforts, being smart. So with that, I will end that. I'm sorry, I'm a little over. Hopefully I did okay and I don't get uninvited next time. So I appreciate
No
it.
worries, Landon. You did great. We know it's a difficult topic to squeeze into 60 minutes, so no worries.